Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT the Witcher Card. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Masters. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each rank season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, licensed GWENT tournaments not organized by CD Projekt Red. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined in a best-of-5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to GWENT Open number 4. Day 2, we'll be seeing the semifinals and the finals today. As you may have noticed, our resident League Master, Burja, is missing. He is a bit under the weather, so I'll be taking over his hosting duties, his interviewing duties, and also his leaking duties, so don't you worry, I have you covered. But I think we're ready to jump right into that first semifinal, so we'll throw it to our casters, McBeard and Shinmiri.
Welcome back, my friends. Day 2, semifinals time. This is going to be great. Yesterday had a lot of highlights. Somehow we're going to have to top it, but I don't think there'll be a problem with this roster, these deck lists, and of course the leaks we talked about, of course. Shinmiri, how you doing?
I am doing great, McBeard. I am so excited to see how these matches today will play out. Yesterday we had some amazing games and plays. First of all, I want to remind you guys that you can get Twitch drops for watching the tournament yesterday and today. For 4 hours of combined watching, you get the unique Karak Marine avatar you see in front of you that is featuring GWENT's very own art director. And for 8 hours, you get 2 ultimate kegs, so make sure you link your Twitch and GOG accounts.
And we have 4 fantastic players here. They already had to fight through it yesterday. We have the GWENT Open 1 champion, the GWENT Open 2 champion, the GWENT Challenger 5 champion, and the Dragon Slayer, Payable, who pulled off one of the best highlights in GWENT Masters history. Let's take a look at these players. Let's see the prize pool they've already walked away with. Oh, Shaggy got to the graphics first. Oh boy, you're gonna have to rewind and catch that.
Oh boy, but yeah, look at the prize pools here. All the players still in it have nice chunk of change in their pocket already, but the semifinals and the finals are where the real money is at. $1,000 at stake in each of the semifinals will be split among the players depending on how many games they win, and 1,000 more bonus for winning the finals, as well as that ticket to Gwent World Masters Season 2.
That'll be happening in December. And of course, there's a lot to talk about. We have some great matchups. We want to know what you're thinking. And of course, we want to see your votes. Use the hashtag Gwent Open, and of course, tweet at Gwent Masters. And you want to follow us there as well on Twitter and at Play Gwent there and Facebook.
A reminder that this tournament will be run in the online format, and all players and casters are connecting from home, so all the matches will be played with a 30-minute delay. Twitch Observer is again fully functional, so make sure you, if you have any, if you ever wonder what exactly a card does, you can hover over it. You can also check what's in the graveyard and still in the deck, so make sure you follow along with all the action.
And when we say action, we mean it. We saw some great highlights. Let's take a look at the brackets. This was the journey that we went on yesterday. As you can see, 3 of these matches went to 5, not including the repeat of Gwent Open number 3, Westland versus Demarcation. None of these disappointed, and there were some amazing highlights as well. If you missed it, as always, shame on you, but we got it wrapped up for you nicely here. So check out these highlights, and we'll see you on the other side.
18 points, 2 cards.
Earl Gord does get
It's gonna be able to do it.
14.
Saves the Shaping Nature for last. And we're going to a game number 5, boys and girls.
The distance. Oh man, shades of Gwent Open 3. You couldn't have asked for a better story.
Now he decides to bite the bullet. Lawson takes out the Revenant, the final Revenant from his deck, copies it with Leader. These Revenants are only going to have one chance, one turn, to duplicate themselves.
Do you want to lead off about the prize pool?
And it is a nail biter. Sure. McBeard, I think you are muted. And
Goodness,
Demarcation.
I apologize. I did have a switch on there as I coughed. But that was so close for Demarcation, truly. It came down to having that last say. And yeah, that was amazing stuff right there.
Demarcation takes.
Oh, we're gonna see the glorious Bone Talisman. And that does.
Is it worth 2 points, Jaggers? I think it's worth 2 points.
I think it might be worth 2 points. I was gonna say, I don't normally do maths as a caster because it always goes wrong, but.
Give him 4 points from the leader ability, so he's going to be up. Yeah,
No, don't do the math. It's close though.
I think Laguha takes it though. I mean, Force Protector, because the Heat Wave is so bad, it's only 5 points. Depending on what he picks here, I think he has to pick. Okay, he has to pick a Rebuke, and then I think he's fine. It buffs the Treant, but I think that's irrelevant. Or.
Ooh. 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 Oh my God! Magpie cinching the round. We thought, I thought it was going to be a lot of a bigger advantage for Magpie in that round than the 1 point. No, oh God, you see him there breathing out. You saw that.
Hemdall is going to be very hard pressed to play for more than a 12. Max Hemdall can get us a 13. So Coleman's going to be able to preserve his lead and squeeze this out by a couple points, I believe.
It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, 3-point win for Coleman.
Pointer.
Damn. And it's not like Coleman's going to use his Parasite to kill anything, because or not Parasite, the natural selection, because killing units is not really an option for him right now. Piable hovering over that Gutting Slash. Whoa!
Wait a minute here.
What a genius play!
I knew he had a self-wound core, but this is another level. Did he just Gutting Slash his own unit?
He Gutting Slashed his own unit, and now Coleman has no option but for his Kel'Thuzad to kill herself. That is insane! What a way to end the series between Piable.
There he is.
if anybody didn't understand what happened in that last game, Pliable used the Gutting Slash, which is allowed to hit your own units, which you...
A bit of radioactive waste, a couple of Mardromes, and suddenly you got a Teenage Mutant Ninja Draco Turtle. But unfortunately, Bloody Baron taking that down a peg or two.
Bloody Baron
And
comes
at this
down.
point, he can do what he wants. He drilled a crow.
25 points of bleeding for the Draco Turtle. I'm definitely not doing the math on this one. We're gonna let it all resolve to find out who moves on to the semifinals tomorrow. Gravish, of course.
It's a big mountain, dude. The 80 points to 118. Here's the boost, 93 to 118. Disarray, 108 to 111, 109. It's not enough. Wang ID progressing by the skin of his teeth, and value Skellige battle trumps. 40 points in one turn. Doesn't matter. Not enough.
Those are some insane clips.
God, I love those clips.
And we're probably going to have a lot more for you today, as these 4 players today are some of the best players on the scene. Let's take a look at the prize pools for a quick second. It's GWENT Open start with a base prize pool of $10,000 US, and thanks to your generous support and contributions through the Air Bundle and Jin Pack, we have raised an additional 15,800 USD to add to the prize pool, totaling over $25,000. So thanks again for all your support to the competitive GWENT esports scene.
Esports thanks you. And we also have some goodies for you as well. Speaking of more goodies, a few leaks here and there. Panda is on leak patrol, and I think he's going to find some stuff, especially before the final match today. We will reveal some very important changes coming the next update. Make sure not to miss this video. Some familiar faces will be presenting the information. It's going to be some good stuff.
Yeah, and coming up, our first semifinals between Demarcation and Magpie. Demarcation, the defending Open champion from GWENT Open #1 in this season, and Magpie, you know him from Challenger #5 from Season 1. And the Twitter thinks it's quite close.
Very close, and I love this.
55% in favor of Demarcation. Magpie always a fan favorite for bringing his unique Magpiles. This tournament being no exception. He has brought a very interesting lineup that tends to go wide and swarm the board rather than going tall and greedy. And I think he's going to be favored in a lot of potential encounters today, should he go the distance.
We'll have to see how he feels about that, and also how Demarcation feels about the tournament so far, his choices in the tournament going up so far. So here's Demarcation and Magpie letting us know what they think, and we'll get right into the action right after that.
Hello and welcome again, Demarcation. Congratulations on making it to day 2, first of all. I actually would love to get a little bit more insight from one of the top players here at the tournament. What do you think about the current state of the meta and how it got to where it is right now?
Well, like in terms of ladder meta, I don't really know because I didn't play ladder at all, so I couldn't really say. But in terms of tournament meta, I think it's going to be really interesting. So yeah.
So, where do you gather then your information, or how do you I guess gather the data to know what to expect at such a tournament if you don't play the ladder?
There's a couple of community tournament going on, like in the past of months, and then people bring interesting decks to the tournament, and then what I could do is see like kind of strategy people use, and I kind of have a general idea of what kind of decks people will bring. Although it's really hard to say because I think the tournament meta for this month and for this tournament particularly has been very tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of this tournament, is there something you kind of expect to see maybe?
The one thing I would least expect to see is NG because it's not really a competitive faction. But the interesting is like the rest of the faction, they all have like at least 2 viable decks that are really different. Have really different strategy attached to it. For example, like Seneca, you can play Congregate, or like you can also play mid-range and you can also play Cash. And then the same can be said about like most other decks, even NR, who's known for like those mid-range shield decks, they can also play Remnants. So I think it will be interesting to say, because like all these decks have really different matchups and they can tag for different things. So I don't really know like what people will bring, like what deck specifically, but I think these are decks that we're gonna see in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it was Magpie who also said in his interview that in a very diverse meta, it's obviously nice for the regular player, especially on the ladder, but it makes it a lot harder for a pro to, I guess, prepare for a tournament because you're not quite sure what to expect. So yeah, you would agree with that, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that, but it doesn't really affect me like that much, because usually I just bring my like the decks I'm comfortable with. So I don't really think about I'm trying to like squeeze with some like strange decks that I come up with. So I just bring good decks, and I think that's it.
Well, it paid off for you so far. So here you heard it here first, that you just have to be comfortable with what you bring and play it well, and then you will find that success you're looking for. So thank you so much for that insight, demarcation. And oh, one more thing. Do you want to give a shout out to someone maybe?
Not particularly someone, but I of course would like to shout out to all the players in the Queen community. I think they're awesome. Yeah.
Well, that's really cool to hear. Thank you so much, and yeah, good luck in your future games.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations for making it to day 2. My first question today would be, how would you describe the meta, and do you like it?
It's very diverse, and diversity, yeah, it's obviously good, but not when you're prepping for the tournament, because I don't know what to counter, I don't know what decks to bring to how to approach correctly. So yeah, it's pain in the ass, to be honest. But yeah, I feel like the meta is pretty diverse right now. A lot of decks. Most factions are playable, except for Nilgard. And yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that highlights the differences when you approach the game as a casual, like I do, for example, or if you try to prepare for such a big stake tournament. One more question I do have for you, and it is about your personal preference when it comes to winning. So, do you prefer to win a series 3-0, be on the safe side and smash your opponent? Or is it more exciting for you if you maybe have a really tough series where each player gets a win, or even a little reverse sweep after being down 2-0?
I would say that it's very comfortable to go 3-0 each series, because you know it's pretty easy wins for you. You're not as nervous as like if you go 3-2. But I have a dream. So my dream is to go in the finals 2-2, then in a 5 game to have a tie, and to win the 6-1. So maybe my dream will come true someday.
All right, that would be an exciting series, definitely worthy of a final.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for your insight, and then good luck with your dream.
Thanks.
A common theme in both of those interviews were deck diversity. So I think we should take a look at the deck screen and we get a visual representation of how diverse these decks have been.
Yeah.
First of all, here's Demarcation's list, running something that he classified as good decks.
Exactly. The two players actually had pretty different approaches when it comes to which decks to bring. Demarcation bringing good decks overall that he's comfortable playing, and this is Patricidal Fury, Precision Strike, Hidden Cache, which is an engine list, and Mobilization, Control, Revenants. So I would say Precision Strike and Mobilization are very control lists that are targeting tall units and greedy strategies. Patricidal Fury, also a little bit of control in there with Hjalmar and Champion's Charge, but less so of all-in control. It has some good proactive points from Herald on Crate. as well, and then the hidden cache being the engine heavy list. So you know, nothing super thematic, and he's just bringing good decks. Whereas if we take a look at Magpie's list,
I do want to add though.
Yeah, okay.
Just real quick, when you said nothing super thematic, and you said he was bringing good decks, he still chose to bring Mobilization and Precision Strike when you could also classify Shield Wall and Nature's Gift as very competitive, strong decks in that same faction.
For sure, exactly
Here,
what they were saying. what they were saying, how like the meta is very diverse right now. Outside of Nilfgaard, every faction has multiple competitive decks. Like you mentioned, Shield Wall and Revenants and Inspired Zeal Commandos apparently for Magpie is considered competitive. So that's 3 for Northern Realms right there. And I don't have to go through all of them, but yeah, we've seen at least 2 archetypes from all the 5 factions shown in, or making a showing in this GWENT Open number 4. And I wanted to mention Magpie's strategy for his decks. His tournament strategy is always to target the meta, to try to counter the meta. And so in this particular tournament, he's going wide. I saw you making that hand gesture. He's going wide. He's swarming because he expects this meta to be very controlly against the Hall decks.
And it's interesting to see which of Demarcation's decks he finds the most threatening, and it looks like Hidden Cache, the engine deck, as we talked about earlier. It is going to be the one that is not allowed. We are still going to see Revenant, Cursed Realms. We're going to see some Precision Strike and a lot of Arnjolf. Magpie, oh no! Blue Stripe Commandos. How is Temeria going to be represented in the semis without this?
Yeah, I think Demarcation recognizes that he's going to have trouble against some of the swarm decks that go wide on Magpie's side, so he chose to ban one of those 2, which would be either Elves or Commandos. And Magpie wants to get rid of the engine deck because he's trying to target these control decks, leave the control decks like Precision Strike and Revenants in. So we have the bans. I think the players are getting ready, so we might be jumping into game number 1 of the semifinals any second now.
So in this situation, the blue coin, this is Demarcation playing from going first in games 1, 3, and 5. Magpie will be going first in games 2 and 4. This is the inverse in Demarcation's case. He had the red coin, I believe, in the first series. Magpie enjoyed the red coin in his series as well, but someone's got to go first, and it's going to be Demarcation. So what do you think, Shinmiri, that you're queuing in here when you're, well, we're going to find out right now. No mysteries here. Scoia'tael versus Scoia'tael.
Okay, so we've got Precision Strike on blue coin. This is unusual. I don't think we've seen a Precision Strike queue up from blue yesterday. I think they were all red coin, if I recall correctly.
Well, yeah, and we were talking about it a lot, especially about the Precision Strike, about how red coin is so much more beneficial for that deck. So
because it has that
given the option,
it has the slow carryover hand buff plays like the Circle of Lives we see here in Demarcation's hand, as well as the Dwarven Agitators. He's got so many of them, but he probably can't afford to play all of them from this blue coin position because he might end up falling too far behind on tempo. So you see indeed he mulligans away one of those slow tempo Circle of Lives and gets a Forest Protector in return. That's not a bad trade.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this is played here. I think you can open up for, like, you can make the more annoying opening up play with the Pyrotechnician. You won't need to protect it necessarily, but it allows you to stump the first play that would be coming out. Or you can just go for the Agitators first of all, but where's Sheldon? You don't really have the best buffs for that either. Demarcation didn't really mulligan into what he needs, which is Sheldon specifically in hand.
Yeah, you'd like to see Sheldon in hand in round 1 with this deck list, but he does have a couple of Pyrotechs that he can potentially buff with these Agitators if he wants to play them. I think in terms of like long-term strategy in this matchup, this Heat Wave is going to be kind of awkward because Magpie has Redea to actually activate the first chapter of his scenario on the same turn that he plays it. This is like one of the only ways left in the game to kind of combo your scenario on the same turn now that most 2 cards in 1 turn leaders have been changed and removed.
Rodeo was always pretty good at this, but yeah, she missed a couple metas. And now it's possible that she's back, being brought back by Magpie here, bringing the only singleton deck in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're correct.
Shoops to be found, but still a little spice here. The Fried Sappers are going to come along for a Purify, which won't be doing much, but will still be a play that doesn't necessarily get damaged too much by the Pyrotech. Nothing else really makes sense unless he could, I guess he could relate his own Pyrotech, but he would most likely lose that to follow up Spell Reach along with the 4 damage the Pyrotech is delivering.
Exactly. The Pyrotech has been a really nice presence in this tournament so far, especially as a proactive play. You play it, it's going to get most likely 6 points for 4 provisions, but on top of that, it's such a threat in terms of the removal reach that it adds, and it kind of makes your opponent have more awkward first turn plays.
It does, yeah, it creates, so in this situation, when you have to go on blue coin on this deck that looks a lot better on red coin, it looks better on red coin because you can make those carryover plays and dip out really and just kind of keep your card ahead and then avoid the bleed. But one of the best ways this card presents itself on the board is by putting these oppressive damage dealing cards on the board. So having that setup, blue coin affords you that. So to step in with that setup here, I think is pretty interesting. Now he does have the buff on the other Pyrotechnician, so he can create a lot of follow-up damage here.
Yeah, choosing the Circle of Life to buff the Force Protector, not clicking this Pyrotech and not tactical advantaging it either. Probably wants to avoid something like Heat Wave getting a lot of value, but I was thinking maybe he could have clicked this before some smaller elves come onto the board.
It's possible that he wants to save it to, in this situation, for a better target, which would be the Pyrotechnician. Because you do have the follow-up Spell Reach here. So it is a 50-50. And if he clicks the Pyrotechnician first and then decides, this could have been what he's looking for, because I'm looking down Demarcation's list. Or sorry, Magpie's list here, and I'm trying to think of what he'd want to catch. No Dunka or any other things like that.
There's no real engines in this list. There's like a Dryad Fledgling, and that's not really going to get that many extra points. And there's the
Vitality, I guess.
Yeah, there's the Vernicios Commando from the scenario. That's about it. Like, Magpie's list is designed to not give single target removal the value.
Bombs away, he connects to the Pyro, he's going to heal it up and probably finish off that Pyro with the other circle. Nope, there is no other Circle of Life because he mulliganed it, but he is going to set up another Pyro here. That makes that Pyrotechnician kill itself before its effect goes off, if I'm not mistaken.
It still occurs, so Magpie will get 2 points from clicking this Pyrotech, but, oh, and he hits the one in the front row, which means he gets more value that way.
And there's that recently buffed Obelthana Blommer getting that 6 points of value.
So Magpie not trying to get ahead here. He could have played something a little bit higher value or higher tempo. He has really good cards in his hand, and Demarcation's kind of in trouble now. If Demarcation continues playing in this round, he's really risking losing on even cards because Magpie's got a very powerful hand. He's got Aileron in the deck still. Well, Demarcation chooses to rebuke one of the elves off the board, so Aileron will have a harder time getting out at this point.
It's really interesting. Magpie playing a little bit on the slower side here. It is, it could have something to do with the fact that Demarcation has so many slow plays in his hand. So it's either a slow play or one of the better gold plays that, I mean, Magpie would probably love seeing that in round 1 on the red coin, being able to dip out as soon as he feels like Demarcation spent a bit too much to stay in. On the inverse side, he can't keep up. Demarcation can't keep up. So Magpie's playing in a position where we might just even see the Pact on the elf or something like that. But oh no, we're going to see full elf here. He's going to try to get Eiler in as soon as possible. He will get it with leader if he wants.
He doesn't need to because he's ahead on even anyways without the leader. He can play it patient. Magpie being in the red coin position, he is reactive. He gets to see how many points Demarcation will have before he needs to decide what to play and how to get ahead and stay ahead. I think Demarcation's actually in a quite dangerous position now 4 elves already on Magpie's side of the board. The 5th one is going to get Aileron out, and then there's going to be enough elves on the board to get a lot of value from like Yavin and Isengrim, which will be pretty high value plays when they come down.
And the Pyrotech has a chance of just losing points as well,
Right.
so you can't really activate it here. Here comes the 4th Protector, which is one of the few plays left that actually could get Demarcation ahead. The Agitator certainly isn't enough. Novigradian Justice is excellent. Karatha Heatwave has an awkward state on the board. And Oniromancy, I mean, using it round 1 at least sets up your round 2 draws, but it could be very key later. You don't necessarily want to use it just because it has Echo.
Both players kind of holding their Oniromancies for now, trying to wait to see if they can get better information on how to use these this really powerful Echo tutor card.
There's Magpie staying behind on evens here, giving Demarcation the option.
Yeah, with the Pact onto the shortest unit, trying to keep his board as short as possible. The Pact not really going to have a shorter target other than that 2-point bomber later down the line.
It seems like if Demarcation wants to keep playing here, this seems like a decent time to stay ahead with the Agitator, but it really puts yourself in a rough spot. We can see Magpie's hand. It's very strong. Demarcation has one slower play. Magpie takes it away from here, I think.
So what Demarcation can do, and maybe what he's trying to do with committing Forest Protector here and trying to win the round, is he could potentially push round 2, try to force the Redea out, and once the Redea comes out, he passes so that his Heatwave can actually get rid of both chapters of the scenario.
Seeing that Heatwave, 8 points off the board.
And this is the other line you can take. A Demarcation decides to go with this and just Heatwave 8, which is going to be probably the tallest unit. Heatwave the 8 and not bother trying to Heatwave the scenario. Maybe try to push out the scenario instead.
I think Magpie can put Demarcation in a pretty difficult spot here. With this now, when you look at the card quality, it's not even close. That Dwarven Agitator, Magpie needs to be scared of. If Magpie's putting Demarcation on his best, he might not be making the decision. But if he assumes that he has maybe one weak card, and possibly his play earlier when he was playing slow might suggest that he's willing to commit. And here comes Redea down, gonna drop the End-Shaped Saber.
And look at this.
None shall tread on us.
As soon as Magpie sees the Heatwave gone from Demarcation's side, he doesn't value this Redea as much anymore, because the Redea is there as a way to activate the scenario before it can get Heatwaved. And now the Heatwave is gone, the scenario's gonna be fine, with or without Redea. So he uses Redea as just a 12 tempo play that gets him 2 additional elves, and he's 1 elf away again, all of a sudden, from that Aileron.
Demarcation is running the benefit of a non-singleton list in being able to run Novigradian Justice with the Mahakam Volunteers. That's the last big power play before starting to commit perhaps something a little bit more. So to stay in here, it seems like you'd want to go for that power play. But Magpie has excellent follow-up plays in Yavin and Isengrim with the accompaniment of Leader potentially.
Demarcation switching gears yet again. Oniromancing and All God, so that's a signal that he's given up on this round. He's resigning to losing on even, and he's just going to All God and buff. Well, maybe not. He buffed the 2 volunteers, so maybe he's not resigning to losing on even. He buffed the 2 volunteers to maybe set up the Novigradian Justice into pulling both of those volunteers out. So this All God could have played for 8 points,
more, right?
A little bit more than 4 points, should he want to follow up with the Justice into volunteers. But this Agitator,
that wouldn't have been the strongest pull for an Oniromancy if he wanted to play for the most points necessarily. That's what you're saying. You think he's resigning to lose on even here, because Magpie's coming in here with the Vryad Saboteur, one of the singleton choices here, giving a buff to Isengrim. Aileron's going to come down and keep him ahead. What a spot to be in when you're on evens.
Aileron is actually like one of the most, one of the biggest reasons to play elves, one of the biggest payoffs for playing elves. Very cheap for what it does. A 5 strength card that comes out of the deck, thins your deck, and you just get the free 5 points for setting up 5 elves. Demarcation indeed is going to play that Justice. This is kind of his last ditch effort to try to get a pass, and I don't think Magpie is going to give it to him. He's already got
17 points.
The Justice, yeah, 17 points is powerful, but his lead is 11. His lead is 11 right now. Magpie already has 12 points very easily with the Isengrim.
Exactly 12 points.
Doesn't even need to like use a leader charge or something, but Magpie doesn't know what the last card in Demarcation's hand is. We can see that it's a really weak 3-point dwarf, but Magpie doesn't know that, and he might be trying to calculate like how much ahead do I need to be so that he can't force out my last card.
Feels like Isengrim's better in a board state like this, and you're going to see a board state like this less often than a board state that might support Yavin, especially because you're using your leader charges to create Yavin support. But it seems like, oh, he is creating just enough Yavin support now so he can hold on to Isengrim. So he's expecting that he's going to have a better board, or he's expecting the Demarcation is going to go down. If he would have played, well, he's going to win on evens anyway, I suppose.
He's going to win on even. Demarcation trades the really weak Agitator for the gold. Probably happy to see that it's a hand-buffed Isengrim. Not the scenario. That would have been maybe the best. But still gets a really good trade despite losing on even. So
all the way down, we saw it. Round one, putting the control in Magpie's hands here as he draws Oniromancy, which we knew he would. Feign Death, which definitely is fine, and Dennis Cranmer. I think he wants a few more cards in his hand to make this work, though.
Well, this was the risk of playing Precision Strike deck on Blue Coin. You're very likely to lose on even if you don't take your pass, and if you take a pass early, you're also giving up the round control, and a single target control deck like Demarcations doesn't really do well against that Swarm Elf list in a long round 3. So rather than taking the long round 3, Demarcation is going to have to take one card down, give up double last say to Magpie in a 5 versus 6 card round 3. I don't know. I don't feel very good about Demarcation's chances here, but let's see if he can pull some tricks up his sleeve.
In a bind from the start, heat waves to the left, dry pass to the right. You'd never know that winter was coming.
You see these cards in Demarcation's hand. Curse of Corruption, Becker's Rockslide, all pretty useless. And that Broccolon Sentinel is not going to help either.
He doesn't have a poor hand, but his hand is just smaller in this case. It's just going to come down to turns. All of these are big swinging cards.
Demarcation has no proactive plays in his deck. He can Oniromancy for a Peller if he wants. That's a 4-point proactive play.
What's happening. That's exactly what's happening.
This is the weakness being exploited by Magpie perfectly here.
He's got to be pretty happy about his position here.
Yeah. And this is very obvious to Magpie that Demarcation is really suffering for any proactive plays. So Magpie's just going to keep his board short, play his Dwarven Skirmisher.
I mean, when you trade your 4-point card for the Oniromancy, that can be your best card. Yeah, it's a good sign here. There's the tempering, just a further indication. Now, those slow plays, you can normally afford to play them if you're not facing the Albatross, the double last say. Magpie shouldn't have trouble meeting the conditions of all of his conditional cards, like Trivial and Talisman. It's just, I think we're just waiting for the end here.
He has Feign Death, sets up the scenario, which will need 2 elves. He does have 1 elf in his hand, which is the Teruvial, and then the Oniromancy can grab a 2nd elf from his deck to activate that last chapter. That 2nd elf going to be Dragoon. Vrayhead Dragoon is actually the only elf left in his deck. A little bit surprised by that, but I guess a lot of his good elves were played in round 1. Verniciel, Isengrim, and Yavin. Yeah. So some
round
of those resources are gone.
Sorry, I was talking over you there, but round 1 felt like a round 3.
Indeed. Both players were fighting hard for it. And 11-point Gourd, not what you really like to see. It's a little bit on the small side. And having to play it before the Becker's Rockslide.
Yeah, 11-point Gourd. not as bad as a 3-point rock slide. But yeah, the pressure was just immense. The position was always perfect for Magpie. Now, in your opinion, do you think Demarcation could have made a pass that would have saved him from being in such a bad position here? Or did Demarcation kind of just have to hope that Magpie didn't draw as well as he did?
So Demarcation did have I think a couple chances to pass after the pact, and also maybe 2 cards before that. He could have passed, but let's see what Magpie's doing here. He's moving his own dwarf to the back row and stacking the back for that Dennis Cranmer. Dennis Cranmer, not a card that you see a lot these days. It's a dwarf and an elf list, but he has the nice upside of boosting all other units on its own row by 1 in the range row. So he has to stack the range row for that sort of synergy. But going back to what you were talking about, Demarcation could have had a pass in round 1, but it was still... This was before Magpie had committed his Isengrim or his Yavin, and it was still potentially pretty dangerous of a long round to go up against the Swarm deck.
Demarcation making his last few plays here. We see it. Only 8 damage maximum that can be removed from the board here, and Dennis is going to put this out of reach for Demarcation. I think even with the, well, not with the leader charges, but there is more to come.
Leader charges coming down. Leader's always a nice play for Precision Strike, but these Brocklon Sentinels, they're not buffed by the All God, so they're just their base strength of 2. And up 11 here, not going to be enough for Demarcation to maintain this lead. Magpie's going to take game number 1 with the Teruvial and the Bone Talisman. Teruvial also activating the 2nd chapter of Scenario, getting that waylay, getting that scenario value, swarming the board, and we see it with the Bone Talisman finisher.
Very nice stuff by Magpie, really never letting, he had an iron grip over that game, it seemed like at all times. Demarcation perhaps had a point where he could step out, but it was a rough situation. It looked like the way you described it. On blue coin, you can suffer in a lot of ways, especially when you get pushed around, bullied, bled all the way down to the last card. Even if you get some of the big cards, there's just more big cards for Squayatal almost all the time.
I feel like that matchup is almost won in the deck builder, where you just, the Precision Strike list, especially the variant that Demarcation brought, no Shiru. Had he had a Shiru, this matchup is winnable, I think. With a Shiru, elves are swarming. You've got potentially that Shiru to scorch all those juicy elves before the Yavin or the Isengrim come down. That's a big win condition for you, but Demarcation's variant more leaning towards the anti-tall control rather than a mix of tall and wide control. So very, very tough matchup for Demarcation there. Hope he just gets over that one, accepts that one as a loss, and moves on. I think the elf deck was going to be the hardest hurdle for Demarcation, and now Magpie has Overwhelming Hunger Ruhin, which is an interesting deck. Ruhin making an appearance in GWENT Open, can you believe it? And then also the Patricidal Fury Warriors deck, which is a little bit more standard of a deck. It's the most standard deck in Magpie's list, which maybe Demarcation has more experience against, and maybe his lineup is more prepared for that sort of style of list. So I would say, okay, Demarcation's down 0-1. It's just gonna forget about that game and try to focus on the next 2.
Now he can probably just go right ahead and cue Precision Strike back in on the red coin so he can get his win out of the way, because now he has to just think about his matchup between Overwhelming Hunger and Patricidal Fury specifically. So if that's the best thing, maybe not necessarily. You might want to go for something a little bit more control-y if you think you're going up against Skellige, but you're not going to win the control game necessarily unless you're going Precision Strike. But just something I also wanted to touch on, even though Magpie and others maybe saw the strength in a wide meta, not a lot of wide punish, but Teruvial looked like in that situation where, you know, we're always seeing the Volunteers come out, we're always seeing the Sentinels come out. There is a lot of wide punish in this meta, even though it is a tall meta.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some people bring wide punish. Teruvial's one. Loslin brought Lacerate in his Nature's Gift deck yesterday. That is unusual, and that's a wide punish card. And there's been a couple of Shirus in these precision decks. So some of the players were aware that this was a possibility, that people could be bringing some wide decks. Like Congregate, been very popular. 4 out of 8 players brought Congregate. The rest, I think 3 other players brought Hidden Cache, which also puts a lot of units on the board. But game number 2 is getting started. We're going underway. Let's see what the players bring. It's gonna be a Patricidal Fury Mirror.
We got a Patricidal Fury Mirror here. Once again, we got to talk about the coin. Who's favored, do you think, in this situation? Usually we talk about the red coin being favored in a lot of mirrors. The last game wasn't really a mirror, but this one is more so a mirror. The decks are quite similar.
In my opinion, I think the coin doesn't matter too much in this matchup. I think it's more about like what sort of resources you can save for round 3. Last Say is very nice because with Last Say you can save your Arnulf, your leader, protect him, the tallest unit on your side of the board, from being removed by something like Champion's Charge. Both of these players are running Morkvarg, Heart of Terror, and which is a very bad card in this mirror because nothing gets buffed. Everything is either damaged or base strength. Actually, in this particular comparison, the Morkvarg, Heart of Terror on Demarcation side being second, going up against a person running Tactical Advantage is actually going to find value in round 1. So maybe red coin is a little bit nicer here.
That's a great insight, because I was just looking at the differences here. There's not many differences. Magpie is running the Small Blood Totem, whereas it looks like Demarcation just wanted to make a little bit more provision room to run something like Grimace and Gigascorpion Decoction.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. But Grimace is not going to be super great in this matchup. And there's a couple bleed that you can get rid of, I guess, with Grimace. But the Totem, Small Blood Totem it's a lot of points. It is one of your most valuable cards in this mirror matchup. Small Blood Totem, normally playing for 12 points. It's even more in this matchup a lot of the times because in round 3, you're going to have random pings coming in from Herald and Hemdall. And those random pings could potentially activate or get soaked up by the Fanatic spawned by the Spellblood Totem.
And Demarcation just played one of his Gutting Slashes, which would have been one of the only ways to stop the Berserker without proccing the Berserk. So just a little extra here.
Greatsword coming down from Magpie's side, just to get that in the graveyard, maybe to set up for a Hjalmar later. I wonder if Magpie would even consider using Tactical Advantage on a Greatsword, on a damaged Greatsword, to deny that Morkvarg reset value.
I think that if he's thinking anything like you, yes, because that does. I mean, the Morkvarg Heart of Terror is bad for both players, so either one of them will be happy if they can get 8 in some way.
It's a weird... Oh, he could
Here's
also
the
try to
Grimace
protect.
maybe.
He could also try to protect the Unkite Longship. Still not using that tactical advantage, just waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
Way
a
to
nice
get Grimace.
Grimace. That would be a nice Grimace, but yeah, like you said, no way to get Grimace here.
Really,
So this
one of the only
bleeding-
things. Yeah.
This bleeding is going to be great because it will eventually kill this engine, this Ankrit Longship on Demarcation's side, and every bleed is going to buff this Greatsword and the second Greatsword if Magpie chooses to play it soon.
I think that the tactical advantage, you could, I mean, if you wanted to play both Greatswords, I don't know if you would want to play both Greatswords. In this case, you may want to consider playing your second Greatsword now that the first one is gone. The bleed still does work for you, but again, that Heart of Terror, now that's all I can think about. Getting the value off the Heart of Terror. If he blocks that, what can I say? It's the Magpie at 131 IQ. Play.
I gotta say, Champion's Charge.
It is.
Oh, you're right. There it is.
Save tactical.
Using deciding that, okay, normally buffing a damaged Greatsword is kind of weird because you're taking away the amount of extra value the Greatsword can get, right? Because it can only boost itself or heal itself up to the maximum of 10. So you've just taken away 5 of those potential boosts. But at the same time, you've protected it from removal, such as Gutting Slash, and you've denied completely any Morkvark value from your opponent's side. So it's a nice little trade-off here.
There's not a great play that can get Demarcation ahead here either if Magpie was content passing on 5 and getting the card up in the mirror.
Demarcation is actually much farther behind than it looks here, because he's taking 3 bleeding, which is going to boost the Greatsword by 2, so he's another 5 points behind. He might actually be forced to pass, yeah.
He is, yeah. In the mirror situation here, Magpie now has control, plus he is able to play, he can test the waters a little bit here on round 2.
He has control.
Set up his great apps for his
Magpie has extra control with the rounds if he wants to push, depending on how good his hand is going to be. I don't think he was really likely to push. He might look to throw a warrior into his graveyard, like this Onkrite warrior. He's just going to play it out onto the open board, forego its deploy ability, and if you're newer to the game, you might be wondering, why did he just play a deploy unit with nothing to use the deploy on? Well, it's round 2, and he started the round with 8 cards. So if he just plays a card down to 7, he can pass and draw back up to the hand size limit of 10 cards at the start of round 3. So there's no real opening for Demarcation to get sort of card advantage, because both of these players are limited to 10 cards in their hand.
The only benefit would have been Magpie would have gotten an extra mulligan, but it seems like most of the time you're happy, in this case, to set up a card for a future card like War of Clans. But he's got a pretty decent hand. I could see the only card in his hand that likely he would want a mulligan for sure is the Ravager, because even the veteran procs Herald. He's got that Gutting Slash. There's that War of Clans. And up top, both greatswords coming into the hand here with Demarcation with the raiding fleets.
2 Gutting Slashes in hand for Magpie. So Magpie missing the Totem. Totem, we've talked about how impactful Totem was in this mirror match. Magpie missing it and not having access to it is going to be pretty unfortunate for him. Let's see. He's got...
I was going to say, Gutting Slash is really good for Magpie, considering that he is always able to create that bloodthirst with leaders. So if there is anything he must remove, he has that extra reach from Gutting Slash. So it could actually end up helping out that the Greatswords come in damaged. It could be the make or break that allows him to put the Greatswords in the graveyard. But overall, we're just looking at hand quality versus hand quality. They're not too far apart, are they?
They're not too far apart. Like I said, Magpie missed Totem. He missed Totem, and he can get Scordial from Blood Eagle, from Vabjorn into Blood Eagle. And we're looking into Demarcation's deck. He still has Hemdall and Hjalmar in his deck, and he has Blood Eagle for one of them. But his Hjalmar isn't looking very good.
Quick Gutting Slash here from hand from Magpie. Just wants to play as slow as possible. He does have the last say. He will have very little to grab. There are a few boosted elements to War of Clans, as well as there's not a lot though. There's not a lot of boosted opportunities here. So
I like the opening Gutting Slash. It plays uninteractive. It doesn't allow Demarcation to use the order ability to do 2 damage with the Raider, and then he's going to be able to kill this Raider next turn with something like War of Clans. And it also disables the Herald ping. So when Demarcation played this Greatsword on his second turn, Herald would have pinged for 1 damage, but because there's no units on Magpie's side, it still doesn't ping. But Magpie has a couple options now. He can play Gutting Slash again, like you said, get that Greatsword into the graveyard, kill it, make sure it can't grow. It's a little bit worse. A little bit worse for Hjalmar purposes. Gives Demarcation the tall target for Hjalmar, but not a big issue in Magpie's eyes.
Greatsword number 2. Give it a try. No no boosting. There are no additional. Comes the Bjorn play. He's gonna change his charge.
Vabjorn into the Blood Eagle to get the Scordale. Scordale killing Herald here, leaving the Greatsword up because he does have. Magpie's not really scared of this Greatsword because he always has that Hjalmar should he need to shut that Greatsword down.
Greatsword does have ceiling. Really cool. One of the most received signs as far as from the community, but it does change things a lot with Morkvarg and Mar. And of course, yourself. Here comes Fleet. A little bit of Longship.
Yeah, and the Ankret Longship comes down with a raiding fleet, some nice bleed, some nice thinning. This Greatsword's gonna be growing from this bleed as well. Magpie demarcation here. Showdown, War of Clans between the two Skellige players. Got a Skellige mirror and Morkvarg just gonna come down, take out that armor. Maybe that's the only value Morkvarg Heart of Terror can get in this matchup is taking out armor from Ankret Longship, because there are gonna be 0 boosts like we mentioned earlier.
How does my voice sound, my friends?
I think it's okay.
Okay. Just wanted to say hello. Some audio issues, guys. I will stay on top of that. Thanks for taking over. Where are we at here? Division. Or should I say pie here?
And this is was this a, oh no, I actually missed this earlier. This is a dead Vabjorn from Demarcation side. He had a brick Vabjorn in his hand this entire time. Oh, that is gonna be painful. That is like playing a 0-point card. And now it's, gives Magpie the War of Clans into Ankret Warrior, takes out that boat, and Demarcation's gonna be looking in a really bad spot now, being down that card. So Demarcation really fighting from an underdog position with that bricked Vabjorn. And now Morkvarg, Heart of Terror coming down, playing for a 6 just like the other one. This is a 10 provision card, guys, playing for the same value or even worse value than most 4 provision cards in this faction. Morkvarg, Heart of Terror, not what you want to see in Skellige mirrors, but can be extremely valuable in some of the other matchups.
Here comes Elmar out at the in the back. How does everything sound, my friends?
I think it's still having a little bit of issue here and there, but hopefully, okay. I think you sound okay right now, but we'll get through any sort of technical difficulties. Sorry about that, guys.
We are here for the Gwent, and I will do what is necessary. Okay.
This,
we gotta pay attention to this one here.
I don't know if you missed it earlier, McBeard, but I didn't notice that Demarcation.
Vabjorn, yes, I did.
Yeah, had the dead Vabjorn in his hand, and now really fighting uphill.
Turncoats, rats.
Finally,
plays
Herald.
coming out from Magpie. Yeah, finally Herald. Raider support here. Gonna allow for, well, you don't need reach for much. The board's looking pretty clean. Demarcation with the gutting slash doesn't look good when you're behind this much without last say.
You know, the funny thing is, if Magpie's been paying attention and knows that and saw the dead Vabjorn, he should be able to predict exactly which 3 cards are in Demarcation's hand. It's got to be the 3 raid cards because Vabjorn was dead. So
yeah, and it won't be gutting slash, and it won't be raiding fleet or any of the gutting slashes, I guess, because he saw one in round 1.
Yeah.
There's the War of Clans, probably bringing back the Encraped Warrior.
Kill off that Herald, prevent any additional warrior pings. But at this point, after playing this War of Clans, Demarcation is still down 3 points, and he's down a card.
Magpie can take his time here. Of course, there is going to be a lot of units still to come, but Magpie's got one of the best counter cards with Hemdall. He'll be able to create a better row than Demarcation will even intend. Of course, Arnulf will be showing up on both sides of the board.
Demarcation gonna Blood Eagle for that Hemdall, still in his deck for that big row punish. This is this nice synergy that you see from Arnulf and Hemdall. Arnulf putting 3 sirens on your opponent's side of the row, and Hemdall cleaning them up for extra damage.
Magpie, can you do the same? Yes, you can do exactly the same. Well, not exactly the same, of course. No Blood Eagle needed, no Blood Eagle necessary. Magpie's going up 2-0.
Magpie getting the early lead. He said he was hoping for the more comfortable 3-0 sweep, and he's well on his way. He's up 2-0 against one of the best players in this season of Gwent World Masters Demarcation. So Magpie's got to be feeling good about himself. And that final game, second game was pretty close. It was only 5 points difference. And man, I feel for Demarcation. If he didn't have that dead Vabjorn, the card that replaces the raid card that's in his hand would have been probably more than 5 points. I think he could have squeezed out a win there if he didn't break that Vabjorn.
Tough one to lose on the red coin right there. Demarcation now still has all options available to go in blue coin. I don't think he'll pick Precision Strike again. He might try again with Patricidal Fury, but he also has the option of the mobilization, Cursed Realms.
Yeah.
But Magpie, he's all systems go on Ruin, Overwhelming Hunger for his chance to play in the finals later today. This has been really good so far. And yeah, that's a pretty rough drop right there for Demarcation so far. I would say, go ahead.
I was going to say 3 chances for Magpie to win with this Overwhelming Hunger Ruhin deck. And we know that Overwhelming Hunger is one of the strongest decks in the meta right now, performing extremely well on ladder. Not exactly this version, though. Haven't seen any Ruhins myself personally. But what Ruhin adds to the deck is a really powerful consume target that you can reuse every single turn. So we're going to see how much respect Demarcation is going to give to that card. Will he do something like Heatwave that Ruhin with his control?
I think what it does really well, Ruhin, in this deck, because a lot of times Detlef Higher Vampire, he's just with the leader ability, you play it for points, and sometimes it doesn't feel so great to always include K-Ran to activate all your Death Wish, make sure you're getting all your value. But if you pack Ruin into the deck, you kind of always have a fallback plan for your leader and always have a fallback plan for your consume cards. It makes everything safer, and even in the case of the Banish, Detlef is still going to come out and get that same big points job done if the leader is expended. Otherwise, you got that leader for Manticore, for Succubus. You have a lot of huge control options, and we're going to see Cursed Realms take on Overwhelming Hunger. I'm not sure what to call this yet. Overwhelming Consumes, perhaps. But it's going to be a good one. Magpie versus Demarcation for the slot in the finals.
Here we go. This could be the final game. This could be a start of a reverse sweep. Who knows? This Overwhelming Hunger list, it's a consume deck, so it's gonna go kind of tall. You can't really stop yourself from going tall. Your bare minimum is probably like 10 strength. So some of these Curse of Corruptions and Heatwave, they are gonna get some value. It also has a decent number of like smaller units as well. For example, these Fiends at 3 points. The scenario spawns the Night Wraiths, which gives you 1s for these Revenants to dine on, to death blow and copy themselves. So this might not be one of Demarcation's worst matchups.
Which is good news for Demarcation perhaps in this game, but you have to fight against this for every game. Monsters on the red coin traditionally can be real nuisances. They have this amazing reach with cards like Egern or other big cards normally, but this is not an Egern deck. This is not even an Ozrael deck. You have to make sacrifices to fit in something like Ruin. Ruin is an 11 provision card, even more expensive than Dettlaff Higher Vampire, which is a flagship card for this list in the first place. So the sacrifices that were made here might actually cause Demarcation to have a little bit more of an upper hand. As you said, this is not your traditional Overwhelming Hunger deck, as John Natalis brings out the Archer here with Amphibious Assault.
Now, for those of you who have played against Overwhelming Hunger lists on the ladder, which I'm sure is a lot of you guys, you know the pain of playing around both Maruna and Manticore. Both of these cards are in Magpie's deck, so Demarcation very wisely opens up with the play that kind of plays around both. You have the Natalis that is blocking the Manticore, and then you have the 6-point Amphibious Assaulted Out Archer that's out of the Maruna Seas range.
Look at that heat wave. Magpie, pretty sure he's got everything else under control between exactly what you said, no Maruna in this case, but does still have, well, Manticore is also blocked. So the heat wave is a little bit, I don't know. I actually feel like the heat wave was, talk to me about the heat wave. Talk to me about why that play was better than perhaps setting up one of the larvas.
There's not that many things you can heat wave in this matchup. Demarcation's not going to go tall himself. I don't think Demarcation is even running that Kedweni Knight. No, he's not. Piable was the one running Kedweni Knight.
Yes.
And so,
a fan of that card.
like,
yeah. No scythe.
getting a 6-point, 6-strength archer that has charges on it, that has armor on it, it's not bad. Like, it's a decent heatwave target. You've got maybe the leader, whatever he leaders later, as a heatwave target, and maybe Ronvid as a heatwave target if you don't want him repeatedly coming back as a 1 strength. But I don't hate the heatwave from Magpie.
Yeah, I guess it could just be a fear of this. We don't want this to be a problem later, I suppose. And it forces the hand of Demarcation now, dropping a Dahlia, which, you know, in round 1, you're pretty happy to do that. She is a round winner. She does help a lot, much like Anna. These are the cards that you want to have to help you out the most. And now it's quite a great setup board here. A nicely protected 7-strength archer with 3 pings and a Revenant that's ready to get down to business. Lots of problems to solve on Magpie's side, but he does have the luxury of being able to perhaps, after a couple of these rounds at least, get out with the right amount of cards. And here comes the Manticore just being played on the board, but providing a lot of options should Natalis get removed, should things have a little bit more customization on Magpie's side.
Yeah, maybe threatening that, somehow removing the Natalis and then using the Manticore to potentially roll into killing the Revenant. And Demarcation's just going to play the Ronvid. Ronvid, great setup carryover card. Ronvid is also going to block the Manticore later on. Well, Manticore's already gone, but Ronvid will also make it difficult for Maruna to get great value too, because he's going to...
It's the question, Shinmiri. What do you think, why Manticore, when your opponent knows it's coming, and I think with Overwhelming Hunger, most opponents do know it's coming, where's the great benefit of playing Manticore? The only thing I can think of is something like Dawnmere, Vizogoda. You can get behind the defender in some key situations, but in this case, as we can see by Demarcation, you're always playing behind it. So is Magpie dropping this Manticore like, you know, you're going to play around it? It sucks to get stuck with a Manticore you can't really use, I suppose. And it looks like he's just not really fighting for this round anymore.
Yeah, I think Magpie knows that Manticore isn't the best in this matchup, especially because of a card like Ronvid. So he's just getting rid of it now. I think in other matchups, it can be useful as a psychological impact to prevent your opponent from doing something like opening into defender, right? They'll have to delay that sort of play, which will delay all subsequent engines. So it's more of a deterrent than just being in the deck than actually getting huge value.
So for the same reason, I guess that's why we're seeing Maruna here now as well. We're going to try to improve our draws in round 2, but no leader being used here and no guarantee that the leader is going to proc the Foglet for him here. There's no guarantee that either the Manticore or Maruna would even get something so dynamite here that you would even expend the leader charge. Here comes 6 cards. Is this going to be the pass for Magpie?
This is so weird from Magpie, to be honest. Why did he Oniromancy out the Maruna? not activate it. I think so.
I feel like the Heat Wave is now the stranger play here because it seems like he's not fighting for the round, but the Heat Wave could have maybe allowed him to fight a little differently because it looked like he was determined at first. And he knew the other archer was going to be in hand because it came from Adalia.
Yeah, the other archer is still in hand, but I don't know. Like, I think you're right about, like, this is uncharacteristic or a little bit weird from Magpie playing the Heat Wave, signaling that he wants to fight for the round, and then now Magpie is going to end up consuming both the Manticore and the Maruna, first killing the Natalis and then seizing the Adalia. I don't think that's what he wanted to see. He wanted to get the active Revenant, or even the Ballista would have been better.
Well, here comes the leader expenditure here. The board is a lot less awkward for demarcation now. He already had to proc the Foglet. Now he definitely wants to make sure that we don't see any bonded Harpy eggs in this situation here. And we're back with a pretty disparate point situation.
Demarcation up 15 points, still has the threat of the Revenant going, has the one setup already on the stolen Adalia.
There were 2 archers in hand at the beginning of this game for demarcation, is that correct?
I think it's just one. The first one was taken from AA, Amphibious Assault, out of the deck. And then the second one was Adalia, and then he still has the original
Right.
in his hand.
I just wanted to amend my statement about Krat the Heat Wave. I don't think the second archer was known to Magpie at the time. So.
Fiend comes down now as a slower play. Carryover going on to 3 Death Wish units. Demarcation just happily continuing copying these Revenants and deciding now.
He's in great shape here, yeah. I think he could just drop. He could drop. He's in great shape to stay ahead. At this point, it's going to force Magpie. I mean, the larva isn't fantastic. I think Magpie just might want to get out at this point because he's got great early round cards with larva and a lot of things to proc, and of course Detlaf to be able to create the points on the push. He won't be able to do the push, but he'll be able to survive the bleed. Demarcation has a lot of great control options. The Archer and the Forbidden Fury could still pay out huge. He would just have to play Sheila and Archer next if needed, but he's got such a comfortable point lead at this point.
Yeah, can Magpie even do 24 points? I don't think he can, so he is going to take the pass here. Didn't really, like, what did he get out of Demarcation? First Amphibious Assault, Adalia for Heatwave, Manticore, and Maruna?
Just lots of bronzes. I felt like Magpie was never really reacting to to massive threats. But again, the Manticore and Maruna don't necessarily play as well in this matchup. Double Larva here. There is a Falibor, there is a Falibor on the other side. That is correct. So keeping a Larva already is risky, I think. But Demarcation did not get... Well, Demarcation is in charge here, so he can just pass if he wants.
And that is what he does, going for the long round 3. Demarcation being confident that his Revenant engines can carry the round, because Magpie deck actually doesn't have that much control. So Heatwave's gone, Maruna's gone, Manticore's gone.
Could get a lot of value.
Werecat's like the last thing left that is going to interact with Demarcation's side of the board, right?
Wouldn't you be interested in using the Noon Wraith to his advantage in this situation, where you know that blocking the row would be... He put one away. He has one. Maybe he doesn't want to use 2 of them here, but with this leader, using the Noon Wraith... Oh, he's dropping the Larva. Oh, he's playing the Larva. We're done with the mulligans here. Falibor will probably come and clean this up, but that might be just the non... I'm not in this tournament. That could just be a play that I would make here.
I think you have 2 choices here. You can Falibor to clean this up, which will set up the second Larva at a 1, which will grow to 2, and then you can Forbidden Magic that 2. That would be one line of play. The other line of play would just to be set up your engines as soon as possible. Maybe like play an Archer, leader the Archer, or play a Revenant, for example. There's a couple different ways you can go about it, because there's not really much Magpie can do in terms of control anymore.
Playing Eggman and immediately activating Eggman is also an option, because you could argue that the denial is worth a lot more than just 3 in that case.
Demarcation. Gonna go with option number 2. Setting up the engines. I like it. I think setting up the engines is more worth it. He has a lot of threats here. Look at this. He's got 2 archers on the board already. He has Eggman as a proactive engine. He's got Revenant and Forbidden Magic, so access to 2 Revenants. Amphibious Assault to get... I guess there's no engine left in his deck to get from Amphibious Assault, so nothing there.
This
but
is gorgeous, though. Don't you just... I mean, I see all the great Falibor plays, but this might not be what Demarcation is thinking of, but you can just line up a perfect Falibor here if I'm...
Yeah, but I mean, if he's going to set up engines this way, he's just going to set... Yeah, setting up engines is more important, and then... I like the use of Forbidden Magic before the Revenant from hand, because Forbidden Magic, you can't control which row that Revenant goes on, but the one from hand, you obviously can play into either row. So he wants to... Demarcation wants to split up the rows that the Revenants are in, so that he doesn't end up with the 2 Revenants on the same row and then filling up that row twice as fast.
And he also commit Eggman to the melee row as well.
Yeah, that's true. And Demarcation has that reinforcements to copy a bronze of his choice. It could be Archer, could be Revenant.
And here, oh, he's got to pick between Ruin and Haunt, and you got to go with the big points. Haunt is going to get more done here. Delaf is in hand already, so the leader has points. Does Kayran have the points, though? There will be a Death Wish on Katakan. There's a Death Wish on the Werecat as well. So
now Demarcation not drawing his Heat Wave, so we'll have no answer for this Haunt, but maybe he can just carry. Maybe his engines can just carry and he doesn't need the Heat Wave to deny the Haunt. With so like the Haunt, main value of Haunt comes from the amount of consumes that it gets you. It's not so many points by itself. I like this play, Demarcation. Taking that Radovid's Royal Guard, playing it for Zeal, and saving that Archer from the bleed.
Yeah, and for that, I was just thinking about this. You know, there's no way to save it necessarily, but yes, that is such a great pickup there. And it's not a small play, of course. Radovid's Royal Guard plays for a decent amount of points anyway when he's buffed. And here comes Detlaf, proccing that Thrive and also activating Haunt. Barghast will come down, potentially chowing up Death Wish right away to proc it once. Leader's gonna hold. Now it's gonna get harder and harder. Those archers, though, are gonna get so much value right now.
They are doing so much work.
Consume as well, really. They can just do the work here for Detlaf. Leaves Magpie with a lot of consumes that he's not gonna get huge value from.
Exactly, and look, a third archer coming down for Demarcation. He's actually going to work on the larva, the armored larva, recognizing that they might eventually grow taller. With so many consumes and some hand buffed units in Magpie's hand as well, those larvae would easily grow up to like 8 or 9, I think, in this game.
Mobilization Revenant's looking great right here. Keeping the match very interesting. We're still on even cards here, of course. I think Werecat's going to get a good amount of value.
It probably will, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. These archers and revenants are just kind of crazy right now. So Demarcation, like I said, he missed the Heat Wave, so he's not really relying on control. And he also missed the Curse of Corruption, so a lot of his control options are gone in terms of like anti-tall and banishing. But these engines just have no answer, and we're having such a long round.
Using one of the leader charges to deny the Rat to be an easy pickup for the Revenant, but there's no denying the Revenants when these archers are at work right here. No denying them at all.
3 pings per turn.
3 pings, yeah, it's really just... Demarcation went for the long round, and he's getting the work done right here. Falibor will always have a good play. Eggman, however, I think needs to get to work soon, unless Demarcation is just happy playing Eggman for the solid 7 he provides.
Honestly, denying 1-point cards on Magpie's side is not even that great, because Demarcation still has the backup of killing his own Ronvid. You see that 1-point Ronvid just waiting there to get abused. I wanted to mention earlier, we said, I said how like there were no engines left in Demarcation's deck to Amphibious Assault out, but very wisely, he basically turned that amphibious assault into an engine by using it to save his 2-point archer right from the bleed. So even though there was no engine per se, he used that amphibious assault to effectively get him an additional engine.
Magpie still just trying to make sure that there are as many large units on the board as possible, eating that rat, using the K-Ran to get the last of the rats all off the board. So, again, you can't deny it all, because even stuff at 5 right now, or 6 right now, there's Ronvid with his service being fulfilled.
Yeah, I like that. Killing the Ronvid first, probably going to play the Eggman now, which is a soldier, to get the Ronvid back and also activate his engine.
And then do it all again with Falibor afterwards. Not the row you want to... Well, I don't know if it's going to make...
Doesn't really matter because he's going to kill Ronvid again, right?
Yeah.
He just wants Ronvid to... yeah, he's just going to kill Ronvid again, so it really doesn't matter. Score's pretty close right now, 49 to 44.
It is very, very close.
Magpie's going to have a really nice finisher with Werecat.
Yeah, Werecat's going to be really good. Yeah, Werecat's going to be an exceptional card. It's going to touch down for, like, if you include the leader ability, it'll be 5 points plus the row. On the front row right now, it's 15. No, 14.
That front row is almost guaranteed to be full.
Altogether, yeah.
Almost guaranteed to be full by the end of the game, which is 18 points in terms of like the Death Wish minus the 1 armor. So 17 plus 3, like 20-point Werecat.
It is going to be quite nice.
Is there a possibility that, you mentioned this earlier actually, McBeard, could Magpie do something cheeky like consume the Noon Wraith to block row space on Demarcation side? But there'll be ones, right?
He will still have the ability to play on the other row. None of these are row locked. Falibor's not melee locked. He used to be. He isn't anymore. Boom. There's the first slash. And he's going to leave the Werecat up. But of course, not really incentivized to kill it, of course. Because you just do.
He wants to thrive.
Anyway.
Yeah, he wants to thrive.
Thrive here.
But I don't think the row filling strategy will really pay off if Magpie tries it, because Demarcation has those Revenants that can ping his own units and just kill them, make space.
However, if you do that and the row's already full,
you don't get the new Revenant.
But you do get the space, so it's still, you're not completely out of control, yeah. Something else I like about the Northern Realms Reinforced Ballista, you can't target your own units as well. So long, Rotting Carcasses. Now he's going to do the work, make sure that he doesn't get a better Werecat here.
Oh my god, so many ones! There's so many ones on his side of the board now, on Demarcation side of the board.
Detlef does still have one last trigger here, and there's an additional Death Wish. This is going to proc the Thrive on the Catacan, which is then going to be eaten and procced as well. There's going to be nothing for Falibor to connect with.
But it's not enough. 13 points is the difference. Falibor's 10 by itself, and you see like all these points still remaining on Demarcation side of the board.
A lot of glowing circles right here.
Indeed. This is Homecoming at its finest with orders galore. And Demarcation is going to survive for now. Magpie not getting that clean 3-0 sweep that he wants. We're going to go to a game number 4 after this. Magpie in the lead 2-1 over Demarcation in the first semifinals of day 2.
Northern Realms looking pretty good right there. I thought that was probably the most realized dream that you can get from that. I think that it really denied a lot of the possibilities for monsters, and of course that wide strategy didn't have any punish coming for it. It was fantastic. It was and missing the ruin as well. We didn't get a chance to really see that. But Magpie does have to win that with that overwhelming hunger deck, so it's possible that it all comes together a little bit later. He doesn't have to win Neuromancy for the Haunt, but of course he does have to play from the blue coin here. And Demarcation still has that precision strike.
Yeah, this is the last red coin for Demarcation, so I think he's gonna want to try to get that precision strike through here, because precision strike versus a monster deck with precision on the blue coin, that's just asking to lose on even. Monster's great at punishing these sort of slow tempo decks from the red coin.
But in this case now, beyond the red coin, Precision Strike with Karathi, Geralt Professional, you have Curse of Corruption and Becker's Rock Slide. Like tall, not a problem, and wide is fine.
A little
as well.
bit.
There's a lot of small targets for Circle of Life.
Sure. I think if we do see the Precision Strike matchup, I think Demarcation is going to want to heat wave something like Ruhin instead of Scenario, right? Ruhin just representing such a bigger threat, being able to be consumed every turn. It's going to easily rack up 20-25 points.
Scenario may come out early in that way, kind of to bait it out. Like, okay, that means I can play Ruin as early as possible and get the most value out of it.
Yeah, could have some mind games there, trying to see if they can maybe perhaps bait. We saw some masterful heat wave baiting yesterday in day one. Colomon getting baited by Piable to heat wave the Scenario, the passive floor that only had one activator anyways, and then letting that 27-point Sea Jackal through. That was really good.
Yeah, Piable played really well yesterday. That was a really exciting set to cast, and it'll be a really exciting set to watch him play against Wong ID after this set, which could be over next game for Magpie, or it could be over in Game 5 for either of them. Game 5's definitely nothing that is uncommon this weekend so far at Gwent Open 4.
Yeah.
All but one series has gone to 5. So, and a very, very diverse meta. It could be the kind of thing that brings it to us. You can't really, no sure things on blue and red coin so far, I think. I'd like to see the stats afterwards.
Yeah, me too. So Magpie still has the overwhelming hunger deck, and I feel like this deck is not as swarmy as his elf deck or his commando deck. The elf deck and commando deck really punished those heat wave Curse of Corruption decks, but this deck can't help but go tall. It's a monster deck after all. And it doesn't really have that like super point slam heavy wide strategy that his other two decks had.
And it also doesn't have necessarily the great hits with Maruna and with Manticore, because you're able to put a lot of small things on the board just through the natural order of elves occurring. But it is a little bit harder, I suppose. Actually, it is a little bit harder, I think, for Demarcation to stop better value here, because the small cards are really just Agitators and Pyrotechs. They're not small like Natalis.
Yeah, they're not small like Natalis, but I think there are going to be enough, like even if maybe like an early leader from Demarcation might get those.
All this talk about Scoia'tael, and here we go. Demarcation is going to actually take Patricidal Fury in on red, meaning if he wins, he's going to be taking Precision Strike in on blue. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. I'm very surprised. This Demarcation really going against the normal orthodox way of queuing up Precision Strike, not even electing to queue it once on red coin.
I mean, the bamboozle factor isn't even a factor here because Magpie has to play monsters.
Exactly.
I mean, he believes he does have a good amount of control in this deck as well, but it's not really so much about control here. That's what's so good about Deathwish, is that in a lot of ways they become anti-control, kind of like the board created by Magpie earlier, as we see the Larva touchdown in between the tactical advantage here.
The problem with this matchup on Skellige is that you don't have an answer for Ruhin. You don't have that heat wave that you would in the Scoia'tael and that you did in the Northern Realms matchup. Heat wave banish gets rid of Deathwish, so Ruhin's not really an issue there. But this Skellige deck being Devotion, yeah, no way to answer Ruhin, so he has to win round one and push Ruhin out. And it's
possible. It's possible that, I mean, if Demarcation loses this one, and it felt like Magpie had great control over it, like he did in the first game, where we kind of looked at the queuing order here, that could end up being the story of this series. But still, it's not going to change the fact that Demarcation will have to, regardless of what happens, queue in with Precision Strike on blue twice. Maybe just to defy you, Shinmiri. Maybe he's like, I'm going to show him that I can do it.
Maybe. Okay, so three Thrive engines already on the board for Magpie. How is Demarcation gonna answer this? Oncrite Warrior only bleeding and not damaging when played from hand. And we see like Demarcation's hand is kind of awkward. He needs to win round 1, in my opinion, to push out the Ruhin in round 2, because he has unplayable cards in his hand in round 1. He has a Herald on Crate, which is quite bad for round 1, and Hjalmar, which needs something in the graveyard, which probably won't be getting.
And his veteran, his Tursark veteran, or should I say the Invader and the Marauder, they're not the most amazing cards when you have armor on the board and things that are going to be thriving back that health anyway.
Exactly.
In a lot of cases. So yeah, Magpie looks like he's going to be in a good position, or Demarcation is going to be really spending, and even that might not be enough. Morkvarg Heart of Terror is probably the biggest value card here, or perhaps a gigantic Champion's Charge if he's able to even get a Bloodthirst on a boosted board from Magpie.
It's so difficult to get Bloodthirst against Overwhelming Hunger because they have all their units boost naturally, whether from Thrive or from Consume, and then they can consume any damage units that you set up to get rid of that Bloodthirst. So Demarcation using the Grimace now to purify that 2 bleed from the Bruxa, thinking, okay, I'm probably not gonna get better purify value than this, and Magpie just setting up the thinning with the Foglet, getting ready to consume it.
Greatsword touching down here, putting in some sort of threat, showing that it's not going to take much to completely swing this around unless this can be answered. This is, I mean, all these players are playing double Greatsword, so heat waving a Greatsword isn't the hit it could be in other situations.
Yeah, but I do like heat waving the Greatsword because it prevents it from being a Hjalmar target later. And it's going to be one of your tallest targets outside of the Patricidal Fury Leader. Now, we talked about how it's really difficult to get Bloodthirst, right, in this matchup. So Demarcation's going to have to reserve his leader ability to set up the Bloodthirst 3 for Champion's Charge if he wants to take out something tall.
Yeah, that was what I was getting to, but as a round 1 option, it seems like that is quite committal, especially when you're playing against a leader that can make points come out of so many ways, either by destroying important units or just putting points on the board through Ruin, through Deathlatch Higher Vampire. As the Invader touches down here, Demarcation looking less and less likely that he's going to be making a huge push. Here we have the 3 Thrives, and there is that Heat Wave on the Greatsword. Ultimately, will be deleting that option, meaning that another Greatsword has to be played. Hjalmar is now just not going to be that good, and like you said before, Herald the Cripple, it's not going to be that good either. Magpie has quite a lead.
Yeah, Demarcation has... So backup target would be Invader for the Hjalmar doing 7 damage instead of 10 damage. And his Herald doesn't really have a great res. He has the Oncrite Warrior as the other bronze warrior in the graveyard, but you want to save that for War of Clans.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, can you pass here and win as Demarcation?
That's the question. I think he's unfavored. Ruhin is such... In a long round with no answer to Ruhin, it is a great amount of points. So I think Demarcation's still going to keep fighting. Uses the Decoction on the Thrive Bruxa, and I don't know. Demarcation obviously doesn't want to commit leader in round 1, but depends on how desperate he is to win it.
I feel like Magpie here can, if he wants to go any further here, I mean, being on evens and having this point deficit is pretty nice. There is a decent value to be had with Morkvarg Heart of Terror, and there is always the option. This isn't the deficit. I don't think the deficit is big enough. I think the Barghest is enough to cover it.
You mean Morkvarg on the Barghest?
On the Barghest would be.
Yeah, that would definitely. If Magpie should pass here, Heart of Terror would definitely be enough. Yeah.
He's just gonna play the Purify. And also, a Neuromancy is whatever Magpie wants and also improves his round 2 draws. So that could still be an option. At least in this case, he got a little extra Thrive out of it because that larva has been hurting all day.
Yeah, true. I could even see a scenario where Magpie uses the Oneiromancy to find the second Harpy to get that sweet, sweet Harpy bonded synergy, but it's not going to be necessary. Demarcation just elects to take a pass here, and we're going to see.
So yeah, I mean, it was a similar question. It's a similar question. Not much change between. I mean, obviously, four cards or 5 cards on the pass is a big deal, but Demarcation, could he pass here and win? We see Magpie with a Neuromancy plus Haunt, a lot of great cards, and yeah, can he get that sweet, sweet Harpy bonded? We all know that games live and die by the Harpy egg.
I fully
sorry.
I was gonna say I expect Magpie to pass here. He definitely has more experience on this deck, so he'll know if he is favored in a long round 3.
Yeah, like how many points exactly can you put out with like Karen, Ruin, and he's going for it.
Going.
The haunting has come for Demarcation here on the fields of Lyria Desert. The Desert Banshee now represents an engine for all death wishes, and a lot of consumes are going to come from here.
You see Magpie's camp?
I mean, I've been watching him so far. I've been watching him look at his hand like he was holding like power at one point. Why? What did you see him do?
I saw him smirk a little bit. I don't know if anybody else caught that. A little bit of a grin kind of came across of his face. I think he's feeling pretty confident now that he's secured the round 1 win, and pace of the game is in his hand.
War of Clans. Not an always pick for Skellige, a sometimes pick if you want to run the Encrate Warrior, but this will solve one of the engine problems. But it doesn't solve the problem of Maruna just coming around here and taking that Encrate Warrior, plus producing a Barghest at the same time, or just a number of other options as well. He does still have the Oneiromancy for the double Harpy. Maybe, man, I really want to see that happen now, Shinmir. You've called it. Magpie seems pretty happy about something.
Well,
there's no
he might also
being played there, but
he might also think about Oneiromancying the Ruhin now. If this is the round that he wants to push, and he wants to go for a long round, decides to go for a Larva instead.
He might be so confident in the swing potential. The Fiend, now I'm looking at the Fiend like, how can you play that and get away with it when you're 2 cards down? Magpie needs to have a plan that doesn't involve the Fiend, or be so confident that proccing Haunt and the Fiend, like the Fiend does still play for the Thrive at this moment as well. You know, we might still see some magic happen from Magpie, but dropping Haunt and then, yeah, he does have the death wishes he'd want to play. You got Werecat, Catachan, and Succubus, and they're all going to have good targets, I think.
Maybe Magpie is showing a lot of respect to Herald on Crate in a long round 3, and that's why he's pushing. He doesn't want the Herald to be turned into a long round engine.
You also can set up your Raiders. You can also set up so much help to stop things like developing the extra engines like the Larva, and now the Desert Banshee as well could come in here. So this is now looking like, if only there was a little damage on the board already. But still, I mean, having Werecat down. Here comes the Barghest as well. You can tailor the points a little bit so you're more likely to grab or not grab something bad with Maruna, but I think at this point you'd want to be playing Maruna for your final Death Wish, just to ensure that you're not getting a 2 from something that
something like Vabjorn. Yeah. So playing this Catachan before the Fiend kind of signals that Magpie maybe doesn't intend to play the Fiend at all, like you mentioned. Would have been a 6-point play, but would have potentially also gotten more Thrive on his Larva, playing that 3 earlier. Demarcation opting to play it kind of slow, just setting up another Raider.
I mean, the Fiend does something really, really great, and that ensures that you have an excellent mulligan in round 3, because the Fiend would be the last thing you want to see.
Still quite a lot of options for Demarcation's Vabjorn in the deck. I think it's got the 2 Gutting Slashes as well as Blood Eagle and Raiding Fleet in there. This Vabjorn's definitely not getting bricked this time around.
So he did end up missing the Thrive points on the Fiend. Is there any reason to have played the Fiend after the Catachan, or do you think it was just a change of mind with Magpie on how far he wants to push here?
Maybe a change of mind, but I feel like he lost like 3 points there because he didn't buff the Catachan. Unless I'm missing something. He didn't buff the Catachan and he also missed the 2 points on Thrive. I feel like this is a little bit of an awkward line. So Magpie seems to be what you call bleeding himself almost, because isn't Ruhin like the biggest win condition? Ruhin is like one of your biggest win conditions in this matchup when Skellige cannot answer it. But by pushing round 2, the Ruhin round is getting shorter and shorter.
And here Magpie is given the option. Nope, Werecat time. Here comes the Night Wraith. No leader used here, but that's a lot of thrives.
And now this Maruna is looking worse because he's gonna have either a 2 or a 1 on his board depending on whether this Werecat, dies first in that Hjalmar body. So the Maruna can end up losing quite a lot of points here too. But that being said, Magpie has a 13-point lead at the moment.
He has no fantastic Morkvarg Heart of Terror cards. He has no, and in the same way has no fantastic Champion's Charge card. Herald, I think Magpie really wants to see that expenditure right now.
Yeah, Magpie wants to see the Herald. For sure, he would love to see the Herald, but I question if he can get the Herald out. Demarcation's hand looking really strong. He's got Blood Eagle on Vabjorn to get something like a Hemdall. Champion's Charge and Leader if really necessary. And he might not even need that. He has Morkvarg to reset as well.
Probably going to be Blood Eagle so he can echo it for round 3.
Exactly.
Does have a
what
target.
Does he choose? Doesn't go for the super greedy Blood Eagle. He's going to save his high value warriors or high provision warriors for later and just decides to take a greatsword here. Now the Maruna odds look a little bit better. Stealing that, better. I mean, the Vabjorn makes it worse, but that greatsword is looking really juicy. If you can high roll the Maruna onto that greatsword, that is a lot of points that you would be denying because Morkvarg could still be coming, which is many, many instances of 1 damage pings that will probably get that greatsword up quite tall. And if Patricidal Fury is played, that's another 3 points of damage to boost that greatsword. Let's see if Magpie is. I think Magpie is tempted by that prospect.
Oh, what's happening? He get the Raider just like it would have in the first place. He was first in line, so he's gonna come over first.
The greedy play ends up here. Not super high rolling, not low rolling either, just right down the middle, gets the 3. Couple of 2s and a couple of 4s, gets the 3. So
but look at the amount of points here. Look at the amount of points here that the Harpy is going to create here. The Harpy is going to eat that Night Wraith and proc 4 Thrives, and then the leader potentially could get another few points on the Werecat if necessary. Magpie has just a massive amount of points.
Yeah, he does have quite a lot of points, and Morkvarg has an okay target. That Nekarat boosted by 5. And look at this, the greatsword immediately growing to its max value of 10. Demarcation actually electing not to get ahead.
8 points on the Harpy plus 2 more from the Rats. So that's 10 points plus 4 points on the Thrive. So we got 12 points there. Plus, if you want to proc the Werecat, an additional 3. No, an additional 5 from the leader too.
He's not going to go
ahead and eat the Werecat instead. Hold the leader. Maybe just go the other way around and eat the Night Wraith. Perhaps
at this point, it's not really considering. It's not really great to invest more leader charges. From what we can see, Demarcation pretty easily gets ahead with leader and Champion's Charge.
Getting the leader though, that was probably another one of the goals here for Magpie. Herald is still a huge issue, but This is now going to be a short round with something like Ruin. He needs to see Detlef and not Ruin. Ruin won't be terrible, but Detlef would be the higher payoff here.
Yeah, so Magpie's push lost his card, didn't get Herald out, and now there's only a 3-card round 3 for Magpie.
Kayran.
Okay, Kayran in hand. Yeah, Neuromancy looking for maybe Detlef now.
Too many consumes potentially. Then
He has 3 consumes from Kayran and 2 consumes from Leader. Normally these excess consumes would go on to something like a Ruhin. Like this deck, the unique part of this deck is Ruhin, but by pushing round 2, Magpie really neutered his own upside for his flagship card.
Demarcation's hand does have Herald, so you can just say automatically by that virtue alone, it's strong. No Leader, however, does change things, and having to play an Ancrate Warrior from hand does take a little bit of strength away from Demarcation's overall play. A Neuromancy into Kayran, or Neuromancy into what Kayran might eat, and then there's the Leader as well. He's just not even going for the bleed potential on the Warrior.
Yeah, just gonna play a Warrior from hand. I think he's maybe trying to avoid getting Manticore value. Trying to use this Warrior as like a blocker for potential Manticore.
Seems like, okay, here we go. Oniriman. Oh, is he just looking at his deck? Yeah.
Yeah, Manticore's still in there, so it's a potential. Magpie.
I think you would just drop the Noon Wraith. It's not really a threat to be removed.
He does decide to go for the Ruhin. So he's going to be able to consume Ruhin 3 times. Because there's 3 turns. Which means Ruhin plays for a 16. Instead of Detlef, which would be 15.
Twice, yeah.
So this is 1 more point, right? Because he has an excess number of consumes.
He could actually just consume the bleed right now.
Indeed.
And then use the excess consumes from Kayran, save himself the trouble here.
He can do that. That'll save another couple of points on bleeding.
Okay.
Okay, this is actually going to be close because Demarcation didn't draw too well himself. He had played a 3. His extra card was worth 3. And the raiding fleet wasn't good because the bleeding got answered. Demarcation going to resurrect something with Herald. And
he only has he has 1 greatsword in there too, but he's going to go for the Raider.
He needs to go for the Raider because he needs to get the death blow. Needs the Raider to set up the death blow for the Blood Eagle to get something good like Scordial or Hemdall. Without the Raider, he can't get the death blow, and Magpie can't prevent the death blow either, I don't think, because Ruhin's gonna come back at 4 power, which sets up.
So can Demarcation make these points up? He needs 10. Here comes 2.
This is gonna be enough for Demarcation. He has the Scordial to exactly kill that 5 strength Noon Wraith, giving him an extra 2 points on his side of the board as well. It's gonna be more than enough. Demarcation ties it up at 2 wins apiece. This is going to another game 5, McBeard.
I'm happy. So this overwhelming hunger, we wanted to see it in action, and we are getting to see it in action. It's going to finally be overwhelming hunger and Demarcation playing Precision Strike on blue coin. I just want to see how this goes. I'm very excited, but here's something that I've really liked about this. Not only have we had all the pros say this is a diverse meta, of course, the pros and cons of that. The cons, of course, affecting the smaller percentage of players, but it makes it better for us. We get to see so many more matchups, and if games want to go to 5 on tournaments like this, I want to see all the matchups. So this is going to be another new one.
Yeah, this is going to be another new one. Precision Strike on blue is going to suffer, I think, against this, though. And I wish we had got to see Ruhin in action here in this game, because it's the game where you're going to have the most likely chance of getting Ruhin a lot of value, because SK being a devotion deck, but now against Precision Strike, Demarcation's gonna have that heat wave probably reserved for that Ruhin. So I'm predicting that we're not gonna really see Ruhin do all that much in this series, unfortunately. And I think
believe that
McBeard, you're having a little bit
Yeah.
of connection issues, I think. But we can try to go to the deck list and take a look at Magpie's decks one last time before jumping into game number 5. I want to talk about there's Demarcation's list. Demarcation's going to be playing Precision Strike from Blue Coin. I mentioned this earlier. Precision Strike, classically a red coin deck. I really, if Demarcation ends up winning this, I really hope Panda asks him what the line of thought was in terms of queuing Precision Strike from Blue, because I feel like it really opens up some weaknesses of the deck. And here, Magpie's Overwhelming Hunger list. This is the deck that's at risk of getting reverse swept. Started off the series so well, 2-0, and now Magpie's got to be a little bit nervous at this potential reverse sweep comeback from Demarcation. Overwhelming Hunger, Bruhin, Haunt, Detlaf. I love seeing the unique lineups of Magpie, but this deck might end up catching up to him. I wonder, I want to also see the Solano Harpies in action, to be honest. Solano Harpies, one of the most interesting reworked cards of this last patch. Getting the nice bonded buff, Mama Harpy and Papa Harpy coming together, making a new Harpy egg. We haven't seen those two Harpies being played together yet so far. I'd love to see that in this game number 5 as well. And what a day so far. We've got a lot more action for you guys coming up. Reminder, we do have the leak video segment featuring some familiar faces right before the finals. That's after the second semifinals with Impetuous Panda and Jagras. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. We are going to get started here with game number 5 of the first semifinals between Magpie and Demarcation shortly. Oh, man. Okay.
Hello, Shinmiri. I'll be joining and taking over McBeard's role for now, as he has a few technical issues, and I'm ready to go here in the studio.
Hey, great to hear your voice, Panda. How you doing? How have you? What have you thought about the first 4 games? Have you been watching?
I was, like you said, very interested in why Demarcation brought Precision Strike on red. We saw it yesterday. It was almost a meme how it was so consistently brought on red coin. And in this case, he brought it on blue coin, which is a bit surprising, I think. So I will definitely ask him if he manages to take this game 5. But yeah, of course, I've been seeing the games. I'm taking over the spectating in the client, so I kind of have to. But also, yeah, I kind of want to as well, obviously. I mean, some great action overall from both players.
Yeah, and thank you for running the spectator client, hovering over those cards as me and McBeard are talking about them, and the decks in the graveyard. It's a really nice help from the caster's perspective as well. So appreciate it.
And looking into this game 5, we're going to see Overwhelming Hunger from Magpie. Obviously, he can't switch his list. He has to try and finally find a win with this deck. I was surprised to see, like you mentioned, him trying to bleed in the second round there. Like you said, I thought his one chance to win in a fair game, let's say, it was with Ruahin. I think that's where he could get the most points. And he might have tried to bleed, like you said, like Herald and a few of the stronger cards, and engine type cards in this SK list, but still, it was going to be really hard to not lose a card, I think, at a certain point.
Yeah, and maybe Magpie had Skellige PTSD. For the past few months, Skellige has been so strong on the ladder. It's and Herald being that flagship card that carries them in round 3 with the evolving card. With the evolving card getting that engine value in round 3, it's just very hard to answer.
And more so, even back with second wind when you would kill Herald, and then even if you killed the engine, that would just enable second wind anyway, so it was even worse. So Skellige has been a hard challenge to tackle with most decks in the past few months. Maybe this month it was hit pretty hard with a few nerfs, so we haven't seen it as much. But as we see here, Matricidal Fury, it was still very strong.
All right, I believe McBeard is back for now. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, my friend. Couple of network difficulties over on my end of the world, but of course that's the best part about GWENT Open. It's around the world in your home this year, 2020. And I guess we're ready to go into this last game. I'm glad I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, action has not started yet. I think the players are getting ready for the final game. And oh, here we go. I think
Just
they
in
are.
time.
Yeah, perfect timing. Game number 5 starting. Ladies and gentlemen, all tied up. This is for the first semifinals of the day, seeing who will move on to the finals between Demarcation and Magpie. Oh,
This is going to be a very interesting one.
Right off the bat, we see an awkward hand for Demarcation. Both Brocklon Sentinels in that starting hand. Not what you like to see. Gets rid of them very quickly.
And
he does have Sheldon.
Volunteers to... Oh.
He does have Sheldon this time around.
Sheldon will find some targets. Pretty strong hand, pretty good carryover hand. Sheldon in hand, All God as well.
Definitely looks better now after these 3 mulligans. Magpie also very powerful hand, having the Haunt, the Ruhin. I want to see some Ruhin action, my friend.
Well,
maybe.
I mean, yeah, it's one way or another. Either Magpie's going to ruin Demarcation's day. Yeah, that's a page out of Jaggeris's book. I can do this.
I know exactly. You know, Magpie might even Magpie might even think about playing Ruhin in round 1, because it is by far the best Heatwave target, and if you know, right now we can see Demarcation round 1 is the best chance to get that Ruhin past the Heatwave, and could easily win round 1 on even with the Ruhin. He doesn't know that though. Magpie does not know for sure that Demarcation doesn't have access to the Heatwave.
You can't assume they don't have it, I suppose, but the backup plan is that you would then have a lot of cards that would not immediately be targeted by Heatwave, such as your Deathfire Vampire, which, I mean, you probably proc all at once anyway. You could do that. Ruin definitely is a much more longer-term threat.
In my opinion, Heatwave onto the scenario really isn't as strong as Heatwaving the Ruhin. There are so many... A lot of times Heatwaving scenario gets you extra value because you deny the extra consume charges from the scenario, but there are so many consumes in this list. Like we saw last game, Magpie had extra consumes.
It has felt like he has had extra consumes. But that I feel like that's kind of the point. That's the safety net of that, is having both Ruin and higher Vampire, and of course comfortably running all the other good consume targets. So many that you're even running 2 Fiends. That's not 1 Fiend, that's 2 Fiends.
And Magpie maybe thinking that he doesn't need to commit Ruhin to win this round on even. He's already comfortably staying ahead. He's got 2 Thrive Engines on the board, although that Katakan's already at 7, so it's going to be pretty difficult to thrive it. Demarcation still has low tempo plays, such as All God, Tempering and Rebuke not looking great. Demarcation going to go
the
for
dwarves.
Yeah, he does play the dwarves here. Maybe looking for a pass.
Novigradian Justice feels like the modern day Wolf School Witchers.
Indeed.
It thins well and it puts a lot of points on the board, and Squayatel, you got it. It's really hard not to play that these days.
Novigradian Justice is kind of Precision Strike's major way of getting tempo on blue coin. It's like the classic way of not losing card advantage, but here the point gap is at 10. Magpie needs 11 to get ahead. This is going to be only 8 points, so Demarcation does have a pass if he wants it right now.
Once again, giving control to monsters, once again begging the question, can you win if you pass? We definitely saw it happen. But then we also saw Magpie push in that round.
Yeah. If Magpie wins round 1, would he do that again against Precision Strike? I feel like Precision Strike's really happy for you to push into them because they are so reactive. Okay, Magpie gonna be taking round 1. Mama and Papa Harpy are apparently separated. Not gonna be.
I didn't see the other games. Like I didn't see the ones that we didn't cast, all of them. But has there been a baby Harpy birthed this weekend?
Oh, I'm not sure.
It does.
And definitely not in the games that we've casted, but possibly. All right, Dima.
I think that change is great because I've always been the old school. I've always been an old school consume player, more about tempo consume, not so much about like the necker variety. But having like a whole bunch of eggs all over the place for easy consumes is it's my style of monsters tempo. I think it's a really cool little addition.
I agree. I think the Harpy change was probably one of the most interesting changes we've seen so far. Demarcation gets rid of that last Brocklin Sentinel, draws into the Herald Gourd, and Magpie gonna be playing his free card, Fiend, for even more carryover. Look at this.
Wow, carryover versus carryover right here. You got to play both Fiends. Everything is as strong as it can be.
Yeah, 6 carryover in Magpie's hand now. Demarcation
probably full of green as well.
Demarcation getting greedy, putting more hand buff on the Sheldon Skags. Sheldon Skags now doing 6 damage on deploy, and doesn't really need to fear going too tall with the Sheldon because, you know, he doesn't have last say anyways. Magpie is running that Heat Wave, going to get Heat Wave on either the Sheldon or the Gourd, so no reason to shy away from buffing Gourd a little bit more.
Can't protect them both, unfortunately.
Okay, Demarcation deciding. What is he deciding here? Oh, Neuromancy or
is this all that's
no, this is all God. He's deciding all God. It's not
all God play.
It's only units
left,
a lot
of
right?
Special cards, yes.
So
that's the best case scenario here. Being able to get away with it with its carryover of his, carryover versus carryover in round 2. And here we go. We got both have Heat Wave, both have a Neuromancy. Lots of point potential here. Haunt is here. Detlef, Higher Vampire, and Ruin are available. So if Ruin, the Heat Wave has to hit Ruin. That's going to be a huge thing, but there's still going to be a lot of stuff to consume. The Foglets.
Ooh.
So it's only Deathwish in hand, the Fiend boosts. Yes.
Yeah, it's only Deathwish in hand, so it doesn't buff the Deathwish units in the deck. Demarcation chose to hand buff the Agitator instead of Geralt Professional, ends up drawing them both. I think he's probably buffed the Agitator to take it out of Maruna range. It's one of the proactive plays, so he doesn't want to play into a guaranteed Maruna. And look at that, he's buffing the Pyrotech as well. Trying to break a Maruna completely here, potentially. That Geralt Professional still eventually going to give him something, though.
Yeah, when you know your opponent's playing around Manticore, taking the 5 on it isn't so bad. You saw Magpie earlier. He tried to. He went for the very safe mulligan, mulliganing away the Foglet, only to find the Foglet return to hand. So he does have to get that resolved as well with one of his abilities. But lots of consume still available. Here comes Ruin, and it is going to. We're going to see if we see the Heat Wave.
Yeah, good idea from Magpie to consume it right away, because that way at least the Heat Wave's only hitting a 4 instead of a 6, and you get the value of the Deathwish once already.
There's really no other way to deal with it.
There isn't, because if you kill it, it's just going to come back. If you kill it with regular damage, it's just going to come back. You either need to lock it, or you need to seize it, or banish it. Here would be the solution.
Ruin is one of those hopeless cards that actually does have a fair amount of counterplay. It's just a lot of decks don't naturally have that. Having the banishes now with Karathi Heatwave these days, lots of people packing it. That's the best option. But there was a time Northern Wind was around for cards like this that otherwise you just really wanted to go for it. But he's going to keep the Ruin alive. He's going to take the 9-point Curse of Corruption, which is going to allow Magpie to get a little bit of extra value here, potentially.
This is... I have to say this is unexpected. What does Demarcation want to save this Heat Wave for? Does he really value the Heat Wave on the scenario more? I think that's got to be a miscalculation. And Magpie doesn't even bother.
He doesn't use it. Yeah, he
doesn't even bother to use it. Maybe Magpie... Yeah, that's so...
Maybe he just wants to play K-Ran and go chomp chomp on both. He wants it to happen in the same turn. He doesn't want to risk anything, but it seems like... I don't know, maybe Magpie is... maybe Magpie is trying, Demarcation is trying to give the fake read to Magpie that he does not have Heatwave.
The heat wave. It
So
would
he
be a
plays-
it would be a really weird bluff because Magpie should know that there's Oneiromancy still in Demarcation's hand.
Speaking of which, here comes the Oneiromancy. It's going to be grabbing the next highest unit. And here, once again, Karen can come down right here and just drop for 14 points.
Look, Magpie has 7 more turns. That means this Ruhin is potentially getting consumed. How many more times? Okay, how many consumes does
Possible. He
Magpie
has the
have?
Barghest, so that's one of them.
There's one.
from Leader as well.
Leader.
Potentially, he still has to proc Detlef too, then.
Yeah.
And
So
Maruna, potentially.
2, 5, 6, 7, 8. -2, 6. I think this Ruhin is getting eaten like 6 times.
It's pretty
So it's gonna be like 28 points if it's eaten 6 times. Like Heatwave is not gonna be better than that, right?
good. Well, the Heatwave, these are all situations where, like, all the points that Ruin is generating, Demarcation is solving those points. And he's solving these points in a way where he's not necessarily losing value because Becker's was exactly the same amount of value. And he didn't use the Heatwave yet. Ultimately, he may wish he did.
I shall save your death.
Maruna getting played without being consumed right away, just setting it up on the board now that there is a valid target for it. This is interesting. Maybe Demarcation can use something like Force Protector to buff up this Geralt out of Maruna range. That could be an option.
Like, Ruin and the Foglet, and, well, really everything now, makes the Pyrotechnician, like, you just can't use it. Just can't
Never
use that
mind, there are no
Pyrotechnician at all.
temperings. There are no temperings in the graveyard, so never mind on that strategy.
The options are getting slimmer and slimmer. These are all decent plays, but none of the removal plays work right now because the points just come right back. So it's just going to be Gord for 9 points now, single digits. That's not where you want to see him.
Yeah, that's a small gourd. Well, like you said, Demarcation, if he tries to use any of his removal options, they're just going to activate Death Wish. Heatwave comes down on the gourd, so
Doesn't make his situation any better.
Sheldon Skaggs gonna kind of get away with it for being the tallest unit, actually. But here's Demarcation again.
Yeah.
In that same situation.
Same situation. Removal, and the banish, which we could argue should have happened earlier.
Well, with only 4 turns left,
he's pot committed
max
on holding the banish, I guess, right?
I mean, it's a sunk cost fallacy. It's still the best Heatwave target. 4 turns left. That's still another 16 points. So this it's a 20.
Have the rebuke. For some reason, I thought that the rebuke was an option as well, but nope, that'll do it. There's only one random unit to grab.
I mean, Demarcation at this point must be saving the Heatwave for the Haunt. And maybe he's trying to deny, like, he thinks that if he's going for the strategy of denying the consumes rather than the consume target, which would be Ruhin. And by denying the consumes here, okay, how many times is the Ruhin going to get consumed now?
You have Detlef that needs to be consumed twice, and you have Ruin that needs to be consumed as many times as possible, and you have Oneiromancy, which can get you a Harpy or a Barghest, I suppose. You don't have the Barghest from Haunt anymore, which is what you wanted the most. So yeah, it seems like you probably just want to go for the Barghest because Barghest plays for 9. Nothing plays for more than that, right? It's not a good enough board for Werecat.
Yeah, the board is terrible for Werecat. And
but I mean, the Desert Harpy could also oh, that's why that's gonna get killed right now.
Okay, I like this play from Demarcation. Using his leader on this turn to also kill the Banshee. Banshee is a nice engine that can buff from the Death Wish units that are still going to be played. At least this Deadlife Higher Vampire will give the Banshee a buff, and Banshee is also a consume. So Demarcation going with the strategy of denying the consumers rather than the Death Wish targets, which I think it's an okay strategy. You want to either focus on one or the other. You don't want to kind of split your resources.
The deck feels very built around Kayran, so in a way it denies Kayran. So here comes the Aneromancy. It is going to be the Barghest, but just this actually gives the target to Sheldon, like a better target to Sheldon. So he might not even use... Yeah, of course, he's going to devour Ruin for those points. I mean, Sheldon was always going to get that value, I suppose.
Yeah, Sheldon gets good value here. Up 30 points. Demarcation.
I guess he could have played... Could he have played a smaller unit like that would have gotten its value in a different way? Not a Consume, I suppose, but he's not hurting for Consumes. But he
really
gets the
tough
extra Consume. He gets the extra Consume.
K-Run. Oh, gets the 4.
Gets 4 on the Broccolon Sentinel.
That could be
19 to
huge.
54.
That could be huge. And now, okay, so he has...
For that dominance. He needs to execute his leader on... Oh, he can't do it yet. There's Ruin again.
He's going to be able to get the dominance back, I think, because he has another consume on the K-Run. He can use the K-Run to consume the Detlaf, which will go to 20, right? Even if it gets rebuked here. Oh, this is okay. Demarcation has a decision here. Does he try to deny the dominance, or does he try to take the extra point from the death blow? Because he could death blow his Broccolon Sentinel for 1 more point. Demarcation probably can put Magpie on Detlef Higher Vampire as his last card. Doing some big brain math here, trying to see how many points exactly he needs. Goes for the extra point here. He could also RNG the Pyrotech to try to get...
He would rather take that. You'd rather take that at 5 and 1. Here comes the final play. Detlef, higher points. Playing for 7 with at least 1 consume here. Another 5 here. Another 5 here.
And he even gets the final.
Here. And Ruin will sit there, but it'll be enough for Magpie to take his Magpiles into the finals, knocking out Demarcation. Wow, what a wild set of matches right here. I definitely want to hear what went through his mind in Game 4 there. I wanted to know what that smirk was about. That's my main question that perhaps Panda can ask, but I think that we have got the final setup between Magpie and either another open challenger in Wang ID or Payabal, who has already proven to be quite a great competitor so far, knocking out Colamon already, and he has another huge champion to go through. So let's take a look at Magpie and see what he has to say about those matches.
Hello guys, I'm here with Magpie in just a second. I'm going to be joined for the interview to see what he has to say about this last semifinals we just saw against Demarcation. Again, to the very last game, in Game 5, nail biter. Some very interesting sequencing from both players, I think. And we'll see if Magpie is ready for some questions coming right up. Just to delve into his mind to understand kind of his emotions. Magpie, thanks for joining us. How are you feeling?
Great. Yeah, to beat Demarcation, it feels good.
So the one question I have for you right away, in the Game 4, when you were playing against Skellige, you decided to bleed in round 2 against him and ended up losing a card. Do you think you made the right choice there, or looking back at it, do you think maybe it was correct to go to a longer round 3?
So my idea was to bleed down to 0 cards round 2 and then go into round 3 and have all the death wishes on the board, so he can't interact with them. But unfortunately, I didn't find any, so yeah, it was kind of fortunate. Yeah, that game went a bit clunky for me.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe you were expecting some different draws on round 3, and obviously you got some. I think the Noon Wraith wasn't what you expected. You wanted the Detlef instead, so a few odd draws there for sure. But in the end, you still made it. You still won it in Game 5 after 3 games with the same overwhelming hunger list. I think if you would have lost, you would have hated that list quite a bit, but luckily you made it. You're going to be the only player, if you end up, possibly winning this tournament, to go into a tournament with 100% win rate, having won Challenger number 5, and now in your second tournament, maybe winning it as well. Is that something you thought of?
I had second tournament in June. It was GWENT Open number 2.
You're right. Yeah, my memory's failing me.
Yeah. So
but
it's
still,
kind of my third one.
a pretty good win rate if you end up winning this one. 66% win rate is pretty good for competitive tournaments. One last thing to mention, you are looking for a spot in World Masters as well. This finals for the GWENT Open doesn't only mean winning this tournament, but also qualifying for a World Masters. Is that something obviously you're very excited for? Are you really hoping to get there and take that spot away from Koloman?
Yeah, I really hope to win because this is my last chance to get into World Masters, so I'll try my best to do it.
And out of the two players coming up, Payable and Wangit, is there any player you prefer in terms of lineups for the final?
I'd like to play against Payable because his lineup is more favored against my decks than Wangit's. So I really hope he'll win.
All right, thanks Magpie very much for the insight into a pro player's mind, and congrats once again for making it to the finals. Good luck with your prep as well, and hope for you that Payable does make it through.
Yeah, I believe.
And as we see here, guys, there is another leak. We see here a type of golem, elemental artwork here. Could be some magic behind this as well. I'm sure a lot of detectives on Reddit know exactly what this is or could have some predictions, but I can't say any more than this. Just a small leak for you guys to think about what this could be, and we'll have a lot more leaks later on as well. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to our casters, Shinmiri and McBeard.
Dang, McBeard, look at that golem.
Wow. That's some hard Witcher 3 vibes right there. You fight him, you got the runic like wrappings all over it, the big hollow center. That looks pretty good. I mean, what does that say? I mean, it seems like a monstrous card to me.
Could be monsters, could be neutrals. Wherever you see golems, you're gonna see some mages. So I wonder if that has anything to do with that sort of lore. Maybe even some witchers. Maybe a witcher did that to the golem. Who knows? I'm just completely speculating here, but I want to know the story and the lore behind that golem. But it looks great, as all Witcher card art does.
A lot of mystery here, and we saw the champions there, or the champion there, Magpie, talk about how he wants a better favored matchup. And I think with these lineups, you can really pick those apart. And you can see right here. Here are the prize pools. Magpie's doing okay for himself. Demarcation, not too bad either, but does not get that ticket to finals. Magpie will be getting ahead, and Payable and Wang ID are looking to increase their finances as well in this next matchup, which is anybody's game, I think. Jaggerson and Impetuous Panda will be taking us through the next game, and this is Payable and Wang ID in semifinals number 2. See you for the finals, my friends.
Hello again, Pajabal. Congratulations to making it to day 2. Those were some awesome series of you yesterday, obviously. I've got a few more questions I would like to ask, and the first one is concerning the other participants. You obviously play a lot of ladder. You always have very high results on the ladder, but how well do you know your opponents coming into this tournament?
I know most of my opponents pretty well. I mean, obviously. So Gravesh is obviously my teammate, so we are pretty close friends and we are prepping together for the tournament. And then I speak with them occasionally, Koloman, from time to time. And I know the people from Russia. I mean, I guess most of them aren't actually from Russia, but the Russian-speaking countries like Magpie, Legucha and Vlastelin a bit less, but I obviously heard about them and I know they are very decent players. And then there is obviously Wangit, who I think he qualified to every Open so far, right? So he is obviously a very strong competitor too, and even though we don't talk too much, I have a huge respect for his ability to play the game. And yeah, we often face with each other on ladder, so I kinda know their playstyles and which decks they like to play, so I could gauge a bit which decks they could potentially bring to the Open, even though we basically had like no idea about it, because right now most of the people don't play ladder because it's the non-competitive season, so they're just prepping in their own groups. But yeah, every player has their own preferences, their own unique play style, and I think I know how they approach the game, at least most of them. So yeah, I think I do have quite a decent knowledge about my opponents going into this tournament.
Yeah, that's interesting. Speaking of preparation, just as a follow-up question, I've had multiple players now telling me that they don't really grind a lot of ladder now preparing for a tournament, but rather actually play against themselves to train specific matchups and especially like card interactions just to test out and maybe also get a feel for them. How do you view that kind of tactic to prepare for a tournament?
I think it can be quite a decent tactic. The downside is that if you prep only with yourself, then you only get like one perspective on a certain deck matchup situation, and even then most players have like can judge the decks and matchups in a pretty advanced way. There is always some differences between different people viewings, so it's nice to like get a bit different perspectives. But yeah, when it comes to not playing ladder, I was only playing some meme decks in the beginning of the season on my stream just for the content. But yeah, I wasn't playing any serious decks on ladder because yeah, right now we have a non-competitive season, so most players aren't participating. A lot of people are just playing some meme stuff, and it's just not really useful to get that experience, because yeah, a lot of decks that I see on ladder, I know I just won't see in the tournament. Practicing against them makes no sense at all. So yeah, I think it can be a very useful way to prepare with yourself. I'm also quite sure that most of the players had some partners to test their decks against. And yeah, I think it's like the best way, especially right now in a non-competitive season, to prepare for the Open.
Now, in a recent interview from Impetuous Panda with Bart933, who was the winner of the last competitive season there, actually non-competitive season, but pro rank season, we got a small insight into the connection between all of the Polish, I guess, higher tier Gwent players. Could you maybe give a little bit more insight into that?
Yeah, so right now we just made a group. Lario from Team Legacy just made a group of like Polish pro players where he basically gathered all of us in one group where we can talk. But we had some relations earlier, obviously. I talk a lot with Kams, Kner, and Bart, so like the three players that I basically talk daily with, and I have the closest relations with. And yeah, we talk a lot about Gwent, just some matchups. Sometimes we just roll around or just like talk about our ladder games. Sometimes we prepare together for the tournaments. So obviously, Bart is from a different team, so we usually didn't like prepare closely. We just like briefly talked about some stuff. But then Kams and Kner are my teammates, and they are usually my main prepping partners. I was helping Kams a lot before his opens, and now he's helping me. And but yeah, when it comes to my relations with other Polish Gwent players, we also talk quite a lot with other players from Legacy. I'm also in contact with some Polish Aretuza players, and I speak from time to time with Talbot too. So we have like pretty loose relations and with each other, and yeah, most people are just friendly to each other. So, and that there's certainly some communication going on. But yeah, when it comes to like a group, it only was made recently, so it's like a new project, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the Polish hospitality is a staple by now. On the ladder or in tournaments, I think there's always a lot of very good Polish players around the scene. I think other countries have to watch out if there's ever going to be a World Cup again.
Yeah, definitely.
One last question though, is there somebody or maybe also your team you would like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I would in general just want to give a huge shout out to my entire team because they helped me a lot to grow as a player throughout these 1.5 years that we spent together. And yeah, especially going into this open, there are 5 people with whom I prepped the most. And these are Kner, Kams, Green Knight, Gravesh, and King Chess. These are the people with whom I discussed my decks the most. We play a few hours of Gwent every day with each other just to test some matchups and just to keep me in practice. And yeah, it's really helping me. Like, I was a bit unhappy with how I was playing last season, for example. Like, I felt like I dropped my level a bit, and now these scrims really helped me to like get back on my top level, I think. So I'm feeling more confident now going into the tournament because of these practice matches that we play with each other. So yeah, I'm really grateful for their help.
All right. Thank you so much for that interview. Thanks for the time, and a lot of good luck in your future.
Thanks for having me, Ryan.
And the third question, how do you like playing from home instead of traveling?
Indeed, it's been quite a while since I traveled, and there was a financial reason to that, among others. I've been spending most of my time at home and only occasionally going for walks. I haven't traveled anywhere far or abroad for a long time, unfortunately. Although I'm actually planning to travel a bit after this tournament, as there are no more opens after this one.
All right, great. And do you prefer to win 3-0 over someone or feel the excitement after being down 0-2 and do the reverse sweep? Which one is more comfortable for you?
I don't think I have ever won after going down 0-2, and I haven't performed a reverse sweep. I don't recall such an experience. I definitely prefer winning 3-0, as probably most of the competitive players. On the other hand, I would love to feel this sort of excitement and satisfaction, but unfortunately, haven't experienced it yet.
All right, great. And the last one, looking into the future, you are already qualified for the Masters Season 2 final alongside 6 other players. So there is one spot left. Who do you think will take it, Kalaman or one of the newcomers?
Indeed, this tournament will end up with adding only one more Gwent Master participant, and Colomon is a pretty dominant position in my opinion. His chances are definitely high, even though he didn't perform well in other tournaments this season. However, there are 2 competitors who represents the biggest threat to him, Payabol and Magpie, both extremely good players if you ask me. I've been following their progress for quite a while now.
All right, awesome. Thanks a lot for this short interview and good luck in the tournament.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second semi-final of Gwent Open number 4. My name is Francesca, and I'm joined, as always, by the delightful, the distinguished David.
That's a new one, but I'll accept it. And I'll also accept the semifinal that we have coming up because, like we saw in the interviews, 2 great players. Wangid, the veteran that's already proven a lot, has a chance to maybe win the second tournament of this season. He already won the Gwent Open number 1, I believe, with the very first one. He won it, so he has a chance to double up on that. And of course, we have Payabol, who is still fighting to make this debut a memorable one and maybe a win for him as well.
And it's worth noting that one of these 2 players will be Colomon's champion, because Magpie has already made it to the finals, and one of these players is going to be up against Magpie. Now, if Magpie wins, then Colomon doesn't make it to World Masters, and Magpie does. But if Payabol or Wangid make it, because they're already qualified, it means that Colomon would get the point based on his crown points, as he has done well across the whole competitive season. So there's a lot at stake going on here. But let's have a wee look at who you guys think is going to win, Payabol or Wangid. And a firm fan favorite there with Payabol, 72% to 28%.
This is not always the case. This is, of course, is Payabol's debut tournament, but he has been such a, a big force in the competitive scene, even if it's only been through kind of his ladder performance and the qualifiers. performance, maybe in the negative way where he hasn't made it, but he's been so close. But still, like we see here, obviously a big part of the competitive scene and takes the fan vote over Wanged, who has been playing and performing very well in Gwent for 2 years now.
It is also worth noting that Piable is a Twitch streamer, so he will have an audience already based on just his Twitch broadcast. He often actually broadcasts his qualifiers, even though that might give him a little bit of a disadvantage. He is quite comfortable streaming those, so people have been able to watch his competitive progress, which maybe gave him a little bit of an edge. Or maybe people have just gone through the matchups and kind of come to their own conclusions, as they do have a little look inside the deck list to see, or remind us if you've been watching all weekend, what's going on.
And right away with Piable, unlike some other competitors, he has a very clear theme with all of his decks here. We see Mobilization, a very control variant of NR with cards like Rock Slide, Curse of Corruption, Heat Wave, Persistent Strike. No explanation there. I think we've seen it a lot this weekend as well. Another very control-y list. Patricidal Fury with SK as well. A ton of control, a ton of removal options to deal with your opponent's engines. So targeting and maybe an engine-heavy lineup from the rest of his competitors, and hitting cash also with some great options with Morale coming back into the spotlight with Poison, and also just the typical Heat Waves, Philippas, and a few other options there as well.
Yep, Piable's lists are somewhat similar actually to Demarcation's list that we just saw in the other semi-final. Meanwhile, Wanged, we saw him play yesterday. He has a Keltulis Carapace list, I like to call it a Degenerate list, a Congregate Swarm list, a Vitality Nature's Gift list, and this Value Battle Trance list. And I'm a little bit worried about this Battle Trance list for Wanged, because we saw how good it can be if it goes unchecked. If your opponent can't answer Draco Turtle and Defender, for example. But Piable has a lot of control options, and it may be quite tricky, I think, for Wanged to find the win with this list if it doesn't get banned.
And just to mention as well, no repeated leader ability, so a ton of variety, a ton of versatility with all of these decks and choices. They mentioned it Shinmir and McBeard as well before, but the meta right now, aside from Nilfgaard maybe not making too much of an appearance, is very, very versatile. A lot of different options for every single faction, which is great to see. And we're also going to see the bans to see what these players thought would be the scariest lineup to face. It looks like the NR Mobilization list is banned for Piable, and the Nature's Gift Scoia'tael is banned for Wanged.
I think here both players just opting to ban what is generally seen as a good list. Northern Realms are seen generally as the best faction at the moment. So seeing that banned on Piable's side, not really surprising. Meanwhile, Wanged, he didn't bring Northern Realms, which is actually something Piable would have been targeting. So when you're targeting Northern Realms, often you may just take the Scoia'tael ban as a strategy, because Scoia'tael also a deck that we've seen perform very well, especially on Red Coin.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about Red Coin and Blue Coin, we have to mention that Wanged is going to be on Red Coin for this matchup, and Piable will be on Blue Coin, which basically means if it goes to a Game 5, Piable will have to play that game on that third Blue Coin. So a slight disadvantage, although we've seen, many series where the player on Blue wins, quite easily. Although yesterday, we saw 3 players advancing from the Red Coin side and only Piable advancing on Blue Coin. So we'll see if he can do it again today in the semifinals.
Yeah, so players having to decide on their matchups and decide what it is they want to queue here. We're not going to see Northern Realms on blue. We're not going to see at least one Scoia'tael on red. And as Piable's on blue here, this actually means we're in for an interesting opening match in terms of what the players choose to go for. Syndicate, a list often seen played on blue. However, you may be worried about certain matchups, for example, into something that has more control, so you may opt to play the Syndicate list instead on red. And this is where the kind of mind games and the weird sequencing that we sometimes see in tournaments starts to happen.
Although I think the Skellige list, regardless of where you queue it and what matchup you're trying to avoid, all the matchups are pretty bad, like you said, against a ton of control options that can deal with something like the Covenant of Steel and then also the Draco Turtle. It becomes pretty difficult to have any good matchups with that list. And it might be the problem that Wanged has. Yesterday we saw it do very well against Congregate because there is no interaction. You can do your own game plan. We saw the Covenant of Steel played, and then it just stayed down that road defending it the entire round 3. But against other decks that are going to have Heat Waves, are going to have Purifies, it gets much more difficult to pull off that crazy amount of points with the value engines you get.
I don't know. I feel like it's going to be hard, though, with the Battle Trance list to really get through, especially with a lot of Purify also in Piable's list. He's got Pella, for example. He's got Kurt, a card for his Syndicate list. You know, often we see Kalkstein go for the Purify option, but actually he's gone for Kurt instead, and that does have that extra bonus of the lock option. So there's a lot of kind of things that are going to be tricky with this defender. You know, you don't just have to kill it, you can also just purify it. There's also all the poison options, and you can't purify a poison on a defender because you also remove the defender status. It just doesn't work.
Looking at the list we saw in that first semifinals play today, that the Revenant Archer combo just went crazy and got a ton of points for the players in semifinal number 1. And if left unanswered, we saw Nature's Gift being banned, so a deck that had a lot of answer with Rebuke, etc., isn't there for Wanged. His Battle Trance, we mentioned it, doesn't really interact much. It kind of plays its own game plan, kind of a solitaire game plan. And it's the same with Congregate, so maybe Payable. Well, actually his NR is banned, so never mind about that. The Revenants are gone.
Yeah, that is true. But Precision Strike, Patricidal Fury, and Hidden Cache still remain. And I'm interested to see this poison-heavy Hidden Cache list and the kind of targets that you opt for, especially against certain lists, like the Keltulis list especially. We haven't seen that do so well. I mean, yesterday it was just straight banned with Gravesh versus Wanged, so we never even saw it played. And then with Colomon, we had that very finesse move by Payabal of setting Keltulis up to kill herself. So I'm also really intrigued about this Keltulis and how she's going to handle these levels of control. You know, she can be killed, she can be banished, she can be moved. Sometimes moving her actually a good option to disable her as she's melee locked. So I don't know. I feel like Wang ID's a little bit on the back foot here. But, you know, we've seen players who on paper or on cards, I guess, look unfavored, come out on top. So, you know, just because these are the decks doesn't mean this is the way the games are going to go.
And Payable clearly has the experience to deal with his Keltulis. He dealt with it yesterday in a very flashy manner to move on to the semifinals that we're playing today. So I think he's not too scared. I think he knows the matchups pretty well, and he maybe knows what to prepare against for that deck list as well, which is a tricky one. I think in Gwent, there's, you know, a lot of standard deck lists that play into your usual, you know, control archetypes or going tall archetypes or going wide archetypes, but this Keltulis list is one of those, you know, weirder ones that does some cheesy stuff to win games, and sometimes it can backfire like we saw yesterday.
On the flip side, a deck that's really difficult to control is actually this Congregate Swarm list, which we have seen played to massive numbers of points. You know, Wang ID, he has these couple lists that go really, really big, but they go big in different ways. Congregate swarming the board with loads of little units, which is quite difficult to control. Whereas what I've just been calling Value Skellige, the Battle Trance list, that one tends to stick its points on a couple big targets, which means if you have the toll removal that you need, they are much, much easier to control.
And I mean, the list that both players are bringing, the strategies are very, I think, clear to identify. Wang ID has very point slammy archetype where he's the one saying, you know, I'm going to do my own points here. You have to have the responsibility to take over and try and stop me. With Congregate Swarm, no interaction whatsoever. He just plays his points out and just, when we saw yesterday, a lot of points, and it's the same with Battle Trance in that mirror that we saw, or that mirror, the last match we saw between Gravish and Wang ID. It was clear what both decks excel at, and interaction is not one of them, whereas Payable is the complete opposite. All he's trying to do is interact, is to control the opponent's board and get value that way and win games that way. So two clear, you know, opposite sides of the coin, and we're going to see which one is favored here in this matchup between both players.
I think control can sometimes struggle though, because ideally you want to kill engines and kill things that generate points. But with Swarm List, you actually have fairly limited engines. You have your points quite spread out. And the other thing about control is that we've seen is it's a very reactive deck. So sometimes your player will just kind of play very slow or not put units on the board such that you lose value on your cards. You don't have targets. And you can often have too much control. You know, it's all well and good having, say, a Becca's Rockslide to deal 8. But if you're only killing something that's 4, then you're kind of overspending on your provisions there, for example.
And this lineup maybe clearly targeting something like Shield Wall has been one of the decks to watch out for in the meta the past, you know, month and a half or so. And with Wang ID now bringing Shield Wall, that might be already, just from the deck list, from the deck builder screen, Payable strategy already starting to crumble a bit, so maybe a bit unfavored in that sense. We'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if he has what it takes. But I think against Battle Trance, for example, he does have really good matchups overall. The rest of the decks, especially Congregate, might be hard to control. He doesn't have that many wide punishes. You might just have to try and bleed round 2 to counter that deck in that sense.
And bleeding's one of those things that is actually, it's such a talent. And seeing a bleed executed correctly is so satisfying, but you can see how easily bleeds could go wrong. And we have seen throughout this tournament successful bleeds and very unsuccessful bleeds. You know, we've seen a bleed, for example, by Magpie where he ended up going a card down versus Skellige and just didn't have the points in the final round, and didn't have long enough to play his strategy with things like Ruin. But then we've also seen players opt to bleed and get it, you know, just right, where you find the perfect pass where if you go one more card, you maybe lose your card, but you found the sweet spot, you've committed just enough, and you've gotten the key tools out of your opponent to shorten the round. And that's often the strategy. If you don't think you can win in a very long round 3, you need to shorten the round, but you need to do it without losing a card, because then ultimately you're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
And that is the magic of Gwent. You know, the art of passing is a very, very valued one, especially among these players. They're so skilled, they're trying to get any edge. And a lot of times, like you're mentioning, it almost seems like the player that's bleeding knows what their opponent hands, what it looks like, and every single card they have, because they know exactly when to stop bleeding, when they've gotten enough from that bleed and shortened the round enough to then start passing. So sometimes it works out, sometimes, of course, even though they know the deck list, they can't know exactly what the hand looks like, and sometimes some unexpected things happen. And we saw it, you know, in the last semifinals with Magpie in Game 4. He bled round 2, and then it really hurt him in that round 3. He didn't draw the right cards, and he lost the game.
The other thing that sometimes happens with bleeding, which is a really weird niche scenario, but very occasionally you'll see a situation where round 1 goes really long. So both players really commit to round 1. And what it means is that going into round 2, if you have, say, you know, 3, 4, maybe even 5 cards in your hand, it's not the easiest situation to perform a bleed in, because you've got very limited option and you've got very limited cards. And it can almost force you into a position where you just have to pass. And then at that point, you're going from 4 cards to, say, 7 cards. And you've ended up in a long round 3 anyway by kind of overcommitting to round 1. And that's something that happens sometimes with... again, something like, say, Precision Strike, Syndicate can sometimes find wins by kind of going quite deep in round 1 and losing, but putting your opponent in a position where they can't really bleed you in round 2, and then you end up in a long round 3 anyway. So it's a very weird niche scenario, but it does sometimes happen where you end up in round 1 and sort of want to lose.
And considering the deck list, I think Piable is going to be doing a whole lot of bleeding because he's not really looking for too many long round 3s. Especially with mobilization being banned. Precision Strike, obviously, it does have the Shiru for a long round, and it can do a lot of damage to something like Congregate or something like Battle Trance, even with all the crows, etc. A lot of, you know, small units you can ping down Shiru and then just eliminate all of them in one big blow. But overall, I think he's going to be wanting to have pretty short round 3s. He does have the Hidden Cache, which usually wants to bleed round 2 as well because of the leader ability even, and maybe, you know, a lot of times we even see 2-0s with Passiflora being played round 2. You have the initiative when playing your engine, so they mostly stick on the board as well. But I have a pretty good feeling that if Piable wins a lot of round 1s, he's going to be doing a whole lot of bleeding, so it'll be exciting for us to watch because either it works out and we think he's a genius, or he loses his card and maybe loses because of that and we cry, but also we're entertained. So it's going to be a nice series to watch, I think. 2 very different play styles from both players.
Shiru's been really disappointing so far this tournament. There's a couple of people who brought Shiru along, and we really haven't seen him live up to his true burninating potential. And I love a good Shiru bird, regardless. You know, I love a good Igni, I love a good Shiru, but we'll have to wait and see. We're actually jumping into the first set of games. Piable on blue, playing Skellige, versus Wang ID on red, playing Monsters.
And this will be the Carapace from Wang ID against the Patriciidal Fury control list from Piable. It's been doing pretty well today, I think. We've seen some good games from it already. Good performances overall.
Yeah, so players just deciding what it is you want for your round 1 hand, what it is you don't want for your round 1 hand, just kind of setting up the hands. And Skellige is a little bit awkward here sometimes because Herald is a great card, but Herald is never ever a round 1 card. So sometimes you have this argument of, like, same with Osril, is do you mulligan your gold cards that you want later on just because they're kind of dead cards in round 1?
That's always a hard decision to make sometimes when you're playing Gwent. The mulligans even, I mean, everything really just matters so much. So it's a hard game to play. I'll admit that one. But overall, I think the biggest thing in this game is for Piable to understand and have prepared multiple ways to deal with some of the scarier targets in Wang ID's deck. This isn't really a deck that plays normally. It's trying to, in a way, cheese card advantage with Siri Dash and with Siri, and then also just spiral out of control with Kautulis in a round 3 and win games that way. So Payable has to look at his deck and say, okay, what do I have to answer this, and what do I need to do to always have those answers ready when I need them?
Payable's control a little bit awkward though with Skellige compared to some of his other lists. Things like Champion's Charge, for example, you need to have 3 injured units on the board. For example, Hjalmar, you need your graveyard set up so that you have something that you can banish. So the situation quite awkward, and no Purify for this defender.
Luckily, this is round 1. If this was a round 3 situation and turn 1 of the game, defender comes down unanswered, Payable would be in trouble, because then he can't even answer that first question. He can't answer the rest that will come after that. So I think that's why Wang ID, he plays it here. He says if there's a Grimace, then just play it now and waste it, and you don't have it for later on. But if there isn't a Grimace, then maybe he has a pretty good chance of maybe not winning round 1, but getting card advantage through things like Siri or Siri Dash.
And here she comes. She's dashing out of the deck onto the board. Just to be one of the most kind of annoying cards to deal with. She has this countdown. You know, you have 4 turns to deal with Siri Dash, but Payable has to deal with the troll before he's able to deal with Siri. And I'm not sure he can do that here, based on his hand.
He might want to try and power through the armor and just kill it that way, but of course we see cards like Adrenaline Rush, which can't be used now, but it's going to be hard. And even once he powers through that, there's still the clock ticking on Siri Dash, so he has a limited amount of time to do that. Not having the Grimace tier is really going to punish Payable, I think.
And I mean, it's really awkward because he can deal with 1 card, admittedly very expensively. He can always use his leader plus the Vabion to get that Champion's Charge. And that way you've guaranteed the damage killing the unit because you've got your Bloodthirst, but you then have to also have enough points of damage to deal with Siri. And at the moment he's got 3 points of damage just available in hand, which isn't enough there. So I think this Siri Dash is going to be dashing all over the shop.
And considering he's on blue coin as well, it's going to be really hard to just pass and forget about the Siri Dash because because it was played so early, it'll surely resolve in time. The Fog comes down as well. Siri Dash down to 2 ticks already. There's the instant pass from Payable. So trying to play around the Siri Dash, and this is why these cards are so powerful. Not just because you're able to proc the effect and get away with it, but because if your opponent can deal with it, you might just win round 1 because of that.
Yeah, and Payable realizing he can't really do much about this situation at all. The pass there, you know, from Wang ID and then Payable, not letting the Siri resolve, but look at the cards. Wang ID now in the driver's seat.
The Siri does resolve after the pass, right? It's similar to Vitality. It kind of procs automatically. We saw Wang ID going back, drawing a card and going back up to 7. So both players are going to be on 10 cards now. Because there is that 3-card buffer and they're not already at kind of 7-card dry pass territory, there is a chance that if Payable simply keeps up with Wang ID's points, he can still keep his card because he has that 3-card buffer that there can't be a dry pass from Wang ID to get the card immediately. So there is that silver lining, but right away, Wang ID, thanks to this, you know, kind of alternative strategy in playing Gwent with Siri Dash and with these card advantage cards, he's able to just take command in round 1 without having to use anything, you know, too crazy, just that Siri Dash and the defender.
Wang ID, though, not really set up his graveyard, so I was going to say I'd expect to see an Ichern fairly rapidly in this round, and there we see the big worm on the board there, setting up for the Ozreal in round 3. And also, when you play it early, it gets more armor. Those of you who are not in the know, Ichern's going to die if you remove all of its armor. It's an armored worm, so the earlier you play it, the more armor it gets.
Now Payable has to be careful. After playing the 3rd card in this round, he has to be ahead in points. If not, that gives Wang ID the chance to pass if he wants to. And yeah, he'll just take that extra card advantage going into round 3.
It's a bit awkward for Payable also because Wang ID does have those 3 leader charges still in pocket. He didn't actually have to expend any of them in that first round because there was no way to get through the defender. And what that meant was that he's got those extra protections, which are kind of annoying to deal with. You always have to do that 1 point of damage in order to be able to do your big points of damage. And Skellige can do that with the light longships, for example, dealing 1 damage pings, but you need them on the board.
And the biggest thing in this matchup for Payable will be the fact that his leader ability also puts 3 units on the board for Wang ID. So in a Carapace list that kind of maybe relies on Kel'Thuzos to win games, it kind of counters that strategy in a certain way. So you have to be careful about when he uses leader ability, not just for champion charge, but also taking into account that he could kind of turn the unit disadvantage in his favor.
And Wang ID, I think just opting to kind of set up his graveyard and maybe play some bad bronzes at this point. Until you hit 7 cards, you don't really have to commit to any sort of bleed. Although there is tempo plays in Wang ID's hand. For example, those Adrenaline Rush. And having the 1 little point drone on the board is actually really nice because it means when you use your AR, you go as short as an Adrenaline Rush can go, boosting a 1 by 8 rather than, say, a 6 or a 7. And here it comes.
Even then, there is no Morkvarg in this list, so not something that Wang ID has to worry about in terms of that value. Just going straight to Morkvarg and it being a huge swing.
No, but I think you do have to be worried about going too tall for things like Champion's Charge, just because that does destroy the unit. So there are other ways of dealing with tall units.
And at this point, Payable is guaranteeing his objective, staying ahead, or else he loses a card. So for now, he's succeeding. We'll see if he continues to succeed as this round goes on. And Wang ID not really losing out on much by going into this round because he cannot lose a card for bleeding because he won on even in round 1.
I'm wondering how, Wang ID is going to opt to use his Keltulis in this matchup. We've seen Payable play this matchup yesterday, Skellige versus Monsters, and managed to finesse the final round by their opponent just having too many cards and relying on Keltulis. So it would be interesting to see where this match goes and how it goes differently, because obviously Wang ID has that extra information and things to think about. Strays of Spala being utilized there to disable that light longship, putting it on the melee row so you can no longer ping things down with it.
In the conversation you're having now, if you're Payable against Wang ID, you're thinking that Wang ID has a deck that if it doesn't succeed in getting value out of things like Siri Dash with card advantage or Keltulis, then it doesn't really have that many points. It's kind of relying on that strategy for the most part. So if he can, right now he's playing around the Siri Dash advantage that Wang ID got in round 1 because he's staying ahead and because he passed so early and was able to draw back into 10 cards for round 2 and have that bit of a 3-card buffer to make sure he could stay ahead.
Payable, he has to kind of manage his units this round. That's the other thing you have to be a little bit careful of. When you know Keltulis is a card, you can't afford to get too far ahead of your opponent. Special cards are one of the ways you do that, right? If you can play a special card that doesn't put another unit on the board, it means that your opponent can't then slam Keltulis and start, just destroying your board. So he has to stay ahead whilst also being wary of putting down too many units. And that play there getting him just ahead because of the bleeding.
There's the Neuromancy. What will we be pulling if you are Wang ID? Gonna be Siri. Again, card advantage. Can Payable do anything about this Siri? If it stays on the board, it will be going back to your hand and you get that extra card going into round 3. This is the classic Siri from all the way back in closed beta days. Very similar effect. Minus the damage, of course.
And utilizing that leader charge there to also shield her up, to veil her up so you can't then lock her or do other things that way, and also giving her a boost. And this is really annoying because it means that if you want to get rid of her, you kind of have to go Champion's Charge, but because everything on the board is boosted, if you want to go Champion's Charge, you have to go leader. And if you go leader, you're spending a heck of a lot of points.
And you have to do it in one turn, because if not, Wang ID passes, and that Siri is bye-bye.
I mean, maybe you just accept the card difference. Oh, it's difficult though. That's 2 cards up. Oh no, it's not. The Berserker's going to charge anti-transform. I'm talking absolute nonsense. You got to resolve everything, right? So you got to bleed, you've got a Berserker. So actually, it's not. If Wang ID passes, he's 1 card up. Exactly. But this puts so much pressure on Payable to now stay ahead. Because if Payable can't stay ahead on his play, then Wang ID goes 2 cards up, and that's just disastrous.
Now I'm wondering if this Berserker ping changed anything. Okay, I think it did, but Wang ID is going to, there's no heat wave because this Scaligulus does not run a heat wave for Payable. So like you said, the only way to deal with this is Champion's Charge. If you use Champion's Charge now though, you don't have an answer for Keltulis. So that's really the question. What is scarier? What matters more for Payable?
And I think he's just accepted that he can't do anything about the Syrian, just accepting the kind of card difference. On the plus side for Payable, if you're down a card, this is a weird plus side. You tend to have fewer units, and if you have fewer units, then Keltulis can't be as devastating as she sometimes is.
We saw it yesterday with Colamon. If you have all your eggs in one basket and that basket breaks, you suddenly just immediately lose the game. We saw it with the situation that happened where Payable killed his own unit and then Keltulis would have killed itself, so it was basically game over and he just passed before the game even resolved. So we'll see what Payable can do. If he can repeat that next round, he really will be the Dragon Slayer.
I'm wondering if Wang ID is just maybe hoping that Payable gets to the point where he just can't keep up, but then, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how deep he wants to go with this bleed. Because although Wang ID does have a great short round, especially with Ozreal, Skellige's short round isn't awful. You know, if you have your Totem, for example, if you can get your Herald, those are a couple plays that are decent tempos. Same with Skjordal, he plays for 10. So there are options for a short round for Payable. Plus, he still has his leader ability that slams a big, tall 11-point unit on the board. And the other thing about the leader ability is it's anti-synergistic. It kind of counters Keltulis, right? Because you're sticking 3 units on your opponent's side.
That's the biggest thing. Payable might not play this game normally and just playing the best value cards at the best time, but rather also thinking about unit disadvantage and something like a Totem that spawns 2 units, maybe not what you want, so maybe it's going to be played earlier here. We'll have to see what's going on through his mind. Of course, this is always going to be a very strange matchup and a very strange deck to play against because it doesn't really play Gwent in the usual way. It kind of does some very different stuff to win games with the series and the Keltulis.
I think Wang ID's at the point now where he realizes he's just, he's trading air quotes bad cards for good cards, right? So if you trade a squirrel for something like a Vabjorn, it's not a bad trade. You're not too unhappy with that situation.
There's a Siri ping down. Of course, nothing that can kill her right away. There's a pass from Wang ID, the pass from Payable, and Wang ID will, of course, get that card back and be a card up going into a very short 5-card round 3 for him and 4 cards for Payable.
And let's have a look at these top decks. Harold's not a bad top deck. Gremist, you're too late. Back in the deck you go. Decoction's not bad either. Again, it's a spell card, so you can use that to kind of deal with units. But actually, based on these hands, it doesn't look like Keltulis is coming to the party.
One more mulligan
right
left for Wang ID. He has to find his Keltulis or his whole game plan goes down the drain, and we see, a 4-point card that does nothing, a 4-point consume that's not really doing much either, a 4-point spell, a 6-point spell. I mean, this is what we talked about. You have all your eggs in one basket. If you don't draw those eggs, then no, I mean, you can't do anything about it. A Thunder comes in, and I mean, you have the Ozreal, sure, but
that's a big boy as well. Payable's hand not too bad. He's got some decent cards. He is a card down though, so you have to take that into consideration as well. He also doesn't have his toll removal, but then Wang ID, I'm not so sure that round 3 Siri, losing and coming back to your hand, it's not quite the best, is it?
And Wang ID doesn't have Keltulis, Payable doesn't have Champion's Charge. Neither player knows this. The reactions they have right now are they're both, sweating bullets, but they don't know what the hand looks like. And they're never going to assume, okay, my opponent didn't draw the 1 card he needed to draw. They're going to assume the opposite, I think. So all of a sudden, I mean, Payable's hand looking pretty decent. A few great cards there. There is some removal. That Thunder could deal with some of the Fanatics to make it a 6-point Thunder and the natural selection as well. And there isn't really any punish for the, very boosted Ozreal. No more Kvarg in this deck.
Paya's problem is he's in a really awkward spot because he has to play first. And when you're playing first, you're kind of playing into Keltulis, especially when you have Harold that creates units and Totem that creates units. He doesn't know that there is no Keltulis, right? So he has to kind of make a decision. You might think, he might be thinking, oh, what if I discard and force Wang ID to then play units? Is that going to help me? But I think at this point, you just have to play as if Keltulis doesn't exist. Just play out your cards as optimally as possible and hope for the best.
And we'll see at what point in this round Payable's reaction changes when he notices that maybe Keltulis isn't actually in the hand. It could also be that Wang ID is playing extra careful after seeing what happened yesterday between Colamon and Payable. Of course, Payable does still have, he has no Gutting Slashes left actually, so that is some information.
Keltulis, like, if he played her here, she wouldn't kill anything, which is fine. And that's a situation that, that's where Wang ID would have played her, right? You'd play her because then your opponent plays units, and then as long as you're playing spells and boosting Keltulis and stuff, you're just killing things. But as it is, there's no Keltulis. And I like this leader here, because Payable's still playing around Keltulis by doing this, because it means that if Wang ID did play Keltulis here, there's still 4 units on his side of the board, so nothing gets killed. I love watching players play around cards that don't exist. It's just so strange.
And also Wang ID with his plays, Natural Selection, and Elzer's Thunder, killing off units on Payable's side of the board, is already saying, you know, you're giving me an advantage if you do have Keltulis. So a lot of mind games, and no surprise there, because with this deck list with Carapace and this Keltulis series deck list, again, you have to change your mindset completely and play around very different things that aren't just raw points.
And what do you do with your Wang ID? I don't know what you can do here. You played the Pact. You know, you boosted one of those. You're denying Deathwish here. I guess that's the strategy, right? Not Deathwish, sorry.
Bloodthirst.
Bloodthirst, that's the one. He's removing the damaged units there. But Payable must be really confused at this point, thinking, you know, what is going on? Because Wang ID only had 6 cards left in his deck, right? So with 3 mulligans, Kelly must be right at the bottom.
And this is, I mean, way too many points. We're seeing it, we mentioned it. If you have, you have a very singular strategy and that strategy doesn't work out because your opponent counters it or because you didn't get the right cards, then all of a sudden your deck feels kind of worthless, kind of no points whatsoever. Especially when you're playing a round 3 with just playing bronze spells. It doesn't feel very good against your opponent's, Herald, the Totem, Heimdall, etc. The Siri comes down, the damage comes in, and by 3 points, so closer than I expected, but still Payable able to take it there without the Keltulis, not drawn for Wang ID, unfortunately, so his whole game plan maybe failing there at the end.
Yeah, you saw Payable's reaction there. He was not expecting that. I think that was Wang ID's game to lose based on, the lack of Purify for, say, the Defender. Getting the first series through quite comfortably, then utilizing the second series with no answers. Patricide of Fury, probably the deck Payable has with the fewest answers, because you don't have things like that Heat Wave, just to make life a little bit easier. And so Wang ID, right up until the end of the game, looking super favored in that match. And yet, just sometimes you just don't draw the cards you need, and that's Gwent.
Even though he was a card up, he was able to get both his series to proc, so until that point, his game plan was going perfectly. He got literally, 2 card advantage throughout that game, even though in round 2, Payable was able to defend the bleed and keep one of his cards at least. But yeah, Payable still showing that he is maybe the Dragon Slayer, or the Dragon was so scared didn't even come out to play. Well, it's just stayed in the deck there for Wang ID, but that is one deck out of the way, and Payable does get that win on blue coin, so possibly a slight disadvantage. He's past that and now going to be on red coin for game 2.
Dragons aren't real, Panda. You can't slay them if they don't exist. I think, all Dragon Slayers out there at this point, it's time to retire. You've been furloughed, unfortunately. There's no need for Dragon Slaying in the current economy, at least based on that game. And you can see how happy Payable was with that win. He's one of the more emotive players, which I think from a caster and a spectator perspective, I'm sure you guys at home as well like to see the reaction. Some players proper stoic, like they've got proper poker faces going on. You see, they win, they're like, they lose, they're like, it's very, very little difference. Whereas Payable, you could see he didn't see that coming, and he was very happy to get that win. Wang ID, though, down but not out, so still more games to come as we go into Wang ID on blue, Skellige versus, oh look, what's that? Square Tail on red.
Precision Strike on red, Jagger. How could this happen? It's unpredictable. Not even our best scientists could not have predicted this outcome. But yes, Payable bringing Precision Strike on red. Demarcation did bring it on blue in that first semifinal, in the very first game of the day as well, which was a bit of an odd one. He did end up losing that game because on blue coin, the Precision Strike list, having so much carryover plays, just sometimes cannot keep up and gets out-tempoed really easily and loses that card by losing on even.
And just having a quick look at the hand state, Wang ID, I think, pretty happy with his opening hand. He's got the discard package. You know, he's got Burner, he's got Skjall, and he's got one discard target with Twirsec. He's also got his Crow Miller, so he can kind of set those plays up. On the other hand, Pieball, not really got the tools you typically see for this list. Usually you want to see some maybe agitators in hand. He does have one Circle of Life, perhaps All God, in order to start to set up carryover, and you know, potentially also then thin the pyrotechnicians with something like Justice. But there is no Justice in the world at the moment.
And we'll see where Wang ID decides to go with this deck, because if he relies too much on the Draco Turtle side of things, there are a ton of answers from Pieball. This is a very controlly list, of course, with Rock Slide. The Heat Wave will probably answer the Gettynith, although the leader ability might say something about that. But yeah, overall, I mean, Garo Professional as well to deal with Draco Turtle. There's the Peller, even the Purify 4, the Covenant, and Steel as well. So a lot of answers from Pieball in a shorter round. In the long round, we'll have to wait and see if these Druid engines can put up enough points.
It's tricky because, like you said, Pieball, he has so many answers. He has answers for shorter units with things like Rebuke. He has answers for tall units and for scenarios with things like Heatwave. He's also got good old Geralt Professional. And if you get too swarmy, you know, if you just happen to go a wee bit too swarmy, then Shiryu will come out to play and burninate your entire board.
Already some carryover on Skags. That is the mission in round 1 most of the time for Precision Strike. Just set up your carryover, play your All Gods, play your Agitator, your Circle of Lives, and set up for those rounds 2 and 3. And Wang did much of the same, trying to find some utility, you know, thinning out his deck, getting these skirmishers on the board. He has a Burner Brand ready to go as well, depending on his mulligans in round 2. And also has a Chroma that the carryover, the free points we talked about yesterday for rounds 2 and 3, already set up on the board. So I think he has to be, pretty happy, like you said, with his hand right now.
Yeah, although I think Wang ID's his hands may be a little bit too good. And that is definitely a risk that you have with this list. You know, Gettynith, you maybe don't want to commit too heavily round 1. You want to hold your Covenant for when you're playing Draco Turtles, for example. Totem, also a really nice round 3 play. And then if Wang ID can preserve Last Say, having the Heat Wave for something like the Gourd or the Sheldon is also really nice. Pieball, though, I mean, he's playing Precision Strike. They don't typically want to win round 1. They're kind of okay with losing Last Say, potentially, just because, you know, they have that much carryover. So you're kind of investing in your future, and then you're okay with giving up Last Say because you have that investment to cushion the blow, shall we say.
We could see a Tempering here. We could see an Oneiromancy as well. We're going to see what we're going to pull here. Could be an All God to set up carryover. It is an All God, so going to set up probably on those Sentinels. Could be the Volunteers as well. And he has both Skags and Gord in hand, so he cannot buff those cards. We'll see what he ended up buffing. The immediate Crow Clan Preacher there played from Wang ID in the back row. And he does finally flip this Lambton, which means I think he might be looking for a pass. Like you said, his hand is very good. There's a big gap right now. He plays his last bronze card and wants to keep all these gold cards for later. So he flips the Jin, and I think it's a pretty good tell he might end up trying to pass after this turn.
He's also managed to play a bunch of 4-point cards in a round where Pieball also has 4-point cards, so you're not too worried about Shiryu. I mean, Shiryu, you'd also have to have boosted him with All God and then thinned him out of the list, so it's kind of moot here, but getting those cards out of the way now is actually very useful. A little bit of luck there on the Pyrotechnician, despite the fact he doesn't look where he throws things, managing to hit a 4 as opposed to a 2.
Not just a 4, but there were 5 bad targets with a 2s and also with a Crow Mother. If Wang ID could have continued playing into this round and played an Alchemy card to get value from that, he could have played Ermion maybe, but I think the Lamp Jin flip, especially considering that it gives better odds for the Pyrotechnician, was a pretty good tell that Wang ID is maybe thinking to pass soon.
Do we know what Pieball opted to boost?
We do, Jagras. The technology is there. We can see in the deck, and Shiryu and both of the Sentinels have been buffed, so Sentinels will come out no matter what because of the leader ability, and Shiryu now has a bit more wiggle room, especially with all 3 charges still there for Pieball to use.
You have to be a little bit careful, though, because with this list, Shiryu's really nice out of 4. Shiryu out of 5, what you typically do is you ping him with your leader ability and set up the 4s, but you've also made the Sentinels 4s, so you just have to be a little bit cautious in the way that you play your strategy so that you don't, you know, put yourself in a position where you're burninating yourself. And this is a bit overkill, and this is this thing with this list, is 34 points to 14 to win round 1. In Gwent, if you can win a round by precisely 1 point, then that is the most efficient way of winning, right? Because you're not wasting points. In that situation, when you have 34 points to 13 or 14, there's 10, 15, 20 points excess that you've spent in that round that you could have potentially held somehow into future rounds. So that's the thing with Pieball strategy and why on red this deck works so well, is you can kind of put your opponent in that position where they also end up spending a little bit too much in round one.
I think it's not so much Wang ID spending too much, it's Pieball spending his points in a different way. He says, okay, I'm going to spend these points, I'm going to put them in my backpack, and I'll have them for rounds 2 and 3. He just buffs his deck, he sets it all up, he buffs his Skags in hand as well, and doesn't put many points on the board, instead opting for those carryover points, which is why this Precision Strike is played on red coin, and it's so effective on red coin as well.
Pieball able to find the Pellar, and in this match specifically, he is the MVP, the most valuable Pellar, as Specimen would say, because he has a target. There is something that requires his attention, and that is the Covenant of Steel, able to deal with the defender without putting it in the graveyard, and if you don't put it in the graveyard, you can't then res it with Sigurdrifa's Rights.
Now we'll see what Wang ID decides here. There's 2 decisions to make. In a long round, you have, your engines, you have your druids, etc., but you also have Shiru, and that might really scare you if you're Wang ID. In a short round, you have maybe Draco Turtle, etc., but there are so many answers from Pieball anyway, although you do have last say if you're Wang ID, so that could be why he's playing into this round.
I mean, at this point, he also can play one card, right? It's all right for him to play the card. He drew into Gremist, and Gremist, unlike MV Pellar, not so useful in this matchup and swiftly gets put in the graveyard. And now Wang ID's in the situation where at 7 cards, that's where you decide if you want to go for a bleed or not.
And there's a pass, so looks like the decision has been made. I think it's a maybe not the correct one, but the one that we expected to see for sure. I think he has a better long round. Generally, Precision Strike in a short round, it's very good because it has cards like Skags that you're working towards that huge finisher the entire game. Cards like Gord as well, it's the same thing. They're payoff cards that are really effective in a very short round. And it doesn't have many engines. It doesn't have much value or cards that get more value over a prolonged round.
I'm not sure the best way for Pieball to take this here. He needs 8 points.
You might have to use some leader charges.
No, he's opted for Forest Protector. I was going to say he has to spend something a little bit more than 8 points to get them. Although Circle of Life actually does do 8 points and then puts a couple in the bank. So that's a nice way of doing it. I like that. Off in the gourd.
You're overcommitting with the Forest Protector, but you're also putting some of those points at least into carryover. So it's not as bad as it seems initially.
Yeah, I don't think you really wanted those points to go on the gourd, though. If you're worried about Heatwave on one of your toll targets, making something toller not the most useful strategy. Some nice top decks, though, on Pieball's side. Not so good with Wang ID. You've got Professional and Shiru plus a Circle of Life versus Double Resurrect, which is okay, but also Crowbro, not so hot. Bear Man, not so hot. Oh, Cultists. How do you feel about Cultists, Panda?
Well, I already publicly said yesterday I joined the cult, so I guess I can't go against that. Wang ID is my new god, but he looks like he might be in trouble here. Looking at his hand, is it just me or is something pretty important missing, Jaggeris? The Draco Turtle is in the back of the deck. And we said that Pieball had a lot of counters for it, so maybe it's fine regardless, but that is a key piece of this deck for Wang ID.
Now, I told you earlier, dragons are extinct. That extends also to dragon turtles. It seems Wang ID, he is not friend of dragons so far this series, and you got to be disappointed with it, because yes, your opponent has lots of answers, but they have to answer it, you know? And you do have the Sigurdrifa, where you could potentially play it again if it's not Heatwave, for example, so by losing out on that option, it is a core piece. The other problem I think that Wang ID has is the cultists have shown up to the party really late, you know, too busy going out sacrificing things. And ideally, you do kind of want a cultist in the graveyard. Admittedly, Pieball will probably put one in the graveyard, but you would have liked to see both of them in hand because they are, you know, core pieces of the strategy.
There's an Agitator picked over a Volunteer, getting Skags to 12 and giving him 6 points of damage now, which means he can take down something like a Priest, for example. Especially with he still has 3 pings of his Precision Strike as well. And Shiro will see what he can do at 5 points. Probably going to be pinged down to 4 maybe. There are quite a few 4s on Wang ID's side of the board, or will be after this round goes. But here is the Purified check, and Pieball will pass it with flying colors. Pellar, both hands in the air, really does not care, and will purify this Covenant immediately.
And he's having a rave right there, just got his hands up, you know, having a great time. And I mean, Covenant, she's pretty much, she's sitting there, you know, defending her man, and there's nothing actually, she's holding a piece of paper, it's not a shield at this point. And Pellar, this is where MV Pellar this is where I'm like, yes, Peller, you are a beautiful human being. But so often, in so many matchups, he's not good. But this is why you tech a Peller. And I think in Pieble's list, you can kind of afford that.
We'll see now what the choice is for Piable. A bit of an awkward moment now with his hand. Not great targets for most of his cards, like Heat Wave and Rock Slide and Hero Professional. And Shiru, of course, want to be playing near the end of the round. He does have a Circle of Life and the Nature's Rebuke. The Rebuke could kill one of these Fanatics. It would be a 6-point Rebuke in theory, but no Treant to buff is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not a bad play. The thing with the totem is there's often other targets that your opponent wants to damage, like Draco Turtle, for example. So even if you remove one, they can kind of slot something in next to the totem and do some self-mutilation as is part of this weird cult that you've joined. And it's fine. It's totally fine. But, I mean, if you're Piable, what else do you do? The thing with the cultists is they're a wee bit awkward because of their points. They go 4 and then they go 6. So if you're trying to Shuru them, it doesn't really work in a very early Gourd here, accepting that you're going to lose out on a bunch of points from specials.
We talked about it. It was an awkward moment looking at his hand. He didn't really have any good options, any clear sequencing lines there to take, so has to go for the early Gourd. It makes sense if he's scared. He wants to deal with maybe the Priest later on with something like the Rebuke, wants to save that for later. And Circle of Life as well didn't have the guaranteed buff onto the Skags.
I think also if you accept that, well, my Gourd is going to get killed anyway. It's going to get Heat Waved. If it's the biggest unit, he's just going to end and remove it. If you accept that happening anyway, it doesn't really matter when you play it, whether you save it till right at the very end or if you play it, as your 8th card or 3rd card, with 8 cards remaining at that point, and it's fine. And Wang ID just snapping the Heat Wave there, and it puts Piable in the exact same awkward position.
And one thing that Piable definitely cannot do is eliminate this Covenant of Steel, because Sigdrifa's Right does exist, and there is only one MV Peller. There's no more than that. He doesn't multiply himself, thankfully. But yeah, the Covenant would come back, and then it would have that defender status again. So Piable has to be very careful, and just doesn't have great targets. The Fanatics, it'll be overkill if you use something like a Rock Slide, for example.
And this is the thing I was talking about with control. Sometimes you kind of have too much control. And this is the situation where that's happened. So for example, with these Fanatics, you maybe don't necessarily want to kill them, because if they got up to 6, you can ping them down to 5 and then you can burn them. So you're taking points away from your Shuru. So you can kind of end up in this awkward situation where you're kind of taking points away from things that you don't want to. The other thing to be aware of is that Shuru could get potentially bigger with Circle of Life. So Piable maybe has to be careful, if he wants those points to go somewhere specific, whether that be on Shuru or not, you have to get the Death Blow to be able to control them.
There's a Rebuke. It does come down onto one of the Fanatics. We could also see a Leader Ping and then a Circle of Life for the other one, for example. It's Berserk 2, not Berserk 3, so it wouldn't transform immediately. But maybe you want to have that flexibility to have those Leader Pings to set up the perfect Shiro or the perfect Garo Professional as well. We saw it yesterday in the second quarterfinals with the Guho, where he wasn't able to do that, and he maybe lost one of the games that he played because of that. So Piable, I think, really does value having those 3 pings still available.
Yeah, Precision Strike, it's the list where you can't afford to just go throwing out pings willy-nilly. You need them for very specific scenarios. And yes, occasionally using one to cinch around without going a card down, 100% worthwhile. One leader ping versus a card, very often a card is more valuable. But, all your leader pings and thinning versus a card, it gets complicated, right? So it's tough. And Piable, we just saw him use his Rebuke, and as soon as the Rebuke's down, look, there's a comfortable 5-point Cultist. But as you said, here's the Leader Ping plus the Circle of Life, and I'm really interested to see where he buffs. I guess you could go, yeah, I was going to say you could go Shuru. Try and Shuru both the Covenant and the Cultist, but then there is Sigurdrifa.
Very interesting here to see what Piable can do with a Shiro at 7, and if Wangit expects that. He doesn't really know where the buffs went. Obviously, players at this level will be trying to count the buffs as much as possible. We'll be trying to keep track of how many buffs are being played into hand and deck, and where those buffs could go as you see the cards coming down into the board with hand buffs already on them. But sometimes you don't expect the 7 or the 9-point Shuru, and in certain decks it can really catch you off guard.
I think if you're running ID, you probably do expect the Shuru. You can manipulate points with your Mardrum. You've got your leader ability to do that. But I think maybe he's just accepting it as his fate in this situation. You know, you've seen a Neuromancy, so you probably do expect a big Shuru. This is the moment where you get 2 7s quite easily, which is a 14-point Shuru.
It re-enabled the Covenant of Steel though, and it would protect something like the Getting It going through and not being heat waved. So we'll have to see what Piable decides on that. Maybe he has the answers for the Covenant anyway with the Rock Slide.
Yeah. It sets up the Freyas as well. That's the other thing to be aware of.
Exactly. When you're trading, you know, say you Rock Slide this Priest now, great, you eliminate an engine, but you're trading that Rock Slide for a lower provision Freya's Blessing, and then you can just get that engine enabled once again anyway, so. And Piable might still be playing around Draco Turtle and doesn't know it's just not in hand for 1ID. Similar to last game even, with Cultist.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem that you have is if you don't take the Shuru now, you lose those targets, right? Because the Cultist pings the Covenant, one of them goes down in points, one of them goes up in points. So Shuru out to burninate, the rats are screaming out of the sewer, they're scared of fire. 2 cards in the graveyard, but does this play into Wang ID's strategy? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see what Wang ID decides for. Could be Sigdriff was right to get that Covenant of Steel back on the board.
With that said, the Sigdriff is right. The Covenant comes in, what, 7 with 2 armor?
Exactly.
So with a leader ping and Beckers, you can deal with it, which still frees up your heat wave onto the scenario. So Piable does have another way of dealing with it. That does mean that professional Geralt, in all of his majesty, though, may be a little bit awkward.
Because there's no Draco Turtle. I think that's, he's expecting, okay, I have Geralt, I'm going to say it's a Draco Turtle, and I should be fine, I should be able to answer it. We'll see what Piable decides for here. Of course, he does have to deal with his Covenant of Steel because he wants to answer the Getting It with the Heat Wave to eliminate 2 of those charges. 2 chapters.
I'm wondering if there was an argument for Wang ID to use his Mardrum on the Covenant to make it more awkward to remove. And they said, that's why I just mentioned Piable, he can deal with it with the Beckers plus the leader ping, and then that is dealt with. And that was probably one of the nicer ways, although I know I didn't do the maths. Maybe Mardrum puts it at a multiple of 3 and then Geralt just does his thing. It's so frustrating trying to play around all these different control options. And it's the kind of match where you'd have to go back and watch and be like, right, if I did this, would this be here? And then what would happen?
Exactly. The sequencing lines are so complicated because there's so many things happening with Draco Turtle as well in general. I think with the pings and the buffs, etc., you have to really be thinking not just the next turn and what you're going to play, but several turns ahead, maybe mapping out the rest of the round even from the very beginning. So it's the reason these players are here. They're some of the best players in the world. They can do this mental math and do this, you know, analysis of the best sequencing, the best lines very quickly in their heads. They've played hundreds of games on Pro Ladder. They have the experience to back it up. And again, it's hard to call right now, but missing Draco Turtle, I think Wang ID definitely is a bit sad about that one.
Is Piable gonna be able to actually thin his Sentinels? He's got 1 leader ping plus 2, which means he needs a Deathblow target at 3. I'm not sure he's gonna be able to do that. You've got 6 points of damage on Sheldon, but then you need to be hitting a 9? I don't know if he's gonna get the full value of the All God and stuff, so although Wang ID did miss the Draco Turtle, 7 points to 8. Sheldon is big, but that leader not as impactful as you might expect.
And Geralt is gonna be, Geralt's gonna be dead. Because Wang ID has last say as well, so he's not playing Mardrum until the very end, I assume.
I mean, you can set up a 3 with your leader ping. So you can enable 6 points of Geralt. He's not completely dead.
All right, that's dead in my book. That's a pretty pathetic Geralt, so that counts as dead.
How dare you? He's the lead character of Gwent.
In this game, he isn't. Peller's the lead character.
We talked about Mardrum, though. And there it is. So those bonded, I might be worth pointing out, bonded Clan Crow Preachers. No, Crow Clan Preachers. Oh god, it's the worst. Going up to 6 there, you know, does set up the Geralt. You've also got a leader charge potentially on the Crow Mother, but Crow Mama's coming back, so probably not the bestest of targets. You've also got 6 points of damage on Sheldon. So you can, at the moment, generate a 4, which you don't really want. You need, you know, a 9, an 8, or a 7, ideally. Like, I think you just go professional here and take out one of the Crow Clan creatures.
As you can see, the Sentinels were buffed as well in the deck, so you'd be losing out on so many points if you don't bring those out. They're not just 2 points, they're sitting at 4 points right now, both of them, so that's 8 points just evaporate into thin air. Gale Professional does come down here for 9 points, not the worst, could be better. Definitely not average, but acceptable for Payable.
I don't think it's happening. What is Wang ID going to resurrect here? I mean, the most sensible thing you resurrect is probably your Occultist, but if you know that your opponent only has the 3 points of damage and you're not sure that he can manipulate things, you're never going to resurrect something that's, just the perfect amount of points for him. I don't think there even is anything the perfect amount of points for him, if I think about it.
Well, the Preacher gains 1 point because of the Alchemy, right? And
the Preacher sets it up.
And then you can use the
Plus the
Skaggs to
6,
bring
you
it
got
down
the
to
1,
1,
yeah.
and then it's fine.
And you
eliminate an
Preacher.
engine as well. So, and there's nothing that Wang ID can do. He has 2 Alchemy cards left in hand. So even if he knows that this line of play would be punished, he has to go for it regardless.
I thought he could dodge it, but alas, the Cultist was in fact sus. She's an imposter. She's working for Scoia'tael. And I think if you're Payable, you're so happy that that's the card. If that had been a Draco Turtle, for example, then you ain't getting your friendos out. But here they come, the Broccolon Sentinels, the triplets from Broccolon Forest have showed up to the party. Better late than never. 32 points
It's
to
a massive
13.
point gap. The Freya's Blessing could resurrect the other Fnatic and make a very unusual totem play there in an unusual way. But in the end, the Draco Turtle missing and the fact that Payable was able to so cleanly deal with the Covenant of Steel twice, not just once, and also, like you said, find that space for the Sentinels to come out, 8 points coming back into the board, and a huge point gap on that final flashy play for Payable. And I mean, he's looking pretty dominant right now in this series.
Yeah, I don't think there was much room for Wangit in that match after he didn't find the Draco Turtle. Payable actually, he ended up with just about the perfect number of answers. And I think for Wang ID, if he'd managed to maybe find the Draco Turtle or been able to dodge the Sentinels, because that was a potential thing that could happen, he would have been perfect. But alas, the Clan Crow Preacher going up to 7 did set that up, and that was something that we were kind of talking about. And Payable, I think you're pretty comfortable at this stage.
We saw the difference with this Battle Trance list. Playing against something that doesn't interact with you at all, that lets you do your own game plan. Against Gravis yesterday in the Krongrit Swarm match in Game 5, great. It looks like the best deck in the history of Gwent. All of a sudden, just 40 points up with 2 cards to go. I became part of his cult even from that showing. But seeing it now, it's the complete other side of the coin. Playing against a control list that has answers for every single thing you're trying to do. And all of a sudden, your Solitaire deck isn't sold Solitaire. Someone else has joined the game, and you've lost it. And you're 2-0 down against Payable in the semifinals. So it's a deck that has those 2 sides of the coins. And in this case here, we saw not only the bad draws with not finding Draco Turtle, but also just playing against a deck that has all the answers that they need.
I think, like I said at the start with the matchup, Swang ID, I do think he's at a disadvantage with some of these decks just because Payable has that much control. With that said, I would say Payable got quite lucky. The dragons are just not about at the moment. There was no Keltulis, there was no Draco Turtle, so you don't even have your kind of core pieces to play your strategy if you're Wang ID. And now he's got to decide what it is he wants to do about this hidden cache and how he's going to sequence. He talked in his interview, he'd never done a reverse sweep before. There's a first time for everything though, and this could be, if you could win 3 games in a row, this could be the day. It could not be, but
and what a memorable moment that would be as well. But Payable, of course, having won 2 games, has only 1 deck left. He's back on Blue Coin now for this 3rd game. He has, like you said, only the hidden cache. We saw it with Magpie. 3rd time was the charm in that Game 5, almost a reverse sweep from Demarcation. Could be the case here as well. There is, no lineup strategy anymore for Payable. He has no choice. He has to play hidden cache no matter what. And now Wang can decide, okay, this deck is favored against hidden cache, maybe even on red coin. I'm going to play this deck first. And we see a mirror, not a congregate mirror because there is a hidden cache here. It's a different list, but a syndicate mirror nonetheless.
And Payable, no Tin Boy. Yeah, with no Tin Boy. So yesterday, Colobon, he did have Tin Boy in his hidden cache list, but no Tin Boy for Payable.
Wang ID does have it though.
Nonsense. Yeah, so in terms of going against Swarm, that is a kind of disadvantage that you're at. you have Passiflora, so you have, you know, to manage your blind eyes, and all of your control is in poison, so all of your control is kind of delayed control as opposed to just straight removal.
And it's tall unit control where, sure, there are going to be Fallen Knights, there could be something like Kajax as well, sure, but the biggest thing here is the swarm strategy. You're going very, very wide with very low value units, and poison, historically, you know, not, or mathematically rather, not very good against 3-point units, so.
That's true. First Sight, though, is nice with Syndicate Mirrors, even if the decks are very different. It allows you to establish your engines first, and get things kind of get the ball rolling, so to speak, in terms of Peaches, or in this case MK. You know, try to get some money in the bank there, popping the shield on her, so really valuing MK there, and saying you don't have easy 1-point damage. You know, you have like Payday, you have bloody good fun, but MK doesn't want any of your bloody good fun. Thank you very much.
And this is where we talk about Congregate being a very good deck, has a ton of control options, but has almost no removal, has the usual, you know, 4 or 5 point spells that work removing an MK, but she has a shield and it's impossible, or it takes 2 turns and 2 cards to do it, which she's already getting coins anyway, so you've already lost a lot of value there. And we'll have to see if Payable can kind of take advantage of the fact that Wanged doesn't have too many answers in terms of removal.
It is worth noting, though, in terms of Payable's hand, his spending options are somewhat limited. So these 2 coins per turn are nice, but you usually want to have diverse ways to spend them. Stacking them all on a blind eye, maybe not always your ideal strategy, although Wang ID, I guess, doesn't really have the toll removal that is going to punish that.
This is the thing about open deck list and about archetypes that you know are just historic. They're going to have just, they're going to play their own game. They're going to play solitaire, not going to have too many interaction options. You can do things that in other matchups would be incredibly risky and put all your points into something like a Sea Jackal, into something like a Street Urchins as well. But in this case, you know, you see the deck list, you see there's no cards that can punish this, so you're just playing your own game and taking risks that you otherwise couldn't in other matchups.
And the other thing Payable can do is Payable can swarm, this is what I'm talking about here, with the Kicky More, because that Flying Redanian, every time it dies, as long as you are at Horde 7, it will come flying back out of the graveyard. It's like in its name. So the Kikimore can basically farm the Flying Redanian to spawn more Kikimores and swarm the board in a very unconventional way. There's like an infestation in Novigrad, basically.
And at this point with this current setup, MK cannot be answered. Kikimore can be answered, but I don't really see anything in the hand right now for Wangan to do so. He does have the Bloody Good Fun actually, but he's spending quite a few coins actually. He has 3 on his purse already. So overall, just the current setup and the current point gap, I think is pretty clear Payable is going to be winning this round 1.
And it's just up to, you know, Wang ID, how much stuff do I want to try and get out of Payable? He's got a couple Blind Eyes out, MK's out, Kikimore's out, so he's gotten quite a few engines from Wang ID. But the problem with trying to kind of bleed cards in round 1 is you also have to commit cards, and you may be committing synergistic pieces. With that said, it is Swarm. You know, Swarm can suddenly just explode, and there's like Fire Swarm deck tuplets everywhere, so I wouldn't completely write Wang ID out of the round.
Now Payable still has a few more bronzes to just play to just continue playing into this round without over-committing. He already has a lot of points. He already has, you know, the engine set up as well with the Kikimore, like you mentioned. He doesn't really need too many more points now. So we're going to try and just commit these bronzes, the weaker ones first, just to see until where he can get Wanga to pass. If Wanga doesn't pass and a big enough gap is created, he can just do kind of a hero pass and say, okay, Wang ID, do you have the answer to this in 1 card?
And you can see, this is where Syndicate becomes big brain levels of play. You have to kind of do your math. So there, for example, Payable going down to 5 coins, knowing he's going to get 2 from MK, puts him up to 7 and brings the Flying Redanian back. But it also leaves you a little bit of wiggle room where if you happen to decide to play a card that does generate profit, you're not going to overprofit. And if you pass, like here, those 2 coins from MK put you to 9 and you maximize your carryover from round 1.
And now we're going to see what Payable decides for, although I think it's all aligned for him to bleed in this round 2. You don't want to go into a very long round against Congregate. You have hitting cash, so you're kind of incentivized to bleed round 2 and use that leader ability as well. And a lot of times we see players just playing that Passiflora round 2 and going for a bleed, or going for a 2-0. Although in this case, I think you know that Congregate can get those points. You're almost never going to 2-0 Congregate. It's almost impossible. So maybe going for a different line of play here and just doing a more normal standard bleed here for a few rounds at least, or maybe not at all if you're scared of losing this card.
Yeah, bleed is really tough. A bleed is super, super tough for Pieball, especially if you don't have something like a Passiflora and triggers where you can kind of be like, right, I'm going to play these, I'm going to get these engines going, maybe drop Soul and then peace out before my opponent can swarm too much. On the flip side, you could maybe say, well, I've got Soul, I've got Passiflora, you know, I've got my own engines, maybe I'm going to outvalue you, but that's a big maybe. He's got a Heat Wave for one of the Fallen Knights, so that's kind of comfortably dealt with, and you can poison the other one, so those not such a problem, but a Jar plus Tribute does suggest a bleed to me.
And of course, there are some removal options to take down these insects, but very inefficiently, and once you use a removal option, you don't have removal for whatever's behind those insects in that row, so it doesn't matter either way, I think. Interaction is not the name of the game for Wang ID's deck, of course. It is Point Slam.
And you can see Wang ID, this is a respect to the bleed. If you play a Fallen Knight in a round, you're saying, right, I respect the fact you're going to bleed me. I need to play an engine of my own. I can't play too slowly here. I need to get this on the board to start generating points. It's not very many points yet, but, you know, with a few more spawned units and stuff, that is going to get bigger and bigger. Pieball, though, Soul's one of these really annoying cards where if your opponent is bleeding you with it, what they do is they just pass, and then they get 2 passive points per turn. Or 3, depending on how much Horde value you have. At the moment, I believe it's 2.
Because of this point gap, there's going to be 3 points per turn because of the hidden cash ability as well. And, okay, double Fallen Knight comes down, so Wang ID is setting up to go into a longer run, or into, you know, getting his engines down first, because he knows that if he doesn't, he might be in trouble. So like you said, there could be a pass here from Pieball. There is a decent point gap, and that Sol is just by itself getting 3 points every turn. But I think you want to keep going just a tiny bit, because you don't want to go into a 10-card round 3.
No, you have to respect the bleed. Like, Wang ID has to respect the bleed here. If he doesn't commit some stuff, Pieball could just start doing things, and if Wang ID starts playing his strategy too late, that often leads to a 2-0. On the flip side, Pieball, you know, he has to decide when is enough, because Congregate does have a congregation, literally. There are a lot of Firesworn Zealots showing up. There's the triplets, for example, on the board there, boosting up that Fallen Knight. I like the Heat Wave. The Heat Wave stops you from spending any money, so Soul's going to continue to be 3 points per turn, like I said, because of the hidden cash reducing the Horde. How far do you go, though?
The further you go, the more Wang ID develops his board, and the easier time he has catching up in points, which is why it's such a hard balance to find. We mentioned it before, bleeding is very difficult, especially against a deck like Congregate that, and even if it spends, you know what, a few bronze cards and then it's Echo card, it's an Echo card. He still has that finisher for the next round. We saw yesterday where I thought, okay, a 5-card round 3 for Swarm, or for Congregate, not going to be very good. All of a sudden they had 50 points and they won easily against NR, against Gravish in that game. Well, one of the games in the last series of yesterday. So it's just a very good deck, even though it has no interaction. It has so many points that it's hard to do anything against it.
And you might be wondering, you know, why hasn't Pieball played his Peaches? But Pieball has very limited blind eyes in this list. So whilst Peaches would be a great engine if he played it a bit earlier, he needs to hold on to that in order to trigger his scenario. The other thing of note, Kurt, they're unable to lock the Fallen Knight, obviously, because it had Veil, so just purifying that Veil instead. But Kurt, he's not MV Peller. He's pretty underwhelming, all things considered. Oh god, more Firesworn. Here comes another cult.
And all of a sudden, Pieball is in trouble. Also not finding his Passiflora for this round 2, which a lot of players, when playing Hidden Cash, decide to go for, maybe not the 2-0, but put a lot of pressure early on by playing the Passiflora first, setting up their engines first, and then playing something like an Azar and just protecting them. But in this case, did not find it.
Wang ID here just has a choice to make in terms of points. Soul going to gain 3, which puts them on even. So if he does opt to use a leader charge here, he's basically saying, you know, I'm trying to gain a card. But Pieball does still have the pass at this point. And you can see he's thinking about it.
And you can't use a Sea Jackal because if you do, then there's less Horde on the Sol as well. So it's tricky here. The bank, you don't know what you're gonna find, and it also uses coin if you have to go deeper than you thought.
It's really tough, I think, for Piebald because 6-card round, that's still quite long. You might think 6 cards out of 10, not that long, but we've seen what Congregate can do. We've seen what this Swarm strategy can do with the right tools, especially conserving leader charges. But Piebald just saying, you know, I don't think I'm necessarily going to get another opportunity to escape, shall we say. And Wang ID does still have to spend another card here.
And he commits, Wang commits nothing. I mean, just bronze cards after bronze card after bronze card. The Furco, sure, thinning down, being on a crime card as well, but still has a lot of his big power plays left in his deck.
We'll have to see the draws. You know, they both have Jacques. One, though, devoted. One, not so much. Morale putting that devotion to bed. Although we haven't seen Morale. You know what else we haven't seen? Passiflora. And here comes all of the poison.
You know, we have seen 4 poisons against a swarm list. So unfortunate for Piebald there. I mean, terrible mulligans, really, or terrible draws. And yeah, all around, just atrocious draws there. He has the bank to find something, but he has both the Morale. The Philippa is huge as well, just to get a huge swinging control turn, and the Passiflora, like you mentioned. So,
and the poisons are the cards you wanted to see when the Fallen Knight was out. You know, when he was out doing his Fallen Knight thing. I guess you can still poison Jacques.
Well, he has Veal, so not even. That's
oh no, yeah.
the problem
See,
with this.
I've made that mistake so many times, locking them, poisoning them, and you forget about it. Veil. Ugh. So yeah, not great.
Overall, I think it was just a bad matchup for Piebald. Luckily, he is 2-0 up in the series, so he doesn't have to be worrying too much. It isn't do or die for him, but just how the game went, how this matchup is in general, and his draws. He does find the Passiflora, so the scenario does come down on the board. No answer, of course, from this non-interactive deck that Wang ID has brought, but will it be enough?
I think that's a really upsetting Vivaldi bank, though, because you have a look at the top 3 cards in your list, and the 3 cards that have moved to the top, Morale, then Philippa, then Passiflora, and you're like, if only there was a round 4, I'm going to draw into those cards. With that said, Piebald, he's got a couple engines. He's got all the blind dice he needs. He still has his Jacques, and he does have a couple poisons, so depending on how big, you know, anything gets, he does have an answer for something, but I don't feel like Swarm does go that big, and with Penance, if that's last played, you can't poison it because it takes 2 turns.
Exactly. I mean, you do lose some points by playing Penance later if you play your, you know, board-wide buffs first, but not enough that you would, yeah, obviously, I mean, there's no other poison targets. The Jacques has Veal, and everything else is very small boys, a lot of them, but very small. So just not great targets overall.
The small boys cult. I don't know, man. Firestorm, they're a creepy bunch. So here comes Jacques. You know, anything you can do, I can also do, I suppose. But this one doesn't have Veil, and this is where actually the Devotion, you see that extra little perk, the Veil, really coming in handy for Wang ID.
But of course, this hitting cashless without something like a Heat Wave would be maybe a lot worse in this current meta, so you can't really go for that Devotion with... I think that's when you see a lot of lists that have Devotion, they normally don't have that much control option because a lot of neutral cards do add a lot of control. But in this case for Piebald, yeah, no Veil on his Jacques, and Wang just has all the answers. Did he really miss anything at all? I don't think he did. He has the bank anyway to try and find something now as well. I mean, he finds the Helveet, he finds, I guess the Tin Boy is something he missed, and the Ulrich, but overall found most of his key cards.
It's because none of them are dragons. That's what's going on here. Piebald, though, he hasn't actually triggered any of Passiflora's chapters. The awkward thing about Passiflora chapters is the final one now is the Seductress. It's been nerfed such that you don't get the Seductress straight off the bat. You get it quite late, and that's going to be a very late engine, so not that impactful. You do get 7 coins though, which is effectively just 7 points.
And the poisons might come down on the Helveet in the end, it looks like. That might be the best target. We'll see what the bank decides to get for Wang ID there as well. We saw the Jacques fee being paid a few times because now Piebald has hit max amount of coins. He can, of course, spend them on the Jacques, and like we mentioned before, there isn't any real punish for tall units in Wang ID's list. Bank does come down here for Wang ID. We'll see what he can find.
Bank not as versatile in this swarmy list. You don't really tend to have as much money in the bank. It's a it's a small branch, but I think you're happy with those choices. Let's be real.
Finds the Cleric, swarms the board even more, gets the extra synergy on the Sacred Flame we see already on the board, and the Disei Rai that's going to come out later on. What a surprise! 6-card round 3, 4-card round 3, 10-card round 3. It does not matter. The board will be filled no matter what. That's just how it goes against Congregate.
I don't even know what 11 tuplets are at this point. You know, we had deck tuplets. I don't know what you would call 11. This is probably a special name for it. Someone in the chat's going to know. 44 points to 45. It looks close. It looks close.
But the finishers that
There's a lot of
Payable
clicking to be done.
and the finishers that Payable has in hand, especially against Congregate that goes wide and not tall, aren't exactly the finishers that Wang ID will be scared of. You might be expecting a Philippa, but it would have come out much earlier, I think, if he had it. So, do we see the pennant coming down first, or does he play around poisons? Maybe thinking about the hand that Payable has after all this sequencing and what cards he hasn't played. Maybe taking 2 poisons to be there.
I think you wouldn't play the penance first, just because you know that there we go. See, you know that Morale's a card as well. So Morale always the option to have that backup poison. So if he had say Morale, you can always set up a poison on the board, and then you know it's likely that poison is a thing that exists, kind of thing, and it's easy to play around it, right? You're not losing much by sequencing it this way around.
And the Helveed comes out, or gets poisoned rather. The Procession of Penance does dodge that, but I mean, that is a lot of points, Jaggeris. I think this is just not a good matchup for Payable there. Helveed does get banished the Shadow Realm, but there's a 30-point gap there. We're used to seeing maybe 1 point, 2 points, maybe even a tie in some tournaments. A 30-point gap is not the usual, so maybe that matchup just wasn't there for Payable. Luckily, he was 2-0 up. It's now 2-1. The reverse sweep is slowly happening, one step at a time. Payable now has to continue obviously playing. He only has his hidden cash list left. First game down, that was maybe a bad matchup. Maybe he's going to have better matchups going forward, and also going to be on red coin for game 4 of this series.
Firespawn just proving to be the superior cult. You made a mistake joining the bear cult, but as a panda, I suppose it kind of fits. That was the list, though, that I think Payable, when we were talking about decks, we said this is the one that Payable's list will struggle against the most. Whereas his control options into Battle Trance, we've seen be successful. His control options into Monsters, well, Monsters got a bit lucky, we'll say, in that matchup. But he does have control for things like Siri, for the Cave Troll, if he can find his, in that case, Grimace, but his Purify. He's got the tools that he needs. But Hidden Cash, the control that it does have, requires a bit of setup. Things like Philippa, for example, you need the money in the bank. Poisons, they take a couple of turns. It's not super easy to do it. So we'll have to see if that maybe gives Wang ID a little bit more wiggle room to try and squeeze out this series and take that reverse sweep.
And because Wang ID knows that Payable has no choice in what deck he brings, he only has 1 deck left. He said, okay, my Congregate list almost can't lose to this Hidden Cash, I think. He brought it first, secures that first win. That's 1 step now. Going forward now, he still has 2 lists left. The Nature's Gift, of course, was banned. Congregate, he just won with it, so he still has the Carapace and the Battle Trance. What do you think about those matchups against Hidden Cash specifically?
Keltulis is massive against Hidden Cash if you can get it to stick, because the Hidden Cash does have quite a lot of units and has cards that spawn units. If you have cards that play multiple units, that can kind of be problematic. Things like Passiflora, for example. Also, you've got the Flying Redanian, but the Flying Redanian, on the other hand, does kind of counter Keltulis, because if you can stay at Horde 7 because of Hidden Cash, if you stay at that level, then Keltulis kills the Redanian comes back out, Keltulis kills the Redanian. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Keltulis impacts that matchup. The other thing of note that kind of benefits Payable is because he has this poison-heavy strategy, he does have options with special cards, which are, when you're not playing units, you're not putting bodies on the board. But then things like Kick and More, for example, kind of counterintuitive in that strategy because you are swarming. So.
And the leader ability, Carapace, giving Veil to units kind of counters the swarm as well, or the poison as well. And Battle Trance, you have Grimace, and you have a lot of alchemy cards. I mean, the whole deck is centered around, to some degree, with your leader and your Freya's Blessings, etc., around alchemy cards. So 2 very clear options there that Payable has to deal with first, because the Purifies from Grimace could be just eternal in a long round 3. He does have answers like Philippa that are very strong because they don't have to deal, damage, or they just steal it, and then you can get that effect as well from something like a Siri or a Siri dash. So Pliable, of course, stuck on hidden dash, or hidden cash rather. Hidden dash is a new variant of this deck that we haven't seen yet. But
it's called Hidden Dash.
Listen, thank me. Those content creators out there, in a month, thank me later for that great YouTube name, for those clickbait views. But Pliable playing Hidden Cash on red coin, and Wang ID decided to bring this Carapace list on blue coin for game 4 of the semifinals.
It's a weird matchup, this one. We were just talking about it. Like, both of them kind of have different counters to different things. Like you were saying with the Veil on the Carapace, that blocks the poison. The Flying Redanian kind of blocks the Keltulis. If you can get the money for Philippa and you can steal Siri, that's disastrous for your opponent. But you have to set up your bank, So it's very interesting to watch this match in terms of how players sequence. But what do you think about these hands? Wanged's hand is not shining, I would say.
Right away, I'm going to look at something like a Strays with Spala, because it can counter an Imke very effectively with the movement options, Imke being range locked for her effect to take place for those coins. So that already is a little tech choice that is going to prove, I think, pretty effective in this round 1. I imagine Imke will be played in this round 1 at some point. Even though there's the answer, you have to do the movement check, see if the Spala is in hand, and then try and counter it that way.
I don't know, both these hands are really awkward for the players, I would say, in terms of a round 1 strategy. None of them, like, you see no series, for example, on Wang ID's hand. You can't be serious in this situation because there's none of them. You don't have Keltulis if that was something you maybe wanted to use as a round 1 strategy. But then Pliable, he doesn't have, say, a defender, for example, to protect his MK. But he also doesn't really have a lot going on in that hand in general. He's got, the Kikimo Warrior set up, but he hasn't got the money to actually start farming. And natural selection has taken its course, and that Kikimo Warrior was selected for death.
It happens in real life too. Those insects, they don't survive very long. So Kikimora Queen gets eliminated right away. And natural selection there, 4 points of damage, usually a bit too small to take care of an engine, but at that 3-point range, perfect answer there. The Ransackers does come down as a response from Pliable. Just getting the coins, really trying to get out that Flying Redanian, I think, in this round 1 to make sure it doesn't break your draws later on, and also just to get that carryover for every single round from now on.
This situation, though, a little bit awkward for both players in terms of the typical strategies that you would see for round 1. Wang ID does need to be a bit careful with things like consumes, that he doesn't go too tall. Yes, he can always add Veil and disable the poison ability, but that's then using leader charges that you maybe want to save for valuable targets. And when you're running the stratagem that you have tactical advantage, that also then builds into a tall strategy, which is vulnerable to poison.
There we saw the damage being on the Foglet made it so that this Dragon Warrior is a bit smaller, which means the poison isn't as scary in round 1 to deal with it over 2 turns. The Sea Jackal comes out at 7. There is a Heat Wave in this Carapace list, but aside from that, in terms of tall punish, there really isn't much more. Parasite hits for 6, of course, and the Thunders, etc. Natural selection, but all smaller.
It turns out Sea Jackal is a little bit more evolutionary advanced and less prone to natural selection, but that boost does just bring it out of range for something like that. This is such a weird round 1, though. Just looking at these hands and looking at the way the players are kind of orchestrating their strategies. Like, no one's really orchestrated the strategy. Like, yes, Wang ID's managed to thin his Foglets, so that's like 1 point for him. Fireball has not yet managed to thin his Redanian, but he also hasn't really played anything at this stage.
Also,
is he gonna veil it? This is the question. No. Okay.
And there's the Fist Tech number 1 coming out. Profits for 4, so up to 7 coins. Uses 2 on the Sea Jackal, though, knowing that he can use the Fist Tech next turn to get the boat out anyway.
And this is the thing with Wanged. You have kind of different ways of dealing with the poisons, right? You can add a Veil, but you can also just consume it. The thing is, you have to be a bit careful with consuming, because consuming makes an even taller unit that could then be subjugated to a backup poison. You also have the ability to bluff with poison. That's the other thing Pieball can potentially do. You know, if you play, say, the Fist Tech, for example, when you don't have a follow-up, sometimes it spooks your opponent enough that they pass. The problem, I guess, in that situation is you have to make up the points. But I think when you have a full coin purse and you get a Flying Redanian, it shouldn't be completely impossible.
And the Imler's Wrath as well, something I didn't really think about, can also deal a lot of damage if Pieball isn't careful, puts in too many points onto these Sea Jackals, for example, and they can get hit for a whole ton of points. At this point, though, Wang ID, I think, looks pretty comfortable in this current round after having eaten that Yigern, leading that poison, and only one poison left in hand for Pieball. I guess you don't really expect your opponent to have more than 2 poisons in round 1.
I mean, you say that, but this list is super poison heavy. Like, usually I would agree with you. I'd say, yeah, you don't necessarily expect that, but you've got, you know, you've got the 2 Fist Techs, you've got the 2 Fist Tech Traffickers, you've also got Morale in there, so there is a lot of poison in Pieball's cash list. So I don't think you necessarily think this is a bluff.
And you have 9 coins also for the bank, so you're ready to go.
Exactly. So even if it is a bluff, you know that there's like that much money in the bank that your opponent can probably create a poison somehow. So then what do? You have options. You could use a leader charge, in which case I think Pieball's kind of happy with that. You know, they've used up a leader charge, which they then can't use for things like series for Keltulis, for example. And if your opponent passes, I think you can make up this gap.
You can use Wrath as well on the Sea Jackal, as we mentioned before. We do see it coming down here. So one of the big answers for tall units out of the way. 10-point Imler's Wrath. Not too bad, though. Definitely above its provision value. And both the Veal and the Wrath coming down. So Wanged really valuing this round 1. Pieball saying, all right, man, I'm sorry. I even doubted you. Take the round. Don't worry.
Sorry I doubted you, Wanged. Oh, dear. I do love a poison bluff, though. You know, I think with Pieball, there was nothing to be lost by making that play there. You're not playing anything particularly powerful, and you have follow-up options should you need them. Speaking of poisons, there's another one going into the deck after coming back out of it, and these are some nice draws on the side of Pieball, but look at Wanged's draws. Keltulis, Siri Dash, and a Neuromancy. Oh, no Romancy, more like.
We'll see what the answers are here from Pieball. He has a Heat Wave for the Keltulis. There is a Defender as well, which Pieball has the Purify for, obviously, with the Kurt if he finds it. He doesn't currently have it in hand. Kurt and Lee have it in hand. It's a Jagras pun for you.
Oh, you're getting pretty bad, but Cave Troll's not that big. So Cave Troll is something that is susceptible to Philippa, unless you invest a Veil charge. That is something that could potentially happen, especially with your cash coins.
Because Pieball was at 9 coins when he passed last round, he has 4 for this turn. With a hidden cash, he could go up to 7. And take the Defender. Is this a bait from Wanged, though?
No, I think this is like a check from Wanged. I think he's like, right, can you deal with the Defender? And if you can't deal with the Defender, I'm going to do Siri things. And if you can deal with the Defender, I'm going to have to make a choice. But Wanged is a risk, right? Because you're risking losing a card. And if you're pirate, I mean, you can try and high roll, right? You've got your bank, so you can go looking for Kurt. Oh, he's just leaving it.
This is scary because now you're already you're a turn behind. You have to answer the Defender first and then answer something else. And Siri puts the timer on really quick, and it gets pretty scary if you're behind already by a turn with the Defender. But it looks like Pieball valued the coins, getting that engine first, before he goes into this dance of trying to remove all these engines. Puts that MK down. The Strays of Spala cannot be answered because he wants to have the Siri Dash down on the board first.
He's hunting for Kurt, but look how deep that Kurt is. Right at the bottom, last card, spending all of the money, which means that getting profit in order to abduct Siri, not so easy. You know, you've got 3 coins there. If you get a couple more, you could have taken her, but I think it might just be a Heat Wave.
The MK, though, is getting coins as well, so maybe it's not that bad.
Ooh.
We'll see if the timing...
That's a good point, Fleck.
Can Wanged do anything to buff this Siri up? He has a Parasite in the deck, but then the Heat Wave
charges as well.
But then the Heat Wave is even juicier. The Heat Wave has to be used either on Keltulis, if not answer with Heat Wave. You can't really answer with Philippa because it's obviously just already starting at 9, so kind of makes that hard with the leader buff, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Got a death wish?
We mentioned the Stray Vespala countering the MK there.
And Wanged has to make a decision here. Do you use that leader charge? Do you buff up your Siri? Do you try and protect it? Or do you pretend they don't have Philippa? You've seen Bank, so you know they can't get Philippa that way, but I think you have to play around Philippa. You can't afford to allow your opponents to just take Siri Dash
It's
there.
game losing, I think, if that happens. So, necessary play there from Wanged. 2 charges down already from his Carapace leader ability, and now Payable in trouble. He has to answer the Siri Dash. He can use a Heat Wave, but then is he going to have an answer for the Keltulis later on? Does he need an answer for Keltulis later on?
He has options with poison, but the problem is there's still one more leader charge in the bank, so you can wait for the first poison to come down and then apply the veil. Keltulis, you can, in very niche scenarios, abduct it, but the problem is then that puts another unit on your side of the board, which you don't really want to happen. So maybe you just accept that Siri Dash triggers and is like a lesser of 2 evils.
Now we're back up to 8 coins, so Philippa is back online. Siri Dash starting to sweat once again. Parasite could be coming down from Wanged. If he plays Parasite though, then the Heat Wave maybe is a bit more interesting for Payable.
I really like that strategy with Payable withholding the tribute there to just bank the coins, and he's put himself on exactly 8. He's thinned his Redanian, so he's also ahead at this point, and oh, Wang ID, you know, you decided to go for this bleed. You put the Cave Troll out there. Admittedly, Payable had to go right to the bottom of his deck to find that Kurt. Like, Kurt, 7 provisions, but he was bloody expensive. But it's not looking so great at the moment.
And the second Siri comes down, so now you gotta answer everything Payable. The last leader charge is used as well, so this Siri Dash becomes unanswerable if not with that Heat Wave. And the Heat Wave does come down. It was juicy enough. Finally, Payable takes that, but still there's a Siri in hand for Wang ID though. But because Payable is able to stay ahead with that play and stay 17 to 15, that means that even though the Siri goes back into hand for Wanged, there's still even cards because he lost his card by bleeding here.
Yeah, and that I think may prove costly in terms of the Keltulis, because it means that Payable. The thing with Keltulis is a weird card. Sometimes the strategy is to discard, and if Payable discards his first card, that kind of puts the initiative to set up the board onto Wanged, which you don't want with this Keltulis list. You want your opponent to be in that position where they have to set up a board, they have to start putting units on, so that then you can play your Keltulis, and then you can kind of start to deal damage that way. But when you have an extra card, it does give you flexibility that you can always opt, especially if it's a mediocre bronze, just discard it and be like, right, we'll just play this round on even cards, but you have to go first.
Like you mentioned, the Flying Redanian might be able to just tank all the hits from Keltulis anyway, so it's a tricky deck. It's just not a deck I would play myself. It requires playing Gwent on a completely different playing field mentally. You have to be doing some very weird sequencing and cheesing very, very weird wins there. But there's a pass from Wanged. Payable going to insta-pass as well. Siri comes back into hand, so no cards lost there from Wanged. Unpunished bleed. Both players with 4 cards and 7 cards in round 3 after the draws.
Yeah, I did actually forget about Siri coming back, so the whole thing about discarding cards, not actually very relevant. Payable does know Neuromancy coming out for Wanged. He knows that that's in hand, so he knows that Keltulis is definitely an option in this situation, regardless of the fact that it's in hand. And I think at this point he's maybe just trying to find some different options, maybe some non-units. But if he can get up to 9 coins very quickly, then Keltulis countered by Redanian.
All 7 coins with a hidden cash, but yeah, the same logic applies there. The Sol is there, could be interesting. Azar is also there, but Azar, unfortunately, those insects will be slowly killed by Keltulis because he has both the Passiflora and the Azar that both put him at a unit disadvantage, or unit advantage rather, which puts him at Keltulis' disadvantage going into this round. So a lot to think about here. A lot of things that you normally don't think about. The Sol comes out unprotected. The Heat Wave could answer. Although you might want to save Heat Wave for the scenario, but because it spawns more bodies, maybe you don't.
I think you maybe have to Heat Wave the Soul, just because you know about Ajar as well, and how do you get through Ajar? Like, yes, eventually Keltulis will do it, but by that point, you know, the scenario is probably getting procced, so it doesn't really help you. The other thing with Gwent is I always find that a lot of the time it's better to deal with the evil you know. You know, sometimes it makes sense to just play with the current board state than figuring out the what-ifs. There's also a weird argument that maybe you heatwave the Redanian so that it doesn't counter your Keltulis.
That's a possibility. It's kind of like with the Ruhin not being heat waved in the semifinals. The first semifinals we saw today between Demarcation and Magpie could have been a line. Demarcation ended up not taking it, so we'll see what's decided here. A lot of different sequencing lines for both players. The Beast comes out, so engine for engine, the Sol and the Beast, both very similar effects.
But that's a Yoinky engine. That engine can defect to the other side of the board. And if Piebald can kind of play enough sacrifices that he can keep the Beast and Soul stuck on the board, that might be very problematic for Wanged. You have to make a decision though, because if you wait and the Beast grows too big, then you can't Philipper it. So Piebald seizing the opportunity, seizing the Beast. It was a bit of a betrayal. Bad dog gone to the other side of the board, and now Keltulis is like, there's lots of things for me to kill.
So because it's at the same level, I mean, at some point the Philipper would have probably died just from pure probabilities. Dies right away, so the Redanian cannot tank that hit there. We're back to 1 coin though, important to note. So the Redanian can tank the next one, but you have to get coins really quickly for Piebald to try and play around this.
There's not a quick way for him to get coins though, you know, in this hand. Ajar only gives you 3. Passiflora takes a turn. Unless he
has to spend here with Ajar because
I think you play Ajar and spend, and they delay Keltulis, which gives you enough time to play Passiflora and the Peaches.
Exactly. So the insects taking the hit here from this big dragon 1 by 1, gonna go down. And we'll see if that gives Piebald enough time to set up his Passiflora and get the coins as well from one of the chapters.
I think if you're Piebald also, you really would have liked some moral support on this board state, because if you had the poison set up with the 2 bugs with the Ajar Scarabs, then that would allow you to poison and kill the Keltulis, which means that you no longer have to get to that level of coins. But actually, I think the strategy works quite well as well. And I don't know. I think it's going to be quite close.
Second bug goes down. The Flying Redanian is now ready to be hit. Of course, no defenders anymore, so the heat wave can be used now, but already 2 chapters proc, so definitely lost a lot of value. And gonna instead probably want to use it on the Beast or the Sol, because they're growing more and more every single turn. Especially with the Keltulis at 17 as well.
And I kind of think with this few turns remaining, is Keltulis going to be able to get through that many small units? Like, Wanged now is in a really awkward spot, because if he maybe heat waved the Flying Redanian earlier, he wouldn't have this problem now where it's not a great heat wave. Let's be 100% honest with that. You want to be heat waving Sol, you want to be heat waving the Beast, which ironically you played for Piebald. But you can't, you can't just leave that Redanian, because they're just going to keep growing.
Also, the fact that series damage pings are not on a single enemy. They're 3 different enemies, so you can kind of maybe get one of these engines down under the Redanian and eliminating it that way. But the Beast does go finally bye-bye. Keltulis does sting on the ship as well, but we're back at 7 coins for Piebald. The Peaches procs the last chapter as well, so I mean, he has it all already. The points are out, the Redanian's back, and he's just the meat shield. He has full protection. Everyone get behind me. I'll sacrifice myself 17 times if need be.
And it's such a shame for Wanged, you finally managed to find your bloody dragon at long last, and it's defeated by a spooky ship. Things looking super peachy for Piebald, opting there not to spend, taking all of those procs, bringing the Flying Redanian out of the deck, and unfortunately not enough points for Wang ID. Piebald taking the series 3-1, and he looks stressed.
And we talked about it. This is a deck that puts all your eggs on that Keltulis basket, and we saw yesterday, Piebald twice slaying this dragon, first killing his own unit, second time using Azar's insects and the Redanian ship to just counter it completely and showing that these cheesy decks, they can be very good when everything is pulled off perfectly, but there are some ways where all of a sudden, if it's countered, you just don't have any other points aside from that. So he just finds the way. He moves on to the final on his tournament debut. He wins this game. We're going to be doing an interview with him really soon just to find out, what he felt with this series here. 2-0 up at the start, so very good start. Lost the game there, and then finally able to take it in game 4 with his hidden cash list.
You can tell just looking at him, like, that was a hard-fought victory, that game. It felt pretty close. I think it felt pretty close right the way through that whole series.
And we're on me now. I guess we're going to the interview very soon with Payable. I was just checking out the deck list, was wondering what to ask, but I think first of all, I'm definitely going to ask him about what he expected going into this tournament. Obviously, being even though he's had a lot of great results in this season already in Season 2, he hasn't made it to the tournament. This is his first tournament. He could have been nervous. He could have had pressure on him. People might have expected him to perform very well because he has proven he's a good player. But you never really know in the first, a big tournament, when the cameras are on you, when everyone's watching you online, how you're going to perform. I think till now he's played very cleanly, not made any real, mistakes that could be put down to nerves, for example. And in the final, congrats to him. Obviously, Wang ID is already in World Masters, so not too sad. Makes it semis in GWENT Open number 4 and has a chance to prove himself more in, next month, at the end of this Season 2 for the final tournament. And Payable is not joining me. He's maybe opening a bottle of champagne, celebrating with his friends and family. He forgot all about me. He doesn't want to know anything about me, about the interviewer. But we see the bracket here, just a quick update. Magpie waiting in the final, and Payable has just made it through with a 3-1 win over Wanged.
I think Magpie is going to be pretty happy with this result because Payable's list very, very similar to Demarcation's list, and Payable just played those lists. Like, he's just had that experience. He's just defeated them. Payable, on the other hand, I actually spoke to him about, how he would feel in the final, and he was hoping that Magpie was going to lose. But we will be able to find out what's going on as Panda goes to the interview now and see how he's feeling.
And Payable will be joining. There we go, Payable. Congrats on your win. Tournament debut already in the final. So it took you a long time to make it here, but when you finally made it, you're putting on a show. Did you expect to make it to the finals?
I honestly wasn't sure what to expect. I think I'm like the player that can very easily could very easily just get knocked in the quarters and also potentially get to the final like I did now. I honestly wasn't sure where to put myself. But I'm really happy. Wangid is an extremely tough opponent, and those were some really good games. I had to play on my highest level to beat him. So I'm really happy I'm in the final now.
I think we have to mention, you got yesterday a title of Dragon Slayer by defeating the Keltulis in a very interesting manner by killing your own unit, something that you have to play Gwen a lot to understand these interactions and the possibility of these things happening. Again today, you managed to defeat Keltulis in a different manner, but still a very quirky way, using your Flying Redanian just to as a meat shield for all those effects. Is that something you prepared when thinking about these lineups and these matchups, and you thought could be the case coming into this series?
Yeah, we actually prepared against the Keltulis list a lot, and I knew that getting my boat out on the first turn is very crucial against Keltulis, because otherwise my opponent can squirrel the boat and then I can't tank the damage anymore. So yeah, it was something we definitely practiced. It's a really hard matchup because there is a lot of cards in opponent's deck that I have to play around, and I don't have answers for everything. I only have Heat Wave, basically, because my poisons don't really do anything. So yeah, it's a pretty tough matchup, but I'm happy that the preparation paid off.
So another question, in games 1 and 2, I think you may have noticed some key cards were not drawn for Wanged, with both the Keltulis missing in that game 1 where you played monsters and the Draco Turtle missing in games 2. At what point in the round did you maybe understand that could be the case? And did your kind of emotions going into that round 3, the final few cards, change dramatically after noticing that maybe just was missing these cards?
So actually in game one, I missed a few points because I was playing around Keltulis all the time. And I didn't want to go leader early because then he can opt to not kill my units and then he gets much more Keltulis value. So I basically only knew that he doesn't have Keltulis when he played Ozrel because then I knew that he can't have Keltulis in hand. And in the second game, I kind of realized after his leader that he doesn't have turtle. I think I didn't play game 2 particularly well. Like I think this is a game I will review after the final and try to get some feedback from it. But other than that, I think I played pretty well in other games, and I'm really happy with my performance.
It could be that you just haven't played against Battle Trance as much, so it's harder to kind of know that matchup very, very well with some particular lists. The last question, in the quarterfinals of this tournament, you defeated Colomon. Now Colomon comes back to you begging, please win the finals so that I can go to World Masters. How do you feel about that turn of events? The storyline shifts completely. First you're the villain, now you're his hero. Do you feel extra pressure going to the finals knowing that there's much more at stake than just this tournament?
I think it adds a bit to the pressure. Obviously, I really want to win the finals, and yeah, Colemon is counting on me. Magpie is counting on himself. I wish Magpie good luck. I hope we're gonna have a good match. I honestly don't have a preference over which one of them I would rather see at Masters. They are both great players and really nice people. So yeah, it's interesting to know that the weight is kind of on me here for Coleman to make it to Masters, but I'm gonna do my best.
That's what we love to hear. A very wholesome answer, Piable, as well. Thank you for joining us for this interview. We'll give you some time now to rest and to prepare for the finals coming up later today.
Thank you, Panda.
And here we see another leak, my friends. We're getting more and more exciting as we go. Finally, a sword, a hero here. Who could this be? I'm not too sure. I'm sure some of you will look at the hair color, will look at the garments, and immediately know who this could be from the Witcher's lore. But we'll probably see that on Reddit later today. For now, we're going to be back with Jaggers in just a second to just talk over the semifinals we just saw. And again, congrats to Piable on a great showing from him.
I feel like your leaks are a little bit better than Berge's. Hopefully Berge does get better soon. But, you know, the Golem, definitely up there. But then this moves back. I feel like the castle might be better here. I don't know. You gotta do better.
The castle was the worst one. It clearly went, slowly progressed until we got to the good ones today.
Yeah, we do have a lot of more for you, but before we get to that, let's just have a quick look at the prize pool so far and see how the semi-final stakes have been split. Piable taking home $3,525 so far. Wangan doesn't have an opportunity to earn even almost $3,025.
And we see the splits there, of course. But before we move on to the final, we have, obviously, as usual, we want to give Piable, who just won this semifinal, a time to take a break, to look at his opponent's deck list, to prepare, what he's going to ban, his sequencing, etc. To give him some time that obviously the first semifinalist Magpie already had during his last series that was played. So we're going to take the time to go into, I think, for a lot of the viewers, a very interesting part of the GWENT Opens, the little pre-final segment. We're going to have Jason and Berja talking a bit about the state of the game, and also some very big esports announcements from Vlad and from Burja as well after that. So definitely stay tuned. A lot of very cool announcements coming up. That's all from us for our cast as well, or at least I'll be doing interviews later. But Jaggers, as always, a pleasure casting with you. And yeah, thanks to the viewers for watching.
All right, Jason, welcome to the state of Gwent.
The state of Gwent. What is this? Like some exaggerated military ritual?
What?
What have you dragged me into?
We're just before the finals. I thought we'll catch up, talk about Gwent, what's happening in 2020 still, what's happening in the future, what we've done this year.
A little look forward. Yeah, that sounds fun. Let's do that.
We won't be going, fully into detail because we like to keep our plans fluid. We'll probably also touch upon that later. So we want to give you a general idea what we're thinking about and where we want to take Gwent moving forward. And yeah, like you mentioned, we'll start off by talking about 2020. We'll actually show a little bit of the upcoming draft mode. We'll actually do a draft together. Yes.
You got your hands on it?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
So we're gonna draft together, and after that, we will do an esports update with Vlad.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so Vlad will join me in the virtual studio, and we'll talk about this year, next year, season 1, season 2, season 3, all the seasons.
Wait, season 3?
Spoiler. Spoiler alert. And yeah, but before that, let's jump into our segment because we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, definitely a lot to talk about.
So 2020, crazy year. I mean, every year is crazy. We talked about this.
It's nice to look back and just recap what we've been through.
Yeah, I love it too. And I think we should start with something big, something amazing, something which is soon about to have its third iteration. And this thing being Journey.
Journey. I still don't see people guessing the character.
Me neither. Me neither. Me neither.
No, it's. I'm really looking forward to seeing that, and I really hope you guys enjoy it. We definitely went a little out of what might be expected here, but it's something that we really wanted to do, and we've had a lot of fun. It's been a harder character for us to build a journey around, but it's. Well, you'll see soon, right? It's coming. So let's not spoil too much, not tease too much.
Cool character, awesome vanities for that character. Amazing. Amazing.
Definitely.
I ain't saying no more because I don't want to spoil it. But we had Geralt, we had Ciri, and the next one will be bum bum bum. We'll see. There might be a teaser coming today.
Maybe there was one, yeah.
Maybe there was one. We'll see. Okay. So this year.
Clearly we're recording this before, right?
Of course we are. I mean, I'm there hosting and I'm not wearing this, so there's something different.
Watch it. It's going to turn out that this teaser was like yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we just look really fun saying something's going to come. But that's okay. Let's move
on. Moving on. We had already one expansion, which was EP5 aka Master Mirror. And I know we're working on the next one, which is still coming this year.
It's definitely coming this year.
Yes.
It has to come this year. We are due for another expansion. You know what? And it won't be a surprise like last time. So, guys, we'll have a proper, pre-order everything for you guys. A proper build-up. Because that's a lot more fun.
Yeah, with all the awesome reveals coming for that one. It's going to be good. And speaking of awesome things, we actually had our leader abilities updated twice this year. Not once, but twice.
Well, first time we added, I believe.
Yes.
And then we reworked a bunch. I know there's still some that aren't performing well and look like obvious, should touch at some point. It'll be great. But it'll come at some day, probably. I hope. Yeah, it'll come. One thing at a time.
Yeah, monthly balance updates, that stays pretty much the same, and we're doing it on a monthly basis. We're trying to tweak some stuff when it comes to bug fixing, but also balance and
trying to shake up the meta a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. Especially
those harpies, right?
Yeah, I wanted to say that was the same thing I want to talk about. Like, people are starting to complain a little bit about monsters, that they're being viable again. I remember everybody was like, "Oh, monsters."
All because of harpies.
Yes.
Before harpies, monster was totally unviable, and that one armor on Mortar. That's entirely what fixed monsters.
I agree here.
It's totally in play.
Yeah, so that's that. We also updated the play menu, so it looks a little bit more cool.
More information, definitely more useful. I like it a lot better.
Yeah, especially
like progress, for example.
Yeah, also choosing between classic and then seasonal and having all that stuff kind of laid out in a easier to kind of more approachable way. That's really cool. We actually added new vanity inventory. So when
coins. I think we need more coins. I love coins. I just don't feel like I have enough coins. I want more coins.
Yeah. Although
guys, more coins.
More
please.
coins. I always kind of default to the one with the wolf head and the glowing eyes, but I like that one a lot. Like the one with the t-shirt, right? It makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the one I kind of go for. So yeah. New vanity added to the game, coins, and like you said, we want more coins. More coins, Jason. Yes.
More coins.
More quality of life improvements coming into the game throughout the year, making, you know, animations a little bit faster, making
Status
the game
effects, right?
status effects, exactly, moving like making everything move a lot smoother. And we also were working on some of the premiums, so they look better. Some had, you know, some lower texture
Yeah, we fixed
problems.
We definitely fixed some. Yeah.
Yes, and with that, we also worked on the leader models, so they received some revamps, especially Svalbard is a good example.
I think this is the year we finally got shadows back onto the leaders as well, and we
Yes.
updated their shaders so they look a lot nicer than they did before.
Yes, all we kind of now need to do is bring back, you know, old Gwent music, and people will be happy. Although I've numerous times talked about this, and I will talk about it again. I talked to the audio designers. It's difficult to take the old music and kind of fit it into the new type of game where you have all the other effects kind of going on and off. So.
But maybe if we bug them enough, they'll finally figure it out.
Yeah, maybe. Who
It's
knows?
got to be achievable, right?
Exactly. One change that also came in most recently is the change from basic kegs into ultimate kegs. So kegs which have all the expansions in them, so all the cards.
That's an awesome new keg. I like them.
I agree here. And we haven't talked about this yet, we're gonna have neutral kegs. So kegs that only have neutral cards, because players actually wanted that.
In the next update even, I think, right?
Yup, agreed. There you go, leaking all the information.
Boom. Neutral kegs coming to a
Coming
store near you.
super soon. We also had Android launch and Steam release, which are awesome, and that also saw
No
our
small feat, yeah. It was a lot of work to get that.
Yeah.
Android going.
Yeah, plus you know, adding like having mobile overall first iOS then Android made our player base grow, and same goes with Steam. So I'm really happy about that, because our community is getting a lot bigger, which is cool for me and Ryan.
Definitely a big step for us that we needed to take, and I'm super happy we finally got to it.
Yeah. And tournament platform, which I talked a little bit about with Vlad. So you will actually, we'll touch upon tournament platform after our segment here with Jason. And there was like much more, which probably we did not remember everything that happened, but there was a lot going on. Those are some of the things we wanted to highlight. And
we're just adding a bunch of stuff today, just we're preparing it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what about this?
Yeah, I forgot about that. What about this? Wait, we still did this. But something we've been recently talking about a little bit, like we had also a nice big juicy article coming from you, was switching arena into draft and draft mode itself.
If you haven't read that, you guys should definitely read it. Took a lot of time on trying to prepare it, and I think it follows kind of the standard I want to set for how we communicate these kinds of changes or new modes. Yeah, it's not just, hey, this is what you're going to play with, but here's why we did it. Yeah, I think it's cool to have that extra little insight, and it helps make more informed in conversations and debates, especially after release. So you guys have actually a bit better an idea how it works. So that's definitely something I'm looking for.
Yeah, if you haven't read it, go to the news section on playgwent.com. So head over there and you can actually read it. And yeah, leave a comment, tell us what you think. But also what we wanted to do today is we actually wanted to showcase drafting. So actually how the process will look like.
Now, I think the visuals are fairly advanced towards what we'll release for the early access, but unfortunately, I think the build you have right now doesn't have the latest draft logic fully operational. So you might see some packages offered to you that shouldn't be there or offered to you all. So please bear with us, but here we go. You open up draft, you come in for the first time, you choose an ability. Here you got Blood Scent.
Yep. Blood Scent, Double Cross, and Lined Pockets. So this is my initial choice. I wish I could choose something that is Scoia'tael related, but for this one, what would you go? You probably go with
choose Lined Pockets. See if we can make a syndicate work in this draft.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, now, morale. If you really want to get some poison going on in there. Good old King Ragnar, some shield packages.
And Harold Cripple.
Should give you access to more warriors. I think line pockets would work better with poison. Let's go with poison in this case.
I was also thinking about morale. Yep. There we
Now, it's
go.
a neutral core card, and from there on we choose packages. Oh my god!
Knicker's best boy.
You got Knicker's best boy as a package? Lucky. That should not happen in most drafts, guys.
Yeah.
But here we go. This is a real draft. I think you gotta get the triple Knickers, man.
Always. I mean, best boy, right? It says it over there. I'm going with that one for sure.
Just remember, if you pick Knickers, you can't get him again, and you can't get triple Roach either.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got? We got some crimes here. Oh, a little Furco the Sculptor with some 2 crimes for him to pull. You know, in old Arena, Furco would have been an awful card to draft, but here it doesn't look so bad, even though ideally we'd go digging for a nicer crime, right? A gold crime. You got some elves. Not all packages are hand-tailored guaranteed to, you know, to synergize with your first 2 cards, right? It's still random. It's still all over the place. And you've got Intimidate.
Yep.
An Intimidate package. So you got an Ulrich, which I believe has Intimidate, right? If you scroll over and mouse over Ulrich, yeah, he's got Intimidate. So it's definitely an Intimidate package. Some Mutants, which I guess is not bad.
And
not
Crown
great.
Splitter Thug.
Do you want to go with... See, I would have picked Intimidate if you had already picked Crime.
Yeah.
So I would say probably Crimes is your best pick.
Yeah, I also want to go with crimes here.
Why don't you be a bad boy and commit some crimes?
Let's commit a crime then. There we go. Oh, we got more crimes.
Oh, Wheel of Fortune is so skewed to Intimidate from you. Oh, some coins. You get MK. So the coin packages typically at least have 1 spender in them.
Yeah.
So here you've got a Tax Collector and MK. The gold card is either a spender or a generator in this case. And you got a Blacksmith to dump all those coins in.
Yep.
I mean, a Blacksmith is a good spender, right? And you've got poison here, so you can actually get another crime with Fist Tech. Devil's Puffball is maybe not as interesting, but a Fangs of the Empire. So you can double into your poison here. You could try to double it into your crimes, or you could go for this coins package. Now, considering you have coins unlocked because you chose line pockets, you will very likely, in your last 5 choices, get another chance to get a spender or 2. So I would recommend you just double down on either crimes or poison in this case.
Yeah, I'm thinking about crimes. More crimes.
MK and Tax Collector might be a bit too much coin generation. And of course, Blacksmith doesn't really offset that. Whereas crimes, you know, you'll get those Intimidates off, right? You've already got some Intimidate.
Yep.
Traffickers, and he is, you know, an Intimidate too. And poison could work really well with morale. You're going to need a poison at some point. So I would pick one of those 2.
I'm going with crimes.
All right.
Committing more crimes.
More crimes.
We have even more crimes. Ooh, Intimidate with Siggy.
You got Siggy there. You got Bare Knuckle Brawler and Salamander Assassin. Armor package is a bit of left field, but you can get another Furco the Sculptor for a shakedown with a swindle.
Furco again.
That's a lot of crimes. Do you want a triple crime?
I want to go triple crime because I want double Furco for sure.
You want double Furco?
Yes.
Man, you're getting a wacky draft, I have to say.
Nice. More crimes.
Okay, that's too much. Don't take that. Come on.
But then we have
some armor.
We have armor and lock here.
I mean, Agora is nice points, but you really lack right now in your deck, right? Like you have almost no bodies. I mean, your Knickers are gonna.
Our Knickers are crazy. Furco's an 8. Morale is a 10.
I mean, do you have a dwarf in the stuff that you pick? No, right? So Novigradian Justice is a little. I wouldn't pick crimes in this case. I would go for points or locks. I guess armor's kind of points, right?
Yeah, I think I want to go with armor. I have ours shade here.
Right, and some stuff to build up that armor.
Yeah.
I think armor would be a nice. See, that's why there's a chance to get non-synergistic packages, because then you can make the mistake of always picking crimes.
Yeah, so I'm going with armor.
Yeah, pick armor. You need that. Come on, nice spender. All right, here's a Savola.
Savola.
An Oxenford Natural is probably the worst spender, but you know, beggars.
Tax Collector, of course.
You've got Milton and Palmer in, but it doesn't synergize particularly well with your deck.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, that's double Milton. So imagine you had those three in your hand, right?
Yeah.
That's two Miltons that are going to trigger at full value, death blow or not. It's not bad.
That's pretty good.
But at this point, I think you need the spenders. I think you
Yeah.
have to get the coins package.
I'm gonna go with coins. Seems like the reasonable choice here. Okay, defender, bleeding, and intimidate.
Well, you got more spenders with defender.
Yeah.
Which is not bad. Intimidate will go well with your triple crime pick. See, guys, this is kind of interesting choices, right? I'm sure some of you top-level mathematicians are going to go like, obviously this is the right choice, but I think it's kind of interesting. I would go defender.
Yeah, also seems like a good one to me.
Protect that stuff.
Let's protect that stuff. We have more defender, we have intimidate, and we have crimes. Now this is a good one.
Did you end up getting a dwarf? No, you didn't, did you? Crime isn't that great. Now, see, this is a broken config that I was talking about. You shouldn't be offered a second defender.
Yeah.
But look at that. Intimidate, another Sir Skewertooth, and 2 Salamander Assassins.
I kind of want to go with that one.
Did you get a second poison? But Morale doesn't need a second poison, does he?
No. So you want to go with intimidate?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's your deck. You got to play it after.
Yeah. Let's do it. We'll have 2 Sir Skewertooths.
You know, coins is an example of a package. Intimidate is an example of a package. Poison is an example of a package that you won't see unless your core card or your leader ability says, I want that on.
So Venom or Tiger's Eye?
I think Tiger's Eye.
I also feel like Tiger's Eye.
Because if you don't have Morale in round 1,
yeah,
which you might not even want in round 1, Tiger's Eye is the way to go, I think.
And we completed our draft. Yes.
We made it back.
You can choose your vanities here like you would normally in the game. When you hit play, you will be matched with the player.
Can you do one thing for me? Can you click and choose your leader skin? And those 4 little dots, tab that out. Yeah. You can play any faction leader skin, any faction, like there's no faction restrictions in draft mode.
Yeah.
Finally.
So you
finally
choose your
care
favorite
about
skin.
the customizations. And I think it's really cool to see all the skins in one grid. But I think it's cool. So that's definitely, finally, there's your vanity picker for draft mode. Now, I think we should go back to talking about next year. But as we go, I think we should mention something kind of important, that it will be coming out in update 7.4, meaning a little over a week. Early access will be available for all of you guys to try out. We'll definitely be reading forums, Reddit, Twitter, whatever you guys reach out to us, looking for feedback. I'll be watching some streaming and making terrible decks or awesome decks and complaining and praising and whatever comes out, looking for feedback. Because when we call something early access, it's because it's early access.
Exactly.
We have a lot of intentions to listen to you guys and to tailor it and improve it as we go, right?
I'll be able to finish the alchemy deck that I started, which is good.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that one.
So as you can see, also it was random, and what I really hope comes with draft is that it adds a lot of variety. It won't be the mode where you're always against top tier oppressive deck that's super optimized or that's perceived as optimized over and over and over again. So even if something's broken, the variance is pretty high. And, maybe every now and then you'll see a triple knickers, but most of the time you won't.
Yeah.
I hope. And if you do, maybe we'll tweak that down. We'll see. And sort of add some variety and fun for when you're feeling oppressed by a constructed format.
Exactly.
But that being said, between the next expansion reaching its final stages of preparations and draft mode coming out in the next update and the next journey coming out in the next update,
That's
We
a
really
lot of
didn't-
stuff.
That's a lot of stuff for us
Yeah.
to handle at the same time. And, we were thinking about some things for a balance update for 7.4, but ultimately we didn't have time to really all come to a consensus on what we wanted to do and get it out because we were doing all of these things. So there will be no balance update for 7.4.
True that.
And I know that might feel a bit sad because, the meta hasn't changed in quite a while, and oh no, another season the same meta. But there's still a chance the meta can evolve, right? Even when we don't change stuff, people discover new stuff, new counters, new synergies all the time. I
Agreed.
still think you can have a fun season that month, and if you're a bit bored of the meta, come try out draft. Hopefully you like it. Hopefully that keeps you busy. And if that still is enough for you, then buckle up for the season of the leagues that's sure to come in the near future.
Oh yes, juicy leaks.
Yeah.
Moving on and talking about the future, because you started about that. So what we want to do when it comes to 2021 and beyond is, of course, we want to keep patches and monthly updates happening as we have before. Hotfixes when needed, of course. This stays totally the same.
Yeah.
And
But, we're definitely going to try and keep monthly balances happening, or keep the game balanced and fresh on a regular basis. Even if you don't always agree or understand everything that we're doing, hopefully it works out in the positive in the long run. I think definitely that's our goal, and definitely we're going to keep up that pace.
We also mentioned at the beginning when we were recapping 2020 that we started with status effects and kind of working on the visuals. This is kind of like phase 1, and I know that there are more phases coming. Yes, of many, and some of them are still coming this year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the next phase is coming this year. It might not, but I'm pretty sure it will. And there was a lot of core technology changes and building up that we had to do for the other things that we wanted to do to really spruce up the gameplay to make it look nicer. And I think there's still some things we want to do to make the games faster or feel faster or take less time. These things take time, and they need to be prioritized. And right now, we felt like what Gwent needed was a draft mode.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree? I agree.
It's something that we talked
needed.
like early in the beginning of the year. We even talked about like what draft used to be, aka Arena, and we talked about like what we want to do with it moving forward. So I'm happy we actually buckled down and actually moved on to this one. Moving forward, journeys, which we touched upon. We touched about Geralt and Ciri and the next one coming with the next update, but journeys will still happen moving on into 2021, and they'll be back to back. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, things happen, but generally our goal, and so far there's no reason to believe it won't happen or succeed, is to keep journeys going back to back to back. So there's none of this really weird off journey thing that happens again. And we're listening to the feedback for Journey. There's already a couple of changes coming for the next one that we'll be talking in the next week or two as the next one comes up, that addresses a lot of the concerns and issues that you guys have, right? Like, it was never our intention to make Journey feel like a job, which we've, for example, we've noticed some of you guys complaining about that specific aspect, and we have some solutions to that, and we'll be talking about that for sure. But we are listening, and we're always trying to improve Journey, and generally, that's something that we'll never stop doing, right? Looking for ways to just polish and improve the game, especially based off your feedback and what's really bothering you guys. So we are listening, even if we're not always interacting.
Yep, we're always listening. That's true, and that's something that will always stay the same.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to expansions. This is a big one because as much as I love waiting for league season and I love waiting for the expansions, I kind of feel like there is a lot of space in between. Like I know we had one, we have another one, but it's kind of, it's crazy. On the one hand, I know how much work it takes to make 2 even per year, but still having this time in between kind of feels like a long wait. So what are we going to do with that?
For sure, it's if we go back to last year for just a second, 4 expansions, even though we did it, was really hard for us.
Oof.
Like, it was brutal internally, and even though we pulled it off, it was verging on the point of forcing us to just only do that, only focus on that, and push ourselves but almost unhealthy levels to accomplish it. And it's definitely not a rhythm we wanted to keep for our team. And I feel like we did a little bit of a course correction this year. We did a course correction this year. We wanted to find a bit more balance between expansions and the other things that we wanted to do. But definitely, there's a clear sentiment, especially with our more engaged players, awesome, that 2 is too infrequent. Like, things go stale for too long. And while I'm not sure we're ready to talk about what our solution to that is, where we don't end up committing to doing more expansions than we feel comfortable doing, or more cards than we feel like I'm doing, but fixing the 2 a year situation is definitely on our radar. It's definitely some things that we have some exciting ideas on how to deal with, but we're not quite ready to talk about for now, at least. But definitely it's something we want to address.
Yeah.
But like, for example, Journey, right? Journey was something that we originally wanted to release in October when we launched iOS.
Yeah.
And we had been working on it for like 6 months, 8 months at that time. It's just there was too much happening, and it ended up coming out with Android, right? End of March.
Yeah, end of March.
So sometimes to do these things takes quite a lot of time. So in order to some of the ideas that we have for fixing this expansion rhythm issue will take us time to build up, right? Like from the concept phase of an expansion to the production of all the arts to the design requires a lot of setup.
I agree.
So even though we want to try and kind of fix the rhythm for next year, I'm not sure that we'll be able to like fix it really quickly. But we will be actively working on improving that for sure. That's a commitment guarantee that we see an issue there and we want to address it.
No, it's not an easy fix, like you said, but yeah, we see the issue and we want to change that for sure. Speaking of changes, I also wanted to end this segment with talking about roadmaps in general. Like, what's your feel about that overall?
So I think that's been a funny thing where you've called this specific segment a roadmap several times. Like, Jason, we have to do a roadmap. Jason, we have to do a roadmap. Jason, the people want a roadmap. I'm like, no, Moja, no roadmap. And I think that's where we came with the name State of Gwent, whatever that means. Because I don't want to do roadmaps. I really don't want to do roadmaps.
Yeah.
I don't want to go here today and say for the next year, we're going to do this on this month, this on this month, this on this date. I'm committing the team to things that we haven't even started yet. Because I just firmly believe that stops us from shifting gears and focusing on more important things than we need to. It forces us into situations where we have to release something that we're maybe not quite ready with, or we didn't spend the right level of time planning and thinking about it. I do want to keep an open communication channel where we talk to you guys and we explain what we're thinking and what we're going in, what issues that we're focusing on, but I don't want to go and create these roadmaps that a lot of people do. It goes against the way that the Gwent team works. And it's been something that we've been working really hard over the last 2 years even, I would say, trying to change our rhythm for both our own sakes, but also just for the quality of what we push out. And it's been bumpy transformation, but I feel like roadmaps just fly into the face of that and ultimately will cause long-term problems for both you guys and for us. Like this roadmap type thinking has led to corners being cut and this huge pipeline debts that Gwent still struggles with today, and we're committed to this specific update in this specific quarter, pushes aside all the time that we would otherwise spend speeding up the things that we do on a regular basis, and I'm not okay with that. I think it's not good for the team. It hurts us in too many ways. So generally, I don't think from me, as long as I'm actually in charge of the Gwent team, you won't see another roadmap. But you will definitely get regular communication from us. You will get, these state of Gwents where we report in on where we are and where we want to go,
what we're doing,
we care about. And, you can expect us to write more articles, like I did recently about, what we're thinking and why we're doing the things that we're doing. Because communication is important. I just don't want to do roadmaps anymore. I know that's a weird speech. Maybe maybe it's not the perfect speech to have in the middle of a tournament, but here we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Like, we want to keep the communication channels open, and we want to be talking to you guys on a, you know, at least on a monthly basis, but if needed, even more, especially like you mentioned with draft, we're upping our communication where players can actually read more about the changes. We want to justify why. We want to let you guys know before, like we did with changing base set kegs into ultimate kegs. So we want to communicate things in different ways, but also earlier, so you guys know what's going on. But like Jason said, like keeping a strict roadmap, cutting corners, rushing into things, not doing things the way we would want to do, like 100%. So yeah, we for sure want to avoid that.
So here's the alternative to roadmap. What do we care about moving forward? We want to keep working on draft until it reaches the level of quality and completeness that it won't be on early access. There's still a lot that we want to do with it. We want to find a solution to the 2 expansions a year problem, but it's going to take us a little bit of time to shuffle things around and figure out how to get content to you guys a bit more frequently. We want to keep improving journeys, and we want to keep doing journeys. And we have some hot, spicy stuff that we've been working on for quite a while now that you know nothing about, because we don't want to talk about it until we have something to show. But there's cool stuff coming. There's really cool stuff coming. And you know, right now we're committed to keep improving Gwent and keep moving it forward. So that's our roadmap.
Exactly.
I would say.
And we're still missing more info about that beautiful golden boy. I won't mention the name because there'll be hashtags and everything. So yeah.
Oh, the hashtags are probably already there.
Yeah, they're probably already
Never
there.
forget.
Never forget. Exactly. All right, Jason, that was cool. Thank you for sitting down with me, talking about the state of Gwent, like you said, super serious, showing draft, talking about 2021 and whatever we want to do moving forward. But we have one more segment here. I would like to have Vlad here to talk about esports, because this is an esports event. So why not talk about more about esports? So Jason, thank you as always.
Thank you for having me.
Lovely to have you.
For putting up with my speeches.
Always love them.
My diatribes. So
yeah. Anything you want to pass on to the finalists?
Good luck, have fun, or as my people like to say, goof.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jason, and see ya.
Bye.
Hello, Vlad. Welcome to the virtual Gwent studio. We're here at Open number 4, and it's time to talk about esports. Like, we just finished up with Jason. We touched a little about Gwent itself, and we talked about a draft, but now it's time to talk esports. And it's been a crazy year for us. Like, we went online for the first time. So what can you tell us about Season 1, Season 2, and potentially Season 3?
Hello, everyone. Indeed, I feel that we have a lot of esports related topics on the agenda, and I know that there are many passionate fans which, craving for these answers and so some of the updates which I also very excited to share. But let me start with one feature that we launched earlier this year in beta phase, which was a tournament platform. I feel that's a very significant feature. We worked on it for a really long time. It's still being work in progress, and we're still polishing this. What I wanted to share is, first of all, of course, thanks a lot to all players who already use this tool, either participated in the tournaments or organized some. I know like some of the tournaments were maybe a little bit bumpy because of the bugs on the tournament platform and some of the wrinkles which we were trying to iron out in the recent weeks and months. So I think at this point, tournament platform from our perspective is quite stable as a product. I think it's convenient to use, and I just want to encourage everyone to give it maybe a second chance if your first interaction wasn't very successful. We still committed to work on it and fix these bugs in the due time. But once again, I feel that right now tournament platform is in a good shape. I'm super excited to see how all the community tournament organizers would be using it and how it will help Gwent esports to develop from the grassroots.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much use it for qualifiers. We use it, like you said, for community tournaments, and it's kind of become the foundation of esports for Gwent and kind of what we can build off of. And of course, we have official big tournaments like this Open that we're here at. But yeah, like you mentioned, tournament platform is essential for us moving forward. I'm happy that more and more work is pretty much being put into it. It's a lot of bug fixing, a lot of behind the scenes work that not maybe everybody sees. But awesome, and I think this is the way to move forward. So we have that.
Shout out to Trinet, by the way, for very good bug reports. So really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
And speaking of events, right? You mentioned that you mentioned tournaments. I think one important update is what's going to happen with World Masters. We still have 2 events to hold. One for season 1, another one for season 2, which is currently in progress. So I think it's time to share this update.
Yep.
Let me start maybe with a quick trip down the memory lane. Like this year was very challenging, as you, Pavel, mentioned, because of the COVID-19 situation. That was a quite heartbreaking moment for me when we had to cancel World Masters Season 1 in the very last moment.
We had everything ready, man. We had everything. Even tickets booked.
Was intense day. I still remember it quite lively. But I think what's good is that we managed to recover from this situation, and we didn't put season 2 on hold just because we're not able to hold these events offline. It's not safe, unfortunately. Logistics is super complicated, especially for some players from certain regions. So with that being said, in my opinion, the transition to online was quite successful. Also not without some maybe issues, especially in the beginning, but it's open number 4. Right now we're holding it online. It's working, so I'm happy.
Me too. I agree. But yeah, like you said, beginnings were tough, but it's for us, it was a new venture. Like previously, all the tournaments we did was the players were seated at the venue. It was either our Gwent studio or it was other location, and we didn't have to like connect them and think about the audio feeds, the video feeds, putting everything together. And we also had the tournament platform come in, because that also played a part. So it's a lot of different things coming together, and trying to make that work in the beginning was easy. But like you said, this is open number 4, so I think we already paved the way kind of, and it's becoming much easier for us, especially on the production side. Yeah.
I think some important learnings were made regarding how to operate these very complex events online. So kudos to the team, of course, for delivering this. And I think it's a high time to update everyone on what it means for World Masters. I would actually start with Season 2 final, because we are right now in Season 2. And as you may remember, we originally scheduled it for December this year. And I think the big news is that we intend to keep this date, and we don't want to postpone it and wait for the pandemic to be over, because it doesn't look very promising right now from where I stand. So we will keep this event in December. However, the important update is that it will happen online as well. And I think there are pros and cons in this decision. Obviously, there are certain advantages of the offline events, and I think our ability to control every aspect of the game, also, all these rivalries and this duel of wits when both players are present and they're staring at each other. Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic and chemistry, which is maybe not happening in online that much. But at the same time, I feel it's important for us to stick to the schedule that we originally announced, and I think more delays is not what Gwent Masters needs.
I agree.
So finishing season 2, kind of wrapping it up on a high note is what I'm very excited about, and I hope that all the learnings, all these tricks that we learned during this season by holding all opens online, we will be able to put to good use and have a high quality event in December.
No.
So that covers season 2 Masters final, but I think next logical question is like, what about the first one?
Yes. That's my question.
Yeah.
What's happening with season 1? Because like you said, season 2, we need to finish and we don't want to have it behind, but we still have this one little thing looming behind, which is season 1 finals. And I know we want to make this one special, right?
Yes. So once again, we were super close of having this event back in March this year. Everything was ready. We had a very beautiful studio ready, prepared, and some special content for this event. Unfortunately, it didn't happen and we had to postpone it. After giving it some thought what to do with season 1, I still personally would like to see this event happening offline if possible. That would be my choice if that would be feasible. Of course, we would be monitoring the situation, and I think the news here is that we are postponing this event further, unfortunately, with a heavy heart. I know that players and fans were waiting for this grand final for a long time. Unfortunately, I have to ask you to wait a little bit more. I think what it will give us this waiting period is, first of all, we will see if there is any sign of improvements of the situation in the world, if there will be a small chance for us to hold it offline, at the same time guarantee to every participant and person working on the event that it will be completely safe and there are no risks involved. We will make it happen offline early next year. But if that won't be the case based on the first months or weeks of 2021, then maybe we will be forced to hold this event online as well. And I think some also additional learnings that I hope to get with season 2 finals in December can be used to make this event even better. And I think it really has to be something very epic and something which all players and fans really deserve, really to finish this very long season 1 of Masters.
Yeah, and like you said, for us the priority is of course health and safety. That's the most important thing. But we also want this event, like you said, to be epic, like to be big, a grand final, to have the players there, to have the, like you mentioned before, the battle of wits, have people going head to head and having them all in the studio would be just amazing. And for us, like, we're treating online in this case as a last resort, but of course we take it into account because we know what's happening in the world right now. So cool. That sounds promising. I'm happy that we're getting season 2 done, and then that there's some ideas for season 1. And of course, like you said, to make the event special, to have a lot of content there, maybe some juicy leaks and stuff like that. That would be amazing for me, especially. So we have 2, 1. What about season 3?
Yes. It's going to happen. That's
nice.
That's the start. So season 3 is officially on the schedule. I think when talking about the changes from season 2, it's important to know that in general we are very satisfied with how the format changes between seasons 1 and 2 really went. I think the feedback from the competitive players community, from pro players, is also mostly positive. With that being said, we won't be changing much of the format. We'll stick to the same number of open tournaments, and also we will stick with the final event with World Masters at the end of the season. I think 2 important updates and 2 important differences from season 2, which I'm planning to implement for next year. First is removing licensed events.
Okay.
And by this, I mean that we would like to avoid some issues that we faced with licensed events along along the years, and just build a system in which no crown points are ever awarded outside of the GWENT Masters circuit. And this way, of course, we still would like to see community events happening. I personally would like to see them flourish, and we, as a CDPR, as a publisher, we intend to continue supporting them and maybe find more ways to provide this support. It feels that maybe these events shouldn't be for everyone, for super competitive players who care about every single crown point and every single chance to compete on the professional level. At the same time, we have some amateur players or players that just want to have fun. They maybe would like to play in some interesting formats, not necessarily super competitive. And we should cater to this audience as well. So I think with removing licensed events, this is our chance to basically double down on any other types of events without creating this confusion or controversy about for pro players where to play.
Yeah, agreed here. Awesome. That's really, really good to hear.
That's change number one.
Okay.
Change number two, which fully based on the feedback that we received from pros about online qualifiers, because we intend to keep the same number of online qualifiers per month. I think this year they became like an important part of the GWENT competitive schedule. Obviously, next year I hope that we will make some steps forward with streaming these events. Definitely there is a demand for people to see how pros are playing. But another thing is also providing some additional rewards for people that went super close to qualifying to opens, but unfortunately stopped there. I think there are a few very unlucky players
that are almost there, but almost
there.
Yeah.
Yes. So rewarding them some of the crown points, which no longer being awarded in licensed tournaments, I think makes a lot of sense. We're still figuring out like what exactly would be those amounts and which places in standings should earn this. But I think it would be fair and it would sweeten the this bitterness of losing the tournament by being super close to the top, like almost qualifying to the opens.
Okay, so everything pretty much when it comes to qualifiers will stay the same. So we will have top 16 and top 64, and then after that we will have an open. So 4 opens in total per year, and ending everything with GWENT World Masters. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the idea, that's the plan.
Yeah, and additionally, we want to somehow reward the players who have not made it to open itself, but kind of distribute some crown points there. So if I understand correctly, we're kind of taking that a little bit from the license things and kind of applying it to the players who have been, fighting super hard on ladder and on pro rank, trying to get there, but did not make it all the way to the top. So I think it's a fair exchange. And I also think it also will open kind of, in a way, the circuit for community tournaments because everybody's treated equally. Like you guys know, we have in-game prizes for anyone who organizes a tournament. So if you want to organize a tournament, where should these people contact us? What's the best place?
Tournaments at cdprojectred.com. That's the email address.
Nice. Yeah, so if you have any questions or if you want to organize something and you want our support, let us know. Like Vlad said, we have the tournament platform, which is there where you can organize your tournaments. Let us know. We will be able probably to provide some in-game prizes for you. So reach out to us. Is there anything else that you wanted to? I think we covered everything.
I'm pretty sure that, maybe people that are watching us right now, they might have some questions. So guys, feel free to drop me this on Twitter or on Reddit. I will try to jump in on these topics and answer to the best of my ability.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know Vlad, you should know him. He is our live ops director, but also the person who worked very, very hard on GWENT esports and still does. So esports always has been close to your heart. And you always reply on like you said, on Twitter and on Reddit as Store Serpent. So yeah, hit him up. And yeah, awesome, Vlad. Awesome to have you. I'm happy that we had someone else than Jason to talk about esports, and what a person to have. Being you, like I said, you pretty much started the whole thing. Okay, so we're just before the finals. This is the pre-final segment. So for me, good luck to the players. Vlad, anything else you want to add before we jump off?
Yes, huge luck to both finalists, and thanks to everyone who were watching GWENT Opens this year, who will be watching World Masters in December. And I hope that you guys enjoying GWENT Masters, and we will continue to support it and entertain you.
Awesome. Thank you, Vlad. Good luck to the finalists, and we shall catch you later. Bye.
All right, my friends, that is a lot to take in, and I'm sure that we are probably going to be poring over this. Either Shinmiri, you and I are going to probably discuss it in the coming days, or it's going to be discussed at length on Twitter, Reddit, wherever you like to discuss your Gwent stuff. And season 3, we got to hear about that, a new journey coming up. And what else did you gather from it that excited you?
Wow, there's so much information. Yeah, the draft mode, getting to see a sneak peek of them doing a live draft. Yeah, that was really awesome. The competitive esports news, great to hear that they're going to be giving a little bit of love to those qualifiers who just miss it making to open, maybe sweeten the deal a little bit on these qualifiers, even making them more competitive is also something that I would love to see and look forward to.
Absolutely. And of course, we have the finals coming up, of course, so that's probably the next big topic we want to discuss. We have lots of prize money on the line. This is going to be the showdown. Magpie 131 taking on Payabol. Both players looking pretty good so far, and they're fighting for a match stake of $1,000. But not just that, a chance to get to Gwent Open. However, Magpie is the only one who's really fighting. Is that true?
To get to World Masters, yes. Payable has already qualified through crown points. Magpie has not. So if Magpie wins this tournament, this finals here, he will be advancing. He will take the 8th spot on World Masters Season 2, now confirmed to be in December of this year in an online format. Really looking forward to that. And if Payable wins, then Payable, if he wins and qualifies to World Masters through Open number 4, then the crown point slot will shift down to the next person with the most crown points, which is Colomon. So, as mentioned in one of Payable's interviews, Colomon has a little bit of extra incentive riding on this final game. I know who he's cheering for.
Yeah, he said, Payabol said, I'm fighting for Kolovan, Magpie's fighting for himself. Very, very true. Let's take a look at the decks. This is the final showdown, the weapons that these players will be bringing. We talked a lot about Magpie's list being Magpiles. What do you think ultimately was and when we say pile, of course, we're talking about unorthodox, maybe unexplored, unrefined, but maybe Magpie has time to refine. Very interesting ideas. What do you think was the most innovative thing about his entire deck list over the course of this series?
I think the strategy of going wide rather than tall has been proven very beneficial so far. It felt like a lot of his matchups against Demarcation and Laguha have been pretty in Magpie's favor. Especially the Inspired Zeal and Deadeye Ambush lists feel very strong in this tournament meta this weekend. The Overwhelming Hunger did struggle a little bit, almost got reverse swept in that semifinal versus Demarcation, so that's going to be the one to look out for. One thing I want to note is that I really like Magpie's style of bringing unique decks to these high-stake tournaments and giving the viewers and us, the casters, the pleasure of seeing this high variety of high-level gameplay and diversifying the meta, and I think he's done a really good job. Another funny thing is, so far, the Carapace has not done well
in this tournament specifically, it worked super well for Magpie when he brought it to the Open qualifier earlier this year. And he successfully, not only did he successfully win the qualifier with Keltullus, he successfully baited 3 players this weekend to bring Keltullus and lose with them. So
what a genius.
This is like next level, not just bringing your own good decks, but also using them to cause your opponents to lose. That's hilarious.
You know, it's really interesting when some decks just capture people's hearts. You know, they see it work, they see somebody they respect get it done, and they think, okay, yeah, I think I can handle that. But you know, the metas shift, and like we said, very, very diverse meta, doesn't play against everything. Here's Pieball's list now. Pieball coming in, proving that he has what it takes now that he's finally cracked his way into a tournament. I'm going to ask a similar question, Shinmiri. What do you think you could credit the most to Pieball's decision and his list that got him through these tough matchups against Wong ID and earlier against Gravish?
Against Colomon in the quarterfinals, yeah.
Colomon, my apologies.
I think Pieball has a good set of lists here. I think he's made some. A lot of the players have brought similar deck lists to Pieball in this tournament, and I wanted to say that Demarcation versus Magpie in the semifinals that we casted earlier today. Demarcation actually has a lot of the similar deck lists as Pieball, so we're kind of seeing a bit of a rematch. In terms of the lineup, they're actually all the same leaders and the same archetypes as Demarcation, but Pieball's some of the tech choices that Pieball has chosen to include, like the Shiru in the Precision Strike list, has a big impact on a lot of these matchups that we see here versus Magpie. And we have the bans for you.
Oh, let's see him. I want to see him right now. You just switched off.
Yeah, it is the same bans as the Demarcation matchup as well. Syndicate banned for Pieball because that is the engine heavier list with the least amount of single target control and removal. And Inspired Zeal banned for Magpie. So one of the wide decks gone, not being able to be played.
Blue Stripes, we barely knew you. You show up and you're just a little bit too much. You're too much already. Now mostly Mobilization is carrying the torch right now. Shield Wall showed up a little bit. Uprising doesn't seem bad by any means, but still, we've already got 3 other decks that are in the competitive space. So, you know, I hope Nilfgaard can get there one day. I hope we can see a tournament like this. But man, I think the diversity has been fantastic. Now that we've got the bans in, we're just waiting for the players to get already. So I think it's going to be hard to top some of the highlights that we've seen today. We have seen huge resets. We have seen nail biter, like just a couple of points separating 100-point games. And of course, we've seen some dragon slaying. This one will have a lot to top, but I think Pieball has included some more interesting choices, such as Philippa and Shiro. These are really exciting cards.
Yeah, Philippa helps a little bit in terms of like not having so much removal for one tall unit and kind of can split that damage across multiple units. And Shiru, obviously, the scorching, burning everything that goes wide, very useful versus Magpie's lineup. And Pieball, so Pieball has beaten Colomon and Wang ID. He's slain 2 dragons so far.
In a way.
Yeah, both of those players had Keltullus decks too. Magpie could be called a dragon himself, but he does not have any dragons in his deck list today. So I wonder if that could be the fatal difference for Pieball.
You know, I think in all finals clashes, the opponent is the dragon. To you, the opponent is the dragon. I will say, there's the bans right there. We got them in. It's going to be, like you said, hidden cash for Pieball, who will not be playing it, and Magpie will not be able to go to Temeria for his aid. But one thing I quickly wanted to say about Pieball is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's known for bringing Falibor and Philippa in single decks, if I'm not mistaken. He does like the controlier side of Northern Realms. Unless I'm confusing him with another player, I feel like it's not an odd choice here to go for this level of control in Northern Realms, and I'm excited to see his take on it, because we've already gotten to see Demarcation's take on it and Wang ID's take on it, I think, already this weekend.
Yeah, Pieball's got his own flavor of Mobilization, Cursed Revenants indeed. Yeah, like you mentioned, the Philippa and the Falibor.
And he's actually, his Cursed Realms deck is running a minimal number of Revenants. So there's no Triss. Triss has been replaced by Philippa, so Triss normally can get a Forbidden Magic. And there's only one. There's actually only one copy of Forbidden Magic. No reinforcements, like you said. So maybe the weak point of that specific list from Pieball could be not having enough Revenants, either not drawing them or just getting the couple that you draw answered. This kind of list might want a leader for Revenant instead of what we've been seeing more recently is leadering for the Archer. So we'll see if Pieball decides to do that, and if Magpie can kind of exploit that sort of that potential shortcoming in Pieball's list. But here we go.
I think if Revenant is the end game, you can go pretty wild with the other stuff as far as your golds are concerned. But let's get into this game right here. Magpie leading off on blue coin with Patricidal Fury, Skellige Warriors, the most consistent choice for Skellige at this point. And now Pieball taking his mulligans up top. Red coin going in with the aforementioned mobilization Cursed Realms with Revenant strategy and lots of control, Curse of Corruption, Becker's Rock Slide, etc.
And we see 2 of those 3 sources of Revenants in Pieball's hand in round 1. How is he going to try to use them? Because he needs to be careful about wasting too many of them in the first round. Revenants is a big part of this deck and trying to be able to carry the points on the proactive points on his side of the board. He does have red coins, so if he wants to, he could kind of get out of the round without committing anything. But Skellige known for being extremely strong in a round 3.
I remember there was, around the time Uprising was very popular, you could easily get away with Northern Realms just letting round 1 go. You had such a strong, powerful, turn for turn board that would just get stronger and stronger, constant 9-point plays. And then Skellige, I remember, got a big power surge in that deck. You had to be a little bit more pushy. The current Northern Realms here, there's a lot of push right now. If Pieball wants to lay back here, he does have the options, of course, with Archers, with the Dahlia, with some slower plays. But if he wanted to really assert that red coin push, he could go a little bit harder. He does have a lot of his power goals as well.
Yeah, let's see what he elects to do here. We can get an idea of Pieball's mindset from the first few plays. Archer coming down on turn 1 and using one of these pings. I think this is going to signal that maybe he wants to commit a little bit to this round, but look at that, the Marauder, very clean.
Answer. I mean, what it signaled to me is that Adalia is going to be committed for that Revenant. That Archer was never an Adalia target. So Adalia is now part of a Revenant combo, and it's looking pretty slow now for Pieball. This is going to just play for a very small amount of points, very easily dealt with as well.
Yeah, and
not very easily dealt with.
I wanted to say very clean answer from Magpie there. The Marauder usually not reliable removal as it does hit random targets, but the Archer being the only target on the board and getting softened up by the Ankret Longship made it a perfect opportunity to use a card that's a 4 provision card that's typically not removal as actually premium removal in this case.
Look closely, kiddos, on thy courageous mother.
Tursark Invader going down here, the Longship being protected. Magpie's getting ready to see if Pieball's going to go for a bigger push or not. This is a little bit more of a difficult board to deal with. Pieball's looking for some more pings. He's looking for a little bit more strategy. He can at least create the 2, or at least create some unit for Forbidden Magic if he wants to. He also could just play his Radovid's Royal Guards and just consider he has a better round. But like you said, it's really hard to gauge that against Skellige. Skellige just has so much strength. And here comes the Heat Wave. Too hot for the boat to go sailing here.
Interesting. So Heat Wave on the buffed up boat saying, okay, I know Heat Wave's not that important against this matchup, the Skellige matchup. They don't run like a scenario. They don't go super, super tall. They just have like the Greatsword and the Arnulf, and I'm just going to take the Heat Wave now. Maybe help me win this round. Get rid of that pesky Ankret Longship engine.
A lot of round 1 Heat Waves I feel like we've seen today specifically. really wanting to keep these rounds in reach. Palliaball, once we go past 7 cards here, staying within reach with as little expenditure as possible. This allows him to see more cards with Magpie, gauge what he's willing to commit as well, as the Longship is coming back out.
Yeah, Palliaball not having much power on his side of the board at all, forcing Magpie to take a pretty non-ideal raiding fleet, bleeding a 2 strength unit with 4 bleeding, but it does thin for Magpie and gets him that second Ankret Longship ready to hit some of Palliaball's units. Palliaball now does have the option to maybe play a Forbidden Magic. He did set up that one that on the Marauder, so that he could get Deathblow if he wants to.
Does make it a little bit more difficult for Magpie to stick in the round. Does mean that here it comes. Does put a target for removal on the board, so it would delay the Greatsword development a little bit sooner. Dodges the Greatsword, or dodges the Longship as well, as it is summoned to the board, but will likely be reacted to with the Gutting Slash. Whether or not the Revenant has guts or not, that's up for discussion.
Yeah, Gutting Slash is a clean answer, low commitment answer as well for Magpie. So these two players just trying to feel each other out at the start of this Grand Finals 4 Open number 4. Nobody really committed too much yet. Palliaball, one of Palliaball's Revenants are gone, but he has so 3 cards in his deck are the 2 Revenants and the Forbidden Magic. He has Adalia, like you mentioned, that can copy a Revenant, so that's 4. And then Leader is 5. So maximum, best case scenario, Palliaball has access to 5 Revenants. One of them is gone.
He's keeping it nice and slow here. Radovid's Royal Guard set up in the back here. Won't be inspired, but will still play for 3 thanks to the Longship. Magpie does have the option here. On even cards here, you have to be pretty sure you're going to win, or else you risk going down a card.
Yeah, I mean,
the investment, the Uncrate Warrior is low investment, but maybe he needs to be a little bit faster than that, bigger than that. Maybe consider the Greatsword as well.
That's the conundrum. So it decides to go with the Greatsword instead. So the thing... Yeah, Philippa looks like it could be pretty decent.
It's about those power golds after all. This is a huge shift. It's going to shut down the Greatsword, come back, but not reconnect for that ship. Hopefully that doesn't make for too many points later. Unfortunately, it will mean
that Philippa had it sniped the Ankret Longship as well. It would have survived and would have allowed the Radovid's Royal Guard to have a target for the 2-point buff. Would have gotten Palliaball ahead right away. That was a pretty big moment there. Magpie does escape from the round unscathed. Gets a Philippa out, doesn't lose his card. He's got to be feeling good about that right now.
That could have been a little different, but yeah, that was an expenditure. That was a big commitment. Palliaball now in the position to push Skellige, a very difficult faction to do that to. How could you even? Is this a must-pass situation?
I don't know. First say is kind of nice for Palliaball to set up these engines, either the Revenants or Oniromancy, something else. He is gonna Adalia, yeah.
So he's setting up Adalia, pretty happy the fact that he has Falibor and a Neuromancy as well to get everything he should need while controlling, hopefully, a board that is favorable. But Falibor, of course, can create up all sorts of favorable situations. And Egmond is great to have on the board as well, just to have that ping ready. I think Egmond is just one of the best what is commonly known in the community as patience cards. I really think deal 3 damage is such a great thing to have on order when you couple it with things like Ballista, Archers, Falibor. Nothing should live, but these Berserkers make it a little bit tougher as Egmond comes down here to reinforce the melee row here.
Yeah, Magpie gets to play a card in Totem that doesn't really allow Palliaball to get any death blow on the Revenant, so kind of buys himself a turn there. Now, notably, we talked about this Ankret Warrior that Magpie decided not to play in round 1. Had that been in the graveyard, he would have been able to kill this Revenant with the combination of War of Clans and resurrecting the Ankret Warrior, but no such strategy available to him right now.
One of the reasons why I like to run the discard package every now and then, because it allows you to get those little extra uses out of cards like Encrate Warrior, War of Clans, Savage Bear, etc. And just I'm really into thinning through my deck in the first place. So it doesn't feel as good when you don't have as much control, because you can't just play the Ancrate Warrior unless you can get away with it. The Ballista comes down here from Payaball. He is in control here, and he is able to play the bronze cards, forcing Magpie to play his worst cards. But unfortunately, when he does that, he opens up the floodgates to the Revenant now with the Ballista ping on the board for that reach.
Yeah, it's a nice setup for Payable. Earlier, Magpie just kind of nonchalantly threw away his Champion's Charge, knowing that it's not that great in this matchup. There's not going to be a super tall unit. He could have used it to remove like maybe a Revenant or an Archer down the line, but decides to just use it on the Eggman. Oh, getting 2 1s there. Not what you want to see. Probably wanted to try to kill the Ballista if he was lucky.
And look at this board. Payaball can just dig into these bodies. 6 and 3. Tons of meat for the Ballista right there for the Revenant. 1 copy is at least going to start here. Plus, the next Revenant will be able to feast on those red units on the melee row if possible. But ultimately, Payaball might just be able to get out of this. He can want to consider playing that Oniromancy to make sure that he can keep this card. The score total is not that far.
Yeah, so Payable still has a lot of options in his deck to pull with Oniromancy. It could be Amphibious Assault is my guess, so that he can use that twice. And then Amphibious Assault out either like potentially a Kedweni Knight or even Ronvid to set him up for carryover value. Magpie.
It's interesting. Payable is running Squirrel in his mobilization list. Here comes the Oniromancy, but he didn't vaporize one of the greatswords. So you have the chance, I suppose, to Well, this would be you would have a chance to take out 2 greatswords in some of these matchups. But it will be Amphibious Assault. It's going to be grabbing the Redanian Archer. Which is he going for the 2-0? Did I see like he's leader highlights?
He did highlight his leader.
Because Falibor makes for a beautiful board, and the Archers make it even that much better. Payable with the aggression here in the Gwent Open 4 finals.
That's a snap Morkvarg. Taking that armor off of the Archer, but unfortunately setting another 1 on the board for Payable.
The pings will be applied here. Falibor will be able to create a 1 if he just wants to play it for the 10.
Falibor is going to do exactly that. Give another Revenant target, and all of a sudden, it looked like Magpie was looking pretty comfortable, and then these Revenants have just gotten out of control. Payable with a leader commitment, all of a sudden up 21 points.
Oh man, Kedwen's on the map for a reason right now. The mobilization Kedweni movement is fantastic.
Okay, so he needs 22. Magpie needs 22. Can he do it here?
He has maximum 10 from Hjalmar. The bleed, it's not enough. Well, no, of course he has leader.
With leader, it's enough. Leader will get him the 8 points. So Payable gets everything out of Magpie here, but doesn't get the Herald because Herald is not in Magpie's hand.
Yeah,
so...
this is not entirely over yet. The squeeze was good, though. If Herald was there, it would have showed up.
All right, so Payable, though, I think he put himself in a good spot because he still has Amphibious Assault coming on top of the deck for the 2nd time with the Echo. And Oniromancy. Yeah. So his top decks are pretty guaranteed to be good. And whereas Magpie's...
on the red coin, too.
Magpie getting a couple of bronzes. Oh, okay.
But
that's
no
something.
Herald. No. Well, he has potentially Blood Eagle, but could he? You would just maybe just throw out the non-interactive Boiling Oil. That wasn't a result of a mulligan. Was that a keep for Payable? Did he keep the Boiling Oil? On red coin, it's nice to be not interactive.
I didn't notice, but yeah, he could have kept it to try to be uninteractive and put fewer units on the board, not give Magpie something to activate Blood Eagle here, which could be a pretty big difference maker.
And I think that is going to be it. Is there any way? I mean, if you use Oniromancy on Beckers, there still is nothing for. You just kill it, right?
Yeah,
he could control. that one thing or another. Pieball once again making it so there's nothing to work with.
No unit strategy paying off for Pieball here. Nothing Babjorn can get here.
4 points left on the board. Big finisher, Amphibious Assault. Pieball squeezing all the threats out, dodging Herald completely, and finishing it up with a Yah Horatio.
Yeah, that's the reason you can include this Kedweni Knight here, giving you that last, say, proactive points to put 12 points on your board and just not giving your opponent any option of putting anything on their side of the board. Blood Eagle can only source a warrior from the deck if it has something to hit for 2 in the first place.
Yeah, it was really good stuff. And you know, one Kedweni Knight and an Amphibious Assault gives you the same reach that a Carrick Marine might give you if you were running Devotion, but Pieball is valuing Oniromancy and Heatwave, Vickers Rockslide, and other things that just helped them win right there. Pieball's going 1-up, and the Masters gets shorter and shorter. We have Magpie's going to have to collect himself and come back in now on red coin, and we might see a little bit more Redea ambush, perhaps.
You know, Pieball really using kind of Magpie strategy against himself. We've seen earlier this weekend Magpie kind of playing a similar strategy, not necessarily playing no units, but playing units with only Death Wish on the board, so that if your opponent wants to remove anything, he's going to be activating your Death Wish for you. And Pieball taking kind of a page out of that sort of book, really executing well their no unit strategy in game number 1. Going forward, Elves, you think, from Magpie? Could be?
Could be. I mean, it also could be another try of Skellige, but Skellige, I think, being such that nice fortified blue coin deck, really great that Pieball could get a win over that here. I think Magpie, yeah, taking the chance with Elves, perhaps, or he could go for monsters on the other side. It is going to be monsters, and it is going to be Pieball's turn for Patricidal Fury, with not too many differences on first glance, outside of the Giga Scorpion.
And Magpie on his Ruhin monster. So we saw, a lot of these matchups are going to be kind of runbacks from the Demarcation series, and we know how this one ended up from our series earlier today, McBeard. So Magpie was in control of the rounds and decided to push round 2 against Skellige, remember? And then he went to a short round 3 where Ruhin didn't really get a ton of value and ended up losing that one in game number 4 in the Demarcation series. I wonder if he should win round 1 again, how he's going to approach the situation in round 2 this time. Maybe he'll change it up and go for a longer round 3. We'll see.
Well, Magpie is being brave here, taking his least successful deck and trying to get his first win with it. I think he'll feel really happy about the situation if he's able to take this series to a 1-1. But yeah, he does have to do something that monsters have had a hard time doing, and that's winning. They get through eventually, but they've had to take a lot of losses in this tournament as well, as the Endrega Larva comes out.
Opening with that Protector and Endrega Larva, and now the Onkrite Longship comes down. So Pieball was using the Protector to protect against the Manticore, allowing him to buff up his Onkrite Longship to 9 and not fear that big Manticore swing.
Would you consider playing Maruna, though, anyway, to guarantee you're going to steal that Protector, get that Thrive as well? It's going to be a Narrowmancy instead. Magpie's got a lot to choose from. We just started here, game 2 in the finals. Quick Heatwave on the ship.
Deja vu.
Deja vu. Now I can maybe correct myself and not say something silly like it's too hot for the boat. Of course, we all know we like to go sailing in the summer. Of course. It's because the lake's all dried up, everybody. Here comes that Maruna play after all, and this time it's going to snag the Greatsword. This is a big deal because he did just play the Heatwave, so he wasn't able to actually do what I talked about in the previous game and stop both Greatswords from being in the graveyard at all from Pieball. But this is still a huge get. This is something that Magpie can work with, and almost it seemed pretty planned here as the Bruxa gets down to get the thriving trio and make 4 engines on the board with the rear greatsword. Quick plays from Pagubal here, getting things set up with the Raider.
Yeah, these guys are speeding up, and the Bruxa having a nice bleed synergy with that greatsword. This is a very valuable greatsword steal, and had Pybal not had the second greatsword in hand, would have denied that Hjalmar graveyard interaction later on.
Setup turn for Foglet. Nice pass here.
I like this pass from Pybal in that if he was going to pass anyways, this is the turn to do it because it bricks Magpie's second Foglet. He hasn't had a chance to consume that Foglet yet, so now there's potentially a 4-point brick sitting in Magpie's deck, maybe making him think twice about taking Greedy Mulligan.
And honestly, Greedy Mulligans can tell the tale. How many games have you played Shin Miri where it's just pretty clear if you just drew better, you would have won? There's really no way around it. And sometimes we see that. We've seen that in this tournament as well, especially when it comes to cards that get tutored out of the deck.
There it is.
Just get out of here, Magpie says. So scary, out of the fog. Surprise. Another quick larva.
Yeah, Magpie not gonna switch it up from the Demarcation series. Decides he has round control again and decides looks like he's gonna push again. Larva is a pretty big commitment.
Yeah, it is a pretty big commitment. He has now committed both of them here. And as well, at least Pybal does have the chance to say, okay, we do have that 8th card. We do have that setup card, so it invites the push. Starting off with something slow like Larva makes it a little bit harder for Magpie, but once again, a Neuromancy knows the answer is in there. Is now the time we see Ruin in the long round? Sure is, Shinmiri.
Oh, here we go. So Magpie is going to get a long round with Ruin, just that it's in round 2 instead of round 3.
He's got Karen in the hand. He's got Barghest for days. He's got Haunt. Nothing outside of a deletion here is going to stop it.
Quick long ship ping with the Blood Eagle into Scordale, killing both of those Endrigo larvas quite efficiently. That Endrigo larva is still getting 8 for 5.
Barghest will be touching down, creating another dominant unit, another proc for Ruin. Again, every card here except for the Noon Wraith, it plays all into the mega consume strategy that Magpie has. And here comes a quick Hjalmar. Just once again, if you can't solve Ruin's points. What Ruin does at least is maximizes the value of your massive hits like Hjalmar, Champion's Charge. They're going to get giant targets to take down. One way or another, those points are going away.
Yeah, Barghest for another consume onto the Ruin. How many times has this Ruin gotten consumed now?
I think
that's the
number
third.
4. It was leader, Barghest. No, that is the third, yeah.
Well, I can check real quick. Let me see.
Unless I'm forgetting. I'm pretty sure it was leader, Barghest.
Leader, Barghest. So that's the third one. Yep, that's the third one.
Reducing the value of Ruin again by attacking the points, not the problem. The symptom, not the issue, but that just might be enough to get through this flu season. Pybal with a lot of pings. Vabjorn able to at least create another pseudo engine here. As Karen comes down, now there's a ton of consumes available. It looks like another 2-0 attempt in round 2, this time from Magpie.
Magpie's Barghest is getting quite tall there, though. 14 points now. Pretty juicy target for something like Pybal's Arnulf leader into Champion's Charge to clean that up.
Yeah, it's true, and Pybal does seem fairly safe. He has to get ahead right now, though. Magpie will have to commit Haunt if he wants to push all the way, which is just quite a considerable push, but he has Karen on board. He has Detlef in hand. He's got 1 leader charge left. Is it all or nothing already for Magpie?
I mean, we're going to see right here. If he's going to go all in, the Haunt is going to go down right now. If he's not going to go all in, this could be the time to pass, but he's still got 2 charges on Karen.
It's the big push. Capital P. Here, but it's not going to be Haunt.
It's not going to be Haunt. He thinks that this 10-point turn, hoping that it's going to be enough. Now Pybal needs 11. Hemdall, not enough. Champion's Charge, not enough. Unless you combo it with Leader, so that's an option. And then, what's in the Graveyard? Graveyard is not very good right now, so Herald doesn't get 11 either. So
he didn't get the greatsword in the graveyard because of, and then Hjalmar used the other one to take out the Bargas.
Yeah, so the only option Pliable has for getting ahead right now is to use leader. And so he does it.
I think it's probably fine considering the amount of value that Magpie can get out of his leader. One charge is not nearly as scary if you're able to at least keep your cards equal here. But of course,
did you see that he Pliable decided to remove the 12-point K-Run instead of the 14 because the K-Run still had to consume, so representing 4 more points.
And Detlef in hand actually could have been, well, yeah, at least one consume there. Detlef would have been overconsumed in that case. But here we go with Haunt and Detlef in hand. Another juicy Death Wish for the proc, and another decent one as well, a Thrive. But the Werecat or the Noon Wraith could probably go for Magpie. Payaball's already working on his mulligans. Blood Eagle, Herald, and Hemdall very strong.
All right, so we are in 5-card round 3. Even cards. Magpie has last say and 1 leader charge left.
Magpie is going to be able to control the first, because Payaball does need to act first here. So that's difficult knowing that Manticore is present. So how do you do it? The best way to do it, I guess, would be to protect it with Herald, but you'd have to give up. You play an Ancrate Warrior, I suppose, with Herald if you wanted to completely deny. But here it looks like it's going to be an 11-pointer if he wants to use his leader. Keep being Magpie.
Yeah, this is a nice Manticore. Not just killing this 6-point Raider, but also denying the 2 points of damage, as well as those 2 points of damage could also set up something like a Blood Eagle.
Card for card looking good, and here comes Herald. The Raiders right back. There's a lot more damage to come. These are massive cards for Payaball still.
All right, Magpie has his only forms of consume are going to be from the Haunt and from the Seleno Harpy. Will that be enough to proc all of his Death Wish? I believe so.
Well, this Desert Banshee is dead to Blood Eagle right now.
True. But it's possible that he'll have dominance with the Bargas in order to consume twice with the Bargas.
It is highly likely considering the Harpy.
Big plays coming out of Payable here.
Payable's going to make it tough. Detlef, Higher Vampire is down. No real answer for it. One consume will be coming from the Harpy. Another consume will be coming from this here Bargas. We can see no solution. Will that even transform at this point?
Yeah, it will. With 2 turns left, it will still transform. So Seleno Harpy coming down to eat that Detlef.
And then it'll be the last thing we'll see here will be the Werecat. Hemdall, 11 points altogether, plus I guess another 3 points on this transform. 32 to 24 with the.
But this Werecat's gonna activate the last chapter of Haunt, giving Magpie another additional 5 points. So I think Magpie has enough to squeeze this out and tie up this series 1-1.
1-1. This will definitely change things. He had the hardest time winning it. He really flexed hard. This time he got that round 2 push he was looking for. Ruin did the work. None of the consumed seemed wasted, and then ultimately he had that last say, and his cards really played well against Payaball's final 5 cards in the end.
I think that was the difference, right? I think maybe Magpie probably has the right idea of pushing round 2 against Skellige. He just needed to get that long round value from the Ruhin. So if he wants the round 2 to be the long round, he needs to play Ruhin in that round, which he did in this time around. Last time versus Demarcation, he didn't play Ruhin in the longest round and played Ruhin in a 3-card round, which is not what you want to be doing. So very well, he learned his lesson from this matchup last time and executed very well this time around, tying up the series.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Skellige mirror coming up for Game 3. Or potentially a Scoia'tael mirror, but it's going to be those factions matching up against each other in some way. If you had to go red coin on one of these, if you had Shiru as one of your options, I think you have to go with trying to match up Shiru and Skellige. Just like last Open, it's the same situation, right? And look at this. Payable gets that matchup. We're going to see if Shiru is going to tell the tale in this one.
Yeah, Shiru has been traditionally very good against Skellige that tends to have a lot of 5s and 6s in round 3. So Payable can potentially pull off some big Shiru scorches. Let's see what happens.
Shiru is in the hand, so it can be buffed all sorts of different ways.
All sorts of 0 ways for now, because Payable does not have the Circle of Lives. No Circle of Lives.
Nature's Protector kind of looks like Circle of Life in my quick glance. In the deck, however, there is the Vriad Saboteur.
I think it is.
I'm so wrong.
I think it's a good idea for Payable to try to hand buff this Shiru because there is no Isengrim's Council in this list. You know, 2 months ago when we casted Gwent Open number 3, the Shiru list had Isengrim's Council in them. This one does not, so you cannot buff it from the deck that easily.
I think we just saw so much hand buff here, and we've seen so much hand buff, so much Sheldon Skag, so many similar situations. But of course, Shiru is not a cheap card. Of course, you do have to build around, and in this case, 3 might have to be the magic number here. Gonna put a quick buff here on Sheldon Skaggs.
It will be very difficult to get good value on a 3-point Shiru Scorch, though, I think. Because everything's gonna be veteran for Magpie Skellige Warriors. They're all gonna be 5, 6, 7 strength. It's just too much to ask to hit them all down to 3.
Yeah, very, very different world. That is true. I think that is what's going to be. Payable has a lot of other great stuff going on in the deck that can take out, that can dig into Skellige here. I mean, being able to remove some of these really nasty engines could be very good. Just a lot of sources of removal, of course. And but unfortunately, it may be a little bit harder for things like Geralt to get value. This is a very early Forest Protector.
Very aggressive Forest Protector, getting him ahead here, but Payable not having many sources of hand buff. Just that one Agitator to buff the Sheldon one time. No Circle of Lives, no All God. Not a hand that you're typically looking for on red, but maybe Payable's adapting to the situation and saying, hey, maybe if I don't have that much hand buff, I'll just play my good cards in round 1 and force some good trades. In this case.
Speaking of good trades, I gotta say, Swabblood Totem is the truth. It's the card that revisits my Skellige list probably the most. Especially now, it's much better now but it always was very good, very proactive. And there is the turning of the Berserkers and a quick answer as well, a quick shot to one of the dwarves in the back. Magpie really playing at a breakneck pace.
Yeah.
When you compare some of the other players that we've seen here, like Colomon as well, Magpie really trying to dictate the pace of the match. Gonna go for the 9-point Geralt Professional. Any last words?
Yep, still keeping the lead. Payable up on even. 2 points ahead.
Very good place to be on 4 cards here. Hjalmar does have that bullet now, only playing for 10, under his potential, but still good enough.
So Payable needs 9 if he wants to stay ahead, and that would only be the Sheldon Skaggs or some sort of leader combination.
Tempering on the dwarf, giving Magpie the option.
Exactly, slowing down now. But it's a good play from Payable because if Magpie takes the pass, then he can still win the round with a cheap card like the 5 Provision Rebuke. But
more bargain round 1 when there's lots of boosting happening. Again, you talked about it earlier though, Payable not doing as much hand boosting, but that will cause quite a swing here. This is quite a disparate amount of points, and Payable sticking around, making sure he's going to get as many points as possible here.
Payable has just enough reach with that Sheldon Skaggs for 10 points if he needs to catch up here. Payable really valuing the last say because Shiru versus Skellige, last say is quite important, allowing the Shiru to scorch the Herald and the Resurrection target. But I think at this point, Payable's probably going to have to bow out. unless he's looking to commit all leaders, and we know how that turned out for we know how that turned out yesterday, where the Inspired Zeal, I think it was Magpie versus Laguha. Laguha had won on even with his Shiru deck, but utilized all of his charges, and that was not good.
No overcommitment here. Pieball taps the button right there. Going ahead into round 2 with the card up. Drawing Heat Wave as well as Herald Gord. Not too bad. Plus the Dwarf booster when you have Sheldon. So Sheldon did get boosted, and Shiru's going back in the deck.
Shiru goes back in the deck, possibly so that All God can buff it up if Pieball draws into the All God. But decides not to. Decides not to take the last mulligan just to keep the Ad Shader for the Dry Pass. These two players playing so fast really shows that how comfortable and familiar they are with these matchups, that they don't need to spend that much time to think what to do. They recognize these situations and can play almost off of reflex.
They've also gone through the gauntlet. Both players, I mean, yeah, both players have played the same amount of games. Magpie got his 3-1, Pieball got his 3-1. Otherwise, it's been 5 game. So they've been playing all weekend with these decks as well. Finally getting into their groove when it counts here in the finals, as Pieball does have to make the first move. No last say, but does have setup. Maybe could set up something like a Pyrotech. We've seen that as a first play in almost every round Skelligan Scoia'tael has had it.
Okay, so here's the thing. Pieball has he's not going to be able to get a 5-point Shiru, because both Shiru and All God are in the deck. So if he Oniromancies for All God, he's not going to be able to Oniromancy for Shiru. So I think at this point, Pieball must be abandoning the Shiru game plan. I think
he'll groom the board quite a bit. I don't think it's completely out of the question, but I think for now, I mean, just looking at the board right now, 4 points puts the veteran at at 3. So I mean, there are possibilities. But here comes a Oniromancy right now. It might just be All God on the tutors, and ultimately, I don't think it would matter the third thing here.
It would, because he still has a Nova Gradian Justice that would get the Dwarf, yeah. So I believe that's the 3 that he's going to be putting it on, and that's correct. Both Broccolon Sentinels, as well as the second Pyrotech.
How do you feel about the option of playing All God in round 3? Generally, you're really happy to build that carryover. It doesn't feel as good to play it in round 3, but do you think that the benefit with a deck like this that tutors so many things, the value is still there no matter what?
The value is still there, right? All God's still playing as a 10-point card in this round, so it's not too bad. Obviously, you prefer to play it in a previous round and actually utilize the carryover, but it's not horrible when you have so many different ways to pull out all 3 units.
Pieball now needing to react here. He does have a lot of great options. When the leader does touch down finally, it's going to be an immense amount of points. Nova Gradian Justice will have a chance to set up. I mean, it's just all about every play here is just points. Herald Gord's going to be massive. Karathi Heatwave is going to remove the biggest amount, the biggest strength. Magpie's going to have to set up some real fortification here. Like, even this seems a little bit too slow.
I mean, he has to play it. The earlier he plays it, the better.
Oh, I'm just looking at the overall value of the hand here, but maybe I shouldn't be getting ahead of myself here. It's finals. We should enjoy it. I'm talking to myself.
For sure, and there's still there's still Herald the Cripple kind of chilling in Magpie's deck, waiting for this Blood Eagle to call him out. With Last Say, this is definitely going to be able to get that Death Blow 2 or that Bloodthirst 3 from Magpie's leader ability. So we should be expecting a Herald to be played at some point by Magpie. There's going to be a big point swing.
Sheldon's going to smash this ship. He has enough to do it here. That would be the solution. Otherwise, and this keeps the Karathi Heatwave in check. It does open it up to Champion's Charge. This should be, this is an option right now. You think that Magpie is going to take it?
Well, we can see.
11-point unit to Heatwave.
Yeah, so if Magpie knows that there's potentially a Heatwave, that maybe he wants to try to save his leader and his tall units for later, maybe for Last Say. if he does intend on saving his leader for last say, he's going to need to also save Champion's Charge for last say. Which means that at least the 8-point Hemdall is going to get heat waved, right? So he's not really saving that many points. We'll see. Decides to take the Blood Eagle now to get the Herald.
Sick value on the Raider, as usual. What do you value as a bigger threat? I think you're just going to have to go ahead and just play Heat Wave on the Herald. Oh, it's interesting because, yeah, so Pieball is putting Magpie on 2 or less warriors in this case, valuing the Raider. I mean, it is the bigger body. It does have the ping, so that would be it right there. Skjordal connects here.
And the thing is, Pieball can also kill this Herald with his 3 leader pings, should he decide to do that. 3 leader pings plus the death blow too on the Brocklon Sentinel that spawns would be perfect.
Look at this Hemdall, just won't be able to get very much damage here. Shields here, armor there. It's just going to have to be played. Perhaps the Champion's Charge will create the Bloodthirst required, but that means the Champion Charge will need to be played with leader.
Yeah, even though Magpie has last say here, he wants to save the Bloodthirst for the Champion's Charge on the Gourd at this point, but that means he has to play Hemdall without killing the Sirens that are spawned from the Arnulf leader. So he's going to lose some points somewhere.
Exactly. Now, Gourd is an amount of points at this. Gourd's touching down usually around for 12 and 13, I would say, at this point, if I had to guess.
If we hover over Gourd right now, we can see how much he's hand buffed. I believe he's hand buffed by 8. Yeah, there
it is. Going to be an 11-point Gourd. So he does go ahead and play Hemdall here, all but guaranteeing. There's the Pyrotech.
Getting a little bit of extra value from the armor that was still on there.
It's like an achievement was just earned as well.
This is gonna be pretty close.
This is very, very close.
Magpie in the lead by 5 points, but Pieball still has...
leader ability is massive too.
Yeah. Because these Brocklon Sentinels are hand buffed by the All God, remember. So yeah, Pieball had 10 points before the Gourd comes down, means that Magpie's leader, Arnulf, is just only actually 8 points. Is not going to be enough to get him ahead.
Oh man, that's a close one. That was a close one.
This is what I mean.
The leader, look at that. Both of them got 10 points of leader. Well, actually, Magpie or Pieball gets more value out of it with the pings as well in the end. Go ahead, finish your sentence. This is what I mean.
I was gonna say, so if somehow Magpie had the same cards, but he just had double last say instead, then he could use the Champion's Charge on the Gourd and use the Hemdall on the Sirens. Those 3-point Sirens, normally, as Patricidal Fury, they don't actually count as points for your opponent's side of the board because you usually clean them up with Hemdall afterwards, right? So Hemdall just gets 3 extra points from the Sirens, but because Pieball played so slowly and didn't give the Hemdall value or the Tall removal value for so long,
it came down to it.
Yeah, it came down to it. Those 3 points that Hemdall missed on the Sirens was the difference maker. It's a 2-point game, and I wonder if maybe Magpie had taken the Champion's Charge on the 12-point Sheldon when it had first come down. I wonder if that would have changed anything. It would also give Pieball a better heat wave though, but somebody gonna have to go back and do the math. But I think maybe that was an alternate line.
That was a tough one as well. It also, it would have made Hemdall better as well. I mean, it was a close game. It was a very, very close game, but yeah, some decisions change. Card order would change as well. And man, I would rewatch it too. That was a great, great game. Puts Pieball 1 game away, match point for Poland here, and the open number 4. Getting the ticket to Gwent Masters. Magpie now has to do nothing but win to have a chance here to keep his dreams alive and claim another title for himself.
What does Pieball have left? He has the Revenant's deck?
Right? It is, yes. Because he won with Skellige already? No, it was.
No, it's a Skellige deck. Skellige deck. He already run with the
Because I
Revenant deck.
predicted the Skellige Mirror, and now I guess we won't see that. Now it's going to be Skellige versus Deadeye Ambush, or
Skellige Mirror.
Or it will still be a mirror. It could still come down to the mirror.
So
on red coin, you might consider it. Magpie might just be happy with the mirror on red coin. What would make you not make that choice?
Well, if you need the red coin for Deadeye Ambush instead, that would be the consideration.
Yep.
So this Deadeye Ambush deck might actually be decent against Patricidal Fury. So previous versions of Patricidal Fury in like GWENT Open number 3, they ran Wild Boar of the Sea, which completely obliterates Deadeye Ambush. But there's no Wild Boars to be found in this GWENT Open number 4. So yeah, Magpie deciding to take the red coin advantage on his Elf deck versus Patricidal Fury. Game number 4.
Game number 4 in a really just this particular tournament, and I've seen a lot of tournaments. It's been dense with highlights. It's been dense with very interesting decisions, and I think the biggest part of that, of course, is deck diversity. But I also think that the qualifier tournament, the qualifier format right now brings a lot of newer players into the mix as well. And I think it's been a pretty great year of opens as we're in the finals of the final open, finding out who's going to go to the finals, Magpie or Pieball.
Pieball's got this nice self-wound package, bronze package in his Skellige deck. But that Vrayhead Dragoon with the movement tech is going to find value here on one of these boats.
Recently buffed this one. Kind of back to its original homecoming value, I believe, but lots has changed since then. Another boat coming down does have the support of the Heimei Protector, which likes to have things damaged adjacent, which is Pieball's whole strategy. Tempting some tall removal, but of course Pieball won't bite. That's going to be important later on, potentially.
Yeah, Magpie's got a decision now. The Rebuke coming down on the Protector, I think. Yep. So the Rebuke has been baited out. Now you've got Greatsword. That's going to be maybe sticking, maybe getting heat waved. Also, still that raiding fleet for Pieball for a third ship, for an Onkrite longship. These two are
one of my favorites. Yeah, they're playing fast, right?
They're playing so fast. Yeah.
We might see another round 1 heat wave as well because the removal is running dry here.
Is this Blitz Gwent? Did we just revert?
I mean, I think it's great, but these players, there's a lot on the line. If they want to take their time, that's fine. But I know Shinmiri, this can be jarring for one who is dubbed
the Rope Master.
The Rope Master, yeah. In your own channel, you have a rope mode.
So Pieball ahead 13 points at the moment. Magpie's turn to play. Hovering over that Sappers, maybe just looking to throw away another card.
Yeah, the point disparity is looking like that's going to be the option, more or less. Not even able to get a bleed out. As Pieball held on to his raiding fleet.
Yeah, the patience with the raiding fleet.
Perhaps to dodge that particular bronze because, you know, you don't want to hold that bronze too long, then you can't really fight back. Even at 5 cards.
Pieball's already up 8. Gonna get 1 point per turn here with this light longship greatsword combination.
Been pretty comfortable. Pieball's ready to go the distance. The Berserker being the weakest card isn't even really that bad. The raiding fleet will try to get its bleed value now that it won't get purified. Crappy heat wave. There it is once again. So that's 1 greatsword gone.
And this time Pieball doesn't have the second greatsword to put in the graveyard. To give that Hjalmar extra value, but in this elf matchup, there's not really anything that tall, Redea being the tallest thing.
Is this possible? I think he's just trying to get the Bloodthirst going here, so he will have an easier way to Champions charge the largest unit, which will be likely the Dragoon, if it comes down to it.
Yeah, Pieball's also just got a very bronze-heavy hand that he's happy to keep playing into this round with. And on the other side, look at Magpie's hand. He's got to start trading these golds for bronzes now, and not even getting ahead. still only has 3 elves on the board, so a little bit ways away from getting Aelern out. But he does have to
take Teruvio and use Champion's Charge on the Riot Dragoon for a nice big swing of points, and that is the play here. 20-9 here. Magpie on red coin, but he's a big distance away.
22-8 now with that Abomination flipping. And that's good use of Champion's Charge, because Champion's Charge, again, it's just so few tall units that you want to use these tall removals while you have a chance. And this might get him the round? No, Magpie's still sticking around. Dennis Cranmer being played for just 8 points here.
Vernacio does represent a ton of points if Magpie is deeming that this round is the ultimate. The Greatsword is not in the graveyard, so Hjalmar, there is finally the bleed here.
Okay, but this is getting dangerous now. Look at this. This is what, a 12-point difference?
Yeah, Vernacio's a lot of points to begin with. And
Vernacio,
not that bad.
Vernacio represents 3 elves getting Aelern out as well, so Magpie could take the lead very quickly here with just a Vernacio play, and Magpie could win on even in this situation. He also has the flexible Deadeye Ambush leader that has 3 charges, and he can use up like 1 or 2 charges, however many necessary, to get ahead and win this round on even.
So is it Pieball putting Magpie on not having good enough cards, or is it Magpie trying to assume what could possibly beat him here? And is there something that could possibly beat him here?
Yeah, it's. I think at this point, Magpie doesn't really need to be that scared of something that would beat him, and something that would actually not allow him to win round 1 on even would be. Wow, Magpie decides not to commit this.
You know what? You started making a better and better case for it, but that could be the tail of the game. We'll have to see. Don't forget that moment, my friends. That was a pass. I mean, there's obviously much huger plans with Elves. Vernacio's a massive card, just makes for so many points, especially with leader. Magpie's kind of talking to himself right now, but committing Yavin or Vernacio, but being able to get Aelern out is another thing that Magpie just probably didn't want to sacrifice. But in the end, Pieball is now in control of what would be match point for him.
Yeah, this is a potential opportunity missed by Magpie. I mean, Vernacio is a very valuable card in this deck. It can be used to swarm the board with elves so that your Yavin and your Ice Screamer are better. It can be used to get Aelern out because it represents 3 elves. It can be used offensively with the Elven Deadeye to deal damage. So maybe Magpie decides it's too much of a commitment to give up.
I'm just kind of scanning Pieball's deck. I'm going to be thinking about it for a long time, probably too long for a live cast, but I'm just trying to think of what Magpie thought Pieball had in his hand. Or just ultimately just thought it wasn't worth spending those cards. One or the other. We'll find out eventually as Pieball drops the Raider on the round 2 push. Another surprise, I'd say. He hasn't seen enough at all.
Yeah, decides that he wants to get some more out of Magpie. Get some of the Elf Swarm out. Or get the scenario.
A very fearless Greatsword right here because, hey, if it goes to the graveyard, Hjalmar has a nice connector later on. Pieball knows what Magpie is capable of. But however, Magpie's pass could have given Pieball might put him on different stuff.
Yeah, Pieball might be putting Magpie on a much better hand than he actually has. Might be expecting like a scenario or a Redea in the hand and trying to force one of these out. And now Magpie can get ahead with like a Vernacio in the back row. Doesn't even need a leader charge.
This is intense, Shinmir. I'm watching this like white knuckled. I am.
Yeah.
I have found this particular tournament to be such a great watch. It's just there hasn't been enough similarity to ever get even look away from the action here as Pieball now decides. Does he want to go the big distance? He would be grabbing Blood Eagle, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he will because, I mean, this way you get to use Blood Eagle twice. That's what you want to be doing with most of your Echo cards. But it's... Okay, so is he going to use Blood Eagle? I imagine if he does play this Blood Eagle, he's not going to commit leader. I think he wants to hold his leader so that he can activate his Blood Eagle for sure. Again, the second time in round 3.
But he needs to hit a unit that's at 2, right? Or no, what am I?
He had the Dwarven Skirmisher, but he decides differently. Says he will commit the leader
Going all
and
the way
pulls.
Hemdall, I guess, right? If he's
What does he
committing
pull
leader.
here? Yeah, Hemdall.
Yeah. Finally. That's a huge point.
Oh, he
right
doesn't
there.
kill any elves though.
He doesn't kill any elves. Now, yeah, that could be the difference of leader charges. Let's see, Magpie. Magpie can get past this, if I'm not
30
mistaken.
points.
30 points. So, Vernacio's already played. Yavon's
Okay.
going to represent the ping here with leader.
He's gonna have to play both cards, I believe. Aelern coming out for another 5, so that's 20. He needs 22 more.
So now Yavon's going to be 9.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of how many leader charges Magpie can save, if any, and he's gonna have to play both cards.
He is going to be saving 1 leader charge here. Just enough.
Okay.
Well, slightly more than enough, but this is still very close. Magpie does not have last say, only has a single elf on leader. Blood Eagle in the hand automatically here. Skjordal, what a draw. Totem, what a draw. Payable
There's the
drew
scenario.
very nicely.
Payable drew extremely well.
This
Probably
scenario,
the
I mean, oh god.
best
if you
3
keep-
cards.
How do you even keep this? This scenario does proc. It's just, is it good enough against Payable's hand right here?
It procs, but with a 5-point bronze and a question mark 6-point bronze that might actually trade very poorly versus Totem.
Yeah.
Magpie is
It's brutal.
in
That's
a do
brutal
or die. Do or die decision
Yeah, because
here.
you can't keep. He is tossing 1 elf. to
He
get
doesn't get an elf back. What elf was he looking for there? Oh, Redea or Oniromancy.
Stuff. Oniromancy would have helped as well. He could have gotten like,
Redea.
could have gotten a rough looking Bone Talisman, but let's just say Pajabal's hand looks a little better than Magpie.
Redea or Oniromancy would have gotten him that last elf because the stratagem acts as an elf, but finds the Pyrotech instead. And you know, this might make Payable click the totem to avoid one of these dying and help with getting some extra value on the bomber.
Yeah.
For Magpie.
But
Now,
I don't think Payabal's thinking, well, I lose to the bomber. I think he's anticipating something a little bit more spicy than this. Here comes the bomber. Watch.
That's also a low roll because now there's no Death Blow 3 for the Waylay. And Payable.
Bring Herald the Cripple out to close out an open season that he has been a part of since he was originally brought in. Payable with the 3-1 victory. He is relieved. Shinmiri, what a series, my friend, and what a tournament.
The Dragon Slayer prevails. Payable.
The legacy.
First, look at that emotion on his face. He is just overcome. It's been such a long time coming for him. He's been trying over and over again to get through these open qualifiers all season long. Finally makes it in the last open of the season and goes on to win his first GWENT Open.
You know what? I think I think that there is enough diversity in Payabal's list to still stand out to me. I think Magpie brought some really creative lists. 2 great players made a very, very interesting finals. Big props to Magpie bringing things like that no one else was bringing. And big props to Pachabal for going through Colamon and then Wang ID to finally, he had to do nothing but champion farm the whole way down. Well, here we get to hear him talk about it. Payabal on the line with Panda. I can't wait to hear this one. Take it away.
Congratulations, Payable. Again, we know you won the last semifinals, you won the final now as well. First of all, I want to ask you, I think your storyline coming, the whole season, having so many disappointments, not qualifying to tournaments, even though you were performing very well on ladder and on the tournaments as well. Finally making it and having such a great debut tournament, how do you feel with that outcome?
I feel great, honestly. Well, I didn't expect to win. Like I thought I had a chance to win before the tournament, but I didn't expect it. I thought like it's gonna be really hard, and yeah, especially after all my previous failures when it comes to qualifying to opens, it feels even better now to finally redeem myself and prove myself as a player, I guess.
I think you've shown, very consistent results, but maybe with a card game, there is always variance. There is always the elements of maybe being unlucky at times. And maybe now finally the tables have turned. Maybe now this is just an upward trend for you. And of course, I have to ask about World Masters coming up next month. You're coming into it with maybe a big confidence boost, showing up the tournament, proving that you have what it takes to not have any pressure, not have any nerves, still play consistently and win the tournament as well. Do you feel maybe even better now going into World Masters?
Yeah, I feel much more confident now because I basically proved myself that we can compete on the best level with the best players, and yeah, it's gonna give me a pretty huge confidence boost. And I'm looking forward to the tournament. I think it's gonna be great. The lineup is very stacked. We have lots of great players who worked hard to get there. So yeah, I think it's gonna be an exciting tournament.
And of course, you've already made it to World Masters through crown points before this tournament even started, but there was one last spot on the line. We do now know that Koloman is the player that has made it through, thanks to your victory against Magpie. Is there any of the two players you would have thought would be a stronger competitor, or did you think they were both pretty even in terms of who you wanted to face or who you wanted to be in the World Masters as well?
I think they're both great players. They both made it to 2 opens so far, and yeah, Magpie today did a great job getting to the final. So congrats to him. And Kole is one of the best players always. He's just a veteran of this game at this point, and he always plays on the highest level, which I really respect. So I think both of them represent a really good level of play, and I honestly don't think I could choose who I would rather compete against.
And for one last final question, or at least to give you a chance, obviously you've played very well. I think you prepared very well yourself and had a great season 2 overall. I think even though this is your first tournament, you did end up winning it. Is there anyone you want to thank as well for maybe helping you along the way, maybe your team as well? Any shout outs you want to give to anyone back at home?
Yes, I already gave shout outs to a few people in my interview, so I'm gonna focus on different people who also helped me a lot. And yeah, there are 2 people from my team, Wusubi and Shadow Play Red. These guys basically discovered me as a player. They brought me into the team, and since then I started developing quite fast, working with all the other players that we have in our team. We have a great group. I can call all of the players there my friends, and we hang out a lot. And I also wanted to thank my Twitch viewers because they stuck with me through my ups and downs. We had some rough moments, some good moments. So yeah, thank you guys for the continuous support. I really appreciated it, and it helped me get through my tough moments this year, and it helped me win the tournament today.
Yeah, it's great to see the GWENT community not having only really good players and a lot of hard work, but also having a great community vibe and very friendly vibes throughout all the different teams as well. So it's always great to see, and I think you're a clear example that hard work clearly does pay off. You make it to this tournament and you end up winning it as well. So thank you for the interview, and congrats once again on a great tournament, Piable.
Thank you.
Once, I was saved by a man. He was a rebel, an outcast, a knight.
What was that?
Who was that?
A little bit more to tie all those leagues together. Very interesting stuff.
I know Reddit's going to be going crazy about that one.
For sure. I mean, there's lots of stuff to look at. We have a lot of things to go over. I'm sure we have some leaks and, of course, the big State of Gwent that happened before the finals. But now let's look at the finalists right now. The final prize pool, it's looking pretty good. Payaball ends up on top here, going home with 42.75 USD with a 3-1 victory over Magpie, who's going home with 3,700. This was some pretty great Gwent, and it was supported by you as well through Gwent esports bundles that you can purchase in the Shoop shop as well. And of course, you can always be looking for 15 years or less in the sewers, as well as some animated card backs, and of course the penitent support esports.
This is the year of the Where At bundle available in Shoop's shop right now. You can buy it to support Gwent World Masters Season 2 coming later this year in December. Speaking of World Masters Season 2, here we have it, the official announcement. Save the date. Season 2 finals will be held online December 5th and 6th. And we now know all 8 participants of Season 2 finals as well. They are the winners, the 4 winners of the Gwent Opens. So that's Demarcation, Wang ID, Tailbot, and Payable, your newly crowned Gwent Open 4 champion, as well as the top 4 crown points earners from the pro rank seasons. That is Cams, Saber, Gravesh, and Colomon now coming in. Thanks to Payable's win, Colomon gets his spot into World Masters. So we have our lineup, and we have a little bit over a month before we're going to see all these 8 players battle it out on the biggest stage of Gwent.
It's really not that long. It's the beginning of December, and we're at the end of an October. So there's a lot of stuff to see, but at least we got to enjoy a really great origin story of the Dragon Slayer. And now we get to really look forward to Gwent Master. Thanks so much, everybody. It was great to do this again. As always, great to be part of big Gwent events. Thanks to CDPR for putting on another good one online. Let's get through to the future where things are maybe a little bit more present. You know what I'm saying? Shinmiri, always great to cast with you, of course.
It's a pleasure to cast with you, McBeard. It was an awesome weekend as always, and look forward to next time.
Take care, everybody.